I started my college career as a 3-star prospect after putting on a show my senior year of high school, and now I had a really difficult choice to make. Starting as a 67 overall, I know that I'm gonna struggle, but I still think my #1 priority should be playing early even if I have no offers from anywhere to be the starter. I can't blame the schools, I'm not very good yet, but after seeing the competition I'd have if I went to Buffalo, I instantly committed because I knew I could win the starting job, and this is where my entire college career is gonna begin. As a 3-star, I spawned in with a few upgrade points, so I increased both my IQ and throwing accuracies, and my offensive coordinator's already blown up my phone, but I'm just going to be confident to him because I want to become the starter. It's not going to take that much coach trust to become the backup, only 1,000, and then to become the starter I need 3,400, and it's a bye week, but we still have practice, so this is my chance to prove that I should be playing over both Jack Shields and CJ Ogbonna. It looks like we have 8 different practice options to choose between on these 2 screens, so that's exciting. I have a bunch of different things I can try out, but the first one I went with was pocket presence. I have to position my quarterback to dodge projectiles while destroying as many targets as possible, and we'll just see how it all plays out. I'm starting right now. We're going to hit that one, and I can't leave the pocket. I'm pretty sure that was not supposed to hit me. Okay, this is a very, very bad start. I feel like I should be able to bounce back from it though. I'm moving around pretty quickly in the pocket. That was a clean hit. And these balls, now that I know that they're coming, aren't that hard to dodge. I just hit another target. But it's still taken me a second to get used to all of these controls and making sure my passes go high enough. So I'm only at a bronze right now, and I don't think I'm going to be able to finish with anything better than that. 7,000 points isn't bad, but I need to earn a lot more coach trust. And it's 1,000 to be exact, just so we can challenge Jack Shields for that backup spot. The starter is hitting me up though. He's saying if I have any questions to ask him. He tends to oversleep his alarm. Can you make sure I wake up tomorrow for practice? And I think I want to make sure that the starter doesn't. This is such a terrible thing to do, but I'm going to sabotage QB1's alarm to make him late. And this popped up, meaning that he overslept and I got some extra reps. I got rewarded for being a horrible human, and every single week this energy spend's going to come up, but I'm not sure how I want to use it besides making sure that we study a lot. Leadership could be important too, but the one I have been ignoring is my brand. I don't really care for the boost in here, but I might as well spend a couple every so often. And it looks like it's time for our first game against FCS East. I think this is supposed to replicate one of NotTheExpert's Dynasty series, but apparently we have to complete our practice before we hop into it. So let's go with Scramble Survive. I wanted to be a scrambling quarterback, and all I have to do is escape the pocket and make a throw before it becomes a penalty zone. I have all the time in the world beforehand, but I only get 5 reps, so I have to be very careful with these, and I didn't do that right. The one thing that I was supposed to do was immediately escape the pocket. I wanted to get that bonus right there, but I'm about to throw an interception, and this is on Heisman difficulty, so I'm very surprised that that was a drop, but I'm going to use the user playmaker and we get a touchdown. Even with that happening though, this was a terrible showing, and we're just going to act like this practice never happened. I'm ready to see how good my team really is, and I probably didn't put it in the intro, but these are the settings I'm going with, including the hardest difficulty. I want this to be a grind here at Buffalo. I'm probably not going to get out on the field in this game, but eventually I'll play in front of these fans. And just looking at this player intro, I really want to be the guy that's the starter for this team. Half my body's kind of injured, but it doesn't matter when you sit on the bench. And one thing that I am disappointed is missing from Road to Glory is I'm not able to watch these plays. All I can do is sim over them. So with almost no time left, I know that we're going to get the win over them, even though it was very close. But I wasn't able to see it for myself, and I don't like that. I'm going to celebrate with my team though, like I did something. And of course, CJ won player of the game, even though I'm trying to take his starting job. Oh no, he's also starting to hit me up. He says, why the reoccurring alarm on my phone magically turned off? Did you go through my phone and disable it? I think he's caught on to what I did. My leadership has decreased. My teammates respect me even less now. And even coach is saying that I need to be patient. He doesn't know how much I'm going to play this year, but I'm just going to have to be respectful. I can't criticize him yet. A lot of stuff continues to happen though. Now the juniors and seniors want me to drive them around. I'm going to stand up to them. I don't have the time for that. That probably wasn't the right move because my teammates basically hate me at this point. And my academic advisors just let me know that we have midterms both in week 8 and week 15. The texts are not stopping though. Everybody in the world's hitting me up. And Rick Slick's Barbershop thinks they're slick, offering me a promotion where I get free haircuts for my entire position group. I'm declining that deal. I need to save my energy. That's going to make my teammates hate me even more, but I have to be able to train and continue to upgrade my player. But eventually I was going to have to focus on my health too because I was about to get injured. I still have 6 weeks before an exam, but I am going to study, and I guess we got to start getting our leadership back up. But it's going to be a while before I can upgrade anything. I'd like to spend 3 skill points to upgrade my accuracies, but I could get to 2 and then increase my overall a bit. Tough decisions coming up, but at least for now it's practice time. And I'm very curious curious whether or not they fixed a bug that was in the option attack. On the original build that we played on, you could pretty much score a touchdown every time, even on the hardest difficulty. It made absolutely zero sense. And it looks like that's the exact same with this one. I mean, they're just not going to catch me. They look like they're running in the mud. That makes this not very enjoyable. Maybe if you want to upgrade your player a lot, you could do it this way, but I would not recommend it. And this is the only time I'm going to be using it in this video. I hope this is something that they fix going forward. I scored a touchdown on literally every single play, and that's going to move up my coach trust a bit more, but our team's about to be unhappy because we have to play at Missouri. I think it's going to be possible for me to start by the end of the season, but at least for now I just get to experience this environment from the bench, and I'm very impressed with the fact that the Bulls only lost by 4. I think by next week, no matter what happens, I'm going to earn a position battle, and I feel like I've been pretty smart about how I've spent all of my energy so far. I'm building back trust with my teammates, and I'm hoping for another great showing during practice. All I'm supposed to do here is score as many touchdowns as possible, but the issue with that is if the defense is solid out there, I'm not gonna. And I can't believe that after restart all the way down here at this part in the field, we don't pick up at like the 15. Well, we did after that play, so maybe it was just that last one that was a bit bugged. I'm trying to use our playmakers so we can get that down to the 2. And if I just take this drag right here, we're gonna have a touchdown. This has probably been my best start to any pass skeleton thing yet. But as I'm saying that, I almost turned the ball over, and we have a streaking wide receiver going all the way down to the 1. I should probably learn my teammates' names. Maybe that's why they don't like me. And I wouldn't like me either if I was throwing them into a pass like that. I don't know why I waited so long here. This shouldn't have been a completion. But I didn't want to make a mistake, and number 2 might be my favorite wide receiver because he continues to make amazing plays for us. Now, these routes down inside the red zone are not very pretty, but they didn't stick on him again. And how am I only at a bronze? I feel like I've performed pretty well throughout all of this. Until that turnover, of course, but I was trying to force things and get a big play to go my way. I don't want to just have a bronze. I really don't know how I would have gotten up to a silver or a gold there. And I think UMass is a part of the MAC, or they're about to be soon. They're a 77 overall, but what's important about this screen is this wide receiver, Chance Morrow. Morrow's one of the guys that I was thrown to. He's number 6, but number 2 is JJ Jenkins. I'm just learning my teammates' names now. And somehow Buffalo picked up another win. They won in the final seconds. At this rate, I'm never taking the starting job from CJ, but you never know, he could always get injured, and my focus for now has to be this position battle to become the backup. Now I have one of my teammates giving me advice on NIL deals. I don't think I'm going to get any soon, but maybe I can be confident. And my academic advisor wants me to come in to study. Maybe I should. If I have a huge test coming up, I'm going to study a lot. That better give me a big boost, but what I love about position battles is if you win the best of 3, that's how you take the job. So I could redeem myself even if this first drill went bad, but it's the option attack one, so of course it's not going to be hard to beat the 16,000 points goal. This kind of feels like the easy way out. I could literally do anything here and score a touchdown. I mean, I'm celebrating mid-play for like 10 or 15 yards, and that was all it took to seal it. EA does need to fix this fast. I've told them about it. They are aware of it as well, but that's only winning one of the best of 3s. Now I'm on to scramble to survive, and this was one that I have struggled with in the past. I stepped outside the pocket to take a sack, which was not a great idea. I thought I was going to be able to make that throw, and we're just going to hope for the best. I do not like how this is going so far. It looks like we have to get this out to triangle, but I fumbled. And you know what? Maybe I was bailed out by the fact that I did win that first battle. I mean, this is hard. You almost have to throw for a touchdown on every single one of these while waiting for the buttons to become open on the wide receiver. And that leaves us with Pass Skeleton to win the best of 3 and become the backup. The score to beat is 2,000 points, so I will keep that in mind. And I don't know what exactly happened there, but I've been waiting in the pocket way too long to get that ball out. Please make a big play. All I want to do is just become the backup. Then we have a chance at the starting job. But if I can't even get that right, it's going to be a long time before we have another opportunity. I think they're running man-to-man on this play, but then they drop somebody back in the zone, so I was wrong. And I think you all can see that this score is not going to be difficult to beat. I even threw an interception, but it didn't matter. With 22 seconds left, all we need is a little bit more points-wise. And we're 1 touchdown away from it, which is going to come right here. Well, never mind. We have to do that one more time, apparently. Now I'm going to win the backup job. And that's the first big step in my career. I needed something like that to go my way. I still think it's almost impossible to have a really good score in this Pass Skeleton one. I mean, I threw a few picks, but that's not important. All I had to do was win the best of 3, and it gave me an additional 700 coach trust as well. Jack Shields, you've been relegated down to QB3, buddy. And somehow I have gotten very close to passing up CJ as well. That position battle could come next week, but if I train, I'll also have an opportunity to upgrade my player. And I'd like to increase my IQ because then my overall goes up by more, but I should save up till I have 3 skill points instead of 2 so I can increase my accuracy. Now we're ready to start MAC conference play, and it was a close ending, but I wasn't able to spectate it. So that's something I hope they're able to fix in the next iteration. And it's it's not like CJ was playing well, so maybe that's why they're giving me an opportunity to become the starter. In the midst of all that though, I got a text from my academic advisor about a test grade and saying that the midterms are coming up, but I had no clue there was a test, so I'm shocked that my GPA increased. Then we have Delaney hitting me up like all the other girls do, and she wants me to go to a party with her, but you know what? I'm about my business. I'm not skipping my lab. We're declining this offer. If I can make it to the NFL, there's going to be a million Delaneys in my DMs, and I don't know how I earned it, but I've become a fan favorite being on the bench. I don't have a position battle though, even though I have more coach trust than CJ, so maybe that comes next week. And even though I've been studying all semester, it's still saying that I'm pretty underprepared for this next exam. That's not a great thing, but I still want to make sure I showcase every practice mode in this video, and I think I have to go to target passing. It was an amazing idea by somebody at EA to allow you to have all these different practice types, because now they don't feel as boring or repetitive, but I'm missing the target. I don't know how I'm going to hit one of these. Maybe I just throw it in stride like that, and that might be the move every single time, but I'm going to overthrow it too. This is a pretty difficult drill. I'm pretty sure that they had something like this in Madden, but because I don't play it, this is my first time experiencing it, and with that in mind, I didn't even get bronze. Now I'm stuck going on a road trip to Connecticut, and I guess because I'm the backup, there's always a chance that I will get out there on the field. That's exactly what happened after seeing the score at the end of the third quarter, and this camera angle feels so close up. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to make reads very well using it. When it comes to my play selection screen, you'll see that I can change the play 10 times by hitting triangle, and then that gives me more options, but I had to back the camera up. I was not enjoying that other one, and that should be a good throw. Things are looking a lot better now, but I want to try to scramble too. I use speed. I put it into a lot of different categories, which means if that was one of the focuses of my build, I have to make sure that it doesn't go to waste. What's really important with this game is that I just don't turn the ball over. There was a flag on this play before I threw it away, and I have a feeling it was holding, so we're moving back. I'm really locked in at the moment, but I do like that I'm able to audible other routes out there onto the field since the play calling options are very limited. The Texas route is going to work us wonders, and is that my first touchdown pass? What a play from the running back. He just took off with his jets, and because of the penalty, it didn't count when I threw it away, so I have 100% completion percentage. Now with a minute left, we have the ball again, and I just don't want to turn it over. That would literally ruin this amazing game that I've been having so far, and I don't know if I have the arm strength to bomb them over the top. I also don't know how fast some of these receivers are, but I was going to go for it right there, and I need to step up in the pocket where the camera jumps forward. I fumbled the football, and what just happened? I really don't understand why it did that, but I hope it doesn't affect my job at becoming the starter in the next game, and somehow that one touchdown pass has made me a fan favorite, upgraded to the next level. It's a mental ability that has to do with my GPA. It increases my composure gains at home, and it says I have at least a 3.8, which means all the studying's been worth it, but I have so much coach trust that I knew eventually I'd be able to challenge for the starting job. I might not win it though. Just looking at this first drill, I've not been good at it, and I don't understand what I'm supposed to do here. I have to wait so long to be able to throw this ball, and then it's going to be picked. Well, at least it should have been. He could not hold on to that there, but it's just really hard to score touchdown after touchdown, and it's like the same two plays over and over. I also need my offensive line to hold up for long enough, and they just aren't doing a good job of it. I wish I could scramble for them too. I barely have enough time to even hit triangle. Come on. And what are these routes? I can't audible them. They're not going to go all the way to the end zone, so it's not even going to matter what happens. I saw something there though that I was missing, so I'm going to try to figure it out the next time I have it. And option attack is up next, so we're going to tie up the series at 1-1. If I was able to lose this, that would be very bad. I mean, it literally takes zero skill at all. It's like you're playing on rookie slowed down even more. So the best of 3 should still happen, but I kind of goofed around in this, and I'm going to regret that. Don't even look at my point total up there. I don't know what happened, and I don't want to talk about it. I was starting to celebrate on the computer and stuff, but maybe it's not bugged because I just lost that battle, and I really shouldn't have. No matter what happens here now, I'm not going to earn the starting job, so I didn't take it that seriously, but I didn't realize I'd get negative coach trust because of losing all 3. This road to glory is a challenge, but I still have more coach trust than CJ Ogbonna, and it's a bye week, so maybe I can become QB1 in the following one. For now, I've just been continuing to study, spending 5 energy points to make sure I was prepared for the exam, but I don't see a position battle, so they're making me become more patient. At least I can say with this upgrade, I'm going to have 3 skill points to spend, and then I went all in on leadership. I want to raise that more while preparing just a tad bit extra for the exam. I am locked into my player's story, even though I haven't been on the field that much, and increasing our accuracy is going to help some of those stats a ton, making me a 75 overall freshman quarterback. That passes me up the other quarterbacks a ton. As you can see, I'm all the way up here, and then I scroll back to find CJ, the guy that I passed up at the start's even farther back. And since we know that I'm not going to earn gold in pass skeleton, and I don't want to cheese it with option attack, I'm left with 3 practices to choose between. Target passing ones are out of the question. I couldn't do it. Same with scramble survive, so we're going to be completing pocket presence a ton. This is my favorite drill and the one that I'd recommend you all try, because you have to make sure that you're dodging all those balls while also hitting these targets accurately, and I think I've been holding on too long. I need the ball to float in the air a little bit more, and I have to say, maybe practice just isn't for me. Heisman difficulty is going to make this playthrough very challenging, but it's going to be rewarding when I get out there on the field, and I'm kind of hoping that we go down by 30 like we did against UConn so I get my chance. That didn't happen though, as we have fallen now to 2-4, and my fan favorite ability just keeps on upgrading. What I want though is that starting job, and I have another opportunity, so that's important, and my midterm results are back where I got all A's. That's good to know, but we've been struggling in conference play. We're sitting down here at 0-2, so the team needs my help and I'm not losing again. Well, we're off to a great start because we have the option attack coming up, and I'm not going to mess this up again. I don't know how I lost it that last time. You can watch this running back literally just gets a touchdown when he shouldn't be able to, and I was just doing dumb things like this, but I can still pitch it last second and he's just going to hit another gear. It is so broken. I think the main issue I ran into is I was celebrating like the entire play, but that time around we did what we needed, and pass skeleton is up next. This is another one that's very winnable for me as long as I make the smart reads. That is never a given on this channel though, and I don't think it would be as entertaining if I wasn't bad at playing this game, so that's how I see things, even if I do make some really rough reads sometimes, but that was a good one. Now we have another play where they're running man-to-man coverage, and that just means as long as I'm patient, number 6 gets open, I hit him in stride, and we have a ton of yards. But then I tried to force it for no reason because I felt like the pressure was off me, so that means this completion's gonna win it instead. With 2 battles won, it doesn't matter what happens here, but I need to figure out how to aim my passes better, and that was a bullseye. Because of how good of a start I had to this drill, this is the best one I've done yet, but every so often I just missed the target, and I was going for silver, but I don't know if I'm gonna be able to make that happen. The balls almost just got me there. Still bobbing and weaving them, and this is another good one. I'm so close to that silver now, and I think I've done it, but I want to hit gold, and I just did. What a throw. Not only did we win the position battle becoming the starter, but I earned 1,500 coach trust because I did incredible during all of those. There's no chance anybody ever catches me and challenges me, even if I do throw like 4 interceptions against Western Michigan. I don't appreciate how much my academics have dropped though. I have to get it all the way back up by using all of our energy, and that means I didn't have much time to review film before my first start. The Broncos are good too, they're 4-2, but I've been waiting for a moment like this, and we're starting with a jet touch pass. Another little nitpick I am going to have for Road to Glory is I'm not able to skip a single play. I have to watch everything no matter what, so it's fine right now because we're throwing the ball, but if we were running it, I'd still have to go out there and hand the ball off, and that's more frustrating if you're like a wide receiver. Can you imagine using somebody like McMillan and you're just stuck blocking on play after play? You can't skip it, and I don't like that coach wants us to go back to the run on 3rd and 3 as well, but it worked this time. I feel like everything on this first drive has worked out for us so far. That was also a laser, but I don't want to hand it off again, and I don't have great options. This is my staple though. I found the right offense for me. I love running that jet touch pass, and here on 3rd and 4 I have somebody, but I couldn't get it out. Luckily the Broncos didn't score either, so we're getting it back on the 10-yard line, and we have a lot of runs coming up, but we're in a tough position, so I don't mind it. Now it's 3rd and 10, and I am just going to take the drag. I didn't want to throw an interception. I want to keep my mistakes limited, but that's going to cause us to punt it again, and I'm going to have to somehow lead this team to a victory over them. I don't want to say that I'd transfer after 1 year because that seems kind of dumb, but I need our guys to make plays like this right here, and we have hit our receiver in stride for a touchdown. That is exactly what I needed out of Chance Morrow, but Western Michigan wasted no time getting points of their own again. I think it's really going to bug me that I'm not able to skip all these handoffs, but at least I can change the play sometimes, and that's what we're going to do here going over to deep curl. I wanted an opportunity to go back to our best wide receiver, and Chance Morrow isn't going to hold on to it. So we find ourselves down 21-7, and they've sent in a blitz. I have to get that out as soon as possible. My only hope might be beating them deep over the top, but I'd have to roll out to make this throw on the run, and I have a feeling it's underthrown. Please don't intercept it. If I just set my feet there, we probably would have been fine, and I had somebody, but this is when everything starts to go downhill. We're going to end the first half trailing 24-7, and it's not like I've played bad, but there's definitely some drives that I could have done a better job on, and this little halfback motion screen worked out well. The drags and the underneath throws are the ones that normally get open, and they're pretty safe to take consistently, but I'm not sure I'm in a position where I can worry about taking this safe throw, even though I want to hit our running back, and that's a flag. I crossed the line of scrimmage before throwing it, and I've finally been given a chance to run the option, but I probably made the wrong decision keeping it. Now it's 3rd and 19. I don't like either of these play calls. I had to switch it, but even then it's going to be hard to thread the needle here, and I didn't have time. This Buffalo team is not great, but again, it's also me that's making mistakes costing us, and how do you not catch it. We might be in for a long second half of the season if things continue like this, and my new main goal is for us to just make a bowl game, but how did they get in so fast? I mean, I just watched one of my offensive linemen not block, and even though we're starting to pick up defensive stops, it is not looking good for us. We're going into the fourth quarter down 17 still, but maybe coach will allow me to open up the playbook a little bit more, and I have our tight end deep if the safety doesn't get back to it. The safety must have swatted it into his hands, and this is going to be another sack. So it doesn't matter what we do, they're about to hold us again, and I thread the needle. I don't have the ability to flip the play call though, so we're running a jet touch pass to the weak side of the field. And maybe that's realistic because you're not going to look at your head coach and tell him that you want to flip it. He's going to know best, but on 3rd and goal, I hit the play change, and this is still my only option available. So I guess we're running the counter, and please just get into the end zone. Well, there we go. We have it back within 2 possessions, and they'd score again, but it's only a field goal, so this one's not over. But what was that? There was a flag on the play, and it looks like it was roughing me, so I have to accept the penalty. And I think a comeback is off of the table, but if we were able to pull off something like that, it would be an incredible first start. If I have any takeaways from this first performance, it's probably the fact that I haven't turned the ball over yet, but I probably should be scrambling more even if the camera jumps forward, because it seems to work out very nicely for us, and I like those zig routes a lot. We're going to break the tackle as well, but we still have to get into the end zone, and we're going to be smart. This is in the territory for me to make a really bad read, but I didn't, and we wouldn't recover the onside kick, so we're going to lose by 6. If it wasn't for a bad defensive second quarter though, we could have won. And for my first career start, especially with my own user errors, to not have any turnovers is a big deal. Just looking at this remaining schedule though, if we're going to make a bowl, we can only lose one more of these matchups, and we have absolutely zero shot at making the MAC Conference Championship. I'm starting to feel better about how my career is going, so maybe I'll go to this party with Audrey. I'm even going to give an overly eager response to that, saying I wanted to hang out with her since the start of the year. Okay, stop sending more texts. Do not blow up her phone. Okay, why are we still sending text to her? This is a bad thing. I didn't even have a chance to read them. It was going so quick, but this is not good. Asking should I wear anything in particular, negative riz for sure. I ended up getting blocked by Audrey. What on earth is happening in Road to Glory? And that is crazy. Now I have an NIL offer. I don't want to get blocked by them too, so I'm going to be smart about how I answer. And I only have 189 followers, so to spend 2 energy and get 10,000 seems like a deal I need to take. It'll also make it less likely that I get injured in the next 8 weeks, and I have a perfect opportunity to get my first win on the road at 0-7 Ohio. As much as there are some things about this mode that bug me, I'm gonna voice them too. This has been fun to play through. I am definitely invested in the player career. And because I'm the starter now, I don't think practice is that important. I'm probably just gonna sim it from here on out going into the games. And I'm excited for this one. The Bobcats should be my first victim. They look so happy running out of the tunnel, but I'm gonna dot them up. Or I'm gonna hand the ball off because coach has decided we are running the football. At least we have a jet touch pass now. This goes to my stats. That counts as a completed pass, but what is Chance Morrow doing? He had that right side of the field wide open and he just decided to not take it, but we're still completing a pass. And I'm looking at those 2 receivers on that left side of the field because I knew eventually somebody would find this space over their chances down to the 3. I might not get credit for this touchdown, but as long as we get in, we're going to be in a way better position. And I love how Jaquez Barksdale just fought. For a running back on a 73 overall team, he isn't bad at all. And I've been given a chance to keep the ball with this read option, but that was not the correct one. And I also fumbled it. Wonderful, wonderful. I don't know exactly what happened, but we were able to recover it. It didn't look like we did, but we're still punting it back to the Bobcats. And this time around, we're running an RPO where that isn't getting anything. I'm sticking to what coach wants to run though, and this hitch route gets us like 8. But the real thing I just figured out was if I go in hurry up mode, I have an option for a lot of different plays, and that's going to vastly change about how I handle the rest of this football game. Number 2 is also broken freed, and look at that speed. JJ Jenkins is another name to keep in mind outside of Chance Morrow who dropped it. And I've already changed the play call so many times, which probably isn't good since I can only do it a certain amount of times in a game. On 3rd and 7 to end this quarter, I'm expecting eventually our wide receiver would get open there, and they've called pass interference. We've been saved. That might have been the reason he couldn't break free though, and just looking at these stats, we have dominated. I'm not quite sure what Ohio's been up to, but I did not want that ball to go over there. That's my first interception in this. We knew it was eventually going to come. So when I watch that back, I can just shake my head like the rest of you all. And my coach doesn't trust me to throw it again. He wants me to do a jet touch pass instead where Chance Morrow has all the space and that's what I wanted him to do at the earlier part in the game. Right now, we're about to go up by 2 possessions. I really want to get us our first win in this season. That shouldn't have been caught, and it might just be best if I continue to hand it off down in the red zone. We have a little bit of a concept over here on the left side of the field, but we can't control the running back. So Barksdale runs out of bounds. It is now 3rd and 4, and our slant is open. I was able to make up for my previous turnover, and our defense is cracked out right now. They have us with the ball back on like the 30-yard line. If I could chew the clock, I would definitely do so, but I'd have to wait like 30 seconds before snapping it. And that's another thing that I would love to have control of in the next game instead of not. There are definitely a few things wrong with Road to Glory, but if they fix them, it's going to be a blast. And look at that. A ball that was placed right where it needed to be, but JJ Jenkins dropped it. And that one certainly stings a little bit, but we beat them off the line, and it's another drop. Well, 3rd and 10, I'm just going to laser it straight to our tight end, and that's how you hold on. Now I think it's safe to say that we are cooking, and we just took a 21-point lead. I can't say that the game's over though. Ohio was able to drive down the field themselves and get 7, making it 14 again, and we're still breaking tackles. JJ Jenkins is insane. There's not much time left in this half, but I just feel like they aren't going to stick with number 6, and they did. We're going to take our drag instead. Please go ahead and get out of bounds here. They're saying he didn't, so the clock is still running, and this halfback angle route's also open. Please go all the way. We've scored another. Our running back Barksdale is just going crazy right now, and in this second half, I'm going to be careful to not throw any more interceptions. I don't have to force anything. We're in complete control of this game, but I hit that route a second too late, and with the halfback screen on 3rd and 9, Barksdale's a bit short. Ohio fans think they have a chance still, but judging by the fact that we've gotten the ball back in this position, they don't, and I placed that right on the money. I'm starting to really appreciate this camera angle right here. I wish it was just the default one, and we still have at least 4 games left after this, but I think I can get Buffalo into a bowl. I might even enter the transfer portal if I have some offers to play for a bigger school, and that's why it is so crucial we finish the rest of this year performing well, where we just threw another dot. 4 touchdowns, 80% completion percentage. I couldn't be doing better. And at some point, you'd imagine that I'd get pulled for this game so CJ could come in. They did the right thing giving me his starting job. It just took me a second to figure everything out, and we really shouldn't have dropped that pass. I'm pretty sure the entire last quarter, this is just going to be us running out the clock, so I'll make sure not to show much of it. But I had to mix in a couple more jet passes just to help my stats even more. They really need to add the feature though where chew clock is automatically turned on. I'm waiting 40 seconds to snap the ball, and between that and not being able to skip plays, it feels like they just weren't thinking about our playthrough experience. At the end of the day though, we are going to win this one by 25, and it was about time Buffalo came out on top of a conference matchup. I'm going to have a great time celebrating this win, and I've won my first player of the game and game as a starter. Even with that in mind though, I do think it's important that I still agree to go to class and stuff, because I can't let my GPA fall, but I also should work on my leadership because we have to get that up too. I do want to train a little bit just to get more skill points, but it seems like these leadership benefits could actually be massive. And I have 3 to spend right now, but I don't want to put it into IQ, so it's going to be either accuracy or elusiveness, and I might just save up for 4. I'm not in a rush for it. We can make most of the throws that I want, but it does look like Akron has a very solid corner, so hopefully he doesn't force me into making a terrible read because I want to get us to a bowl game. Even though Buffalo's not great, I truly think it's possible. This camera's a little weird though. And on 2nd and 11, I was really hoping for cover 2. We actually have them beat deep, and that is going to be knocked down. I thought I had a touchdown to start this one out, but instead I think we're going to be held to a 3 and out. And I'm really proud of what our defense has been doing because they would force Akron to the same, so we have the ball back again. I want to get us on the board first, and we're going to have our tight end on a hitch, but I might have to throw it again. We hurried it up, and they are going to let that slant be knocked down. It's been an interesting start to this matchup for sure, and these RPOs are kind of tripping me out, but that could have been money. We can't go 3 drives in a row without scoring points, but the safety got over to it, and these struggles are not good for the Brands. 2nd and 14. Come on, we need a big run, and that's what we get. But now all the pressure is on me to make the right read, and our tight end's open, which he's going to have enough. That was kind of a close call right there, but I might hurry it up after this play because I want to be able to select whatever pass play on this 3rd and long. We have some good routes out there on the field. If I have enough time, we should be fine, and I needed him to come down. Please make this throw. The playmaker worked wonders, and look at that game. It is incredible what I can do when I have enough time, and the RPO is amazing. I love RPOs after that. It just took 2 big plays to score a touchdown. But the RPOs that confuse me are when there's like 4 different routes out there on the field. How am I ever going to make the right read? I just hand it off. 2nd and 2, I'm going to keep the read option, but they're all over it. And it looks like they're going with man-to-man coverage on 3rd down, but there had to be some PI there because the slant should have been open. I mean, our tight end just got fully bumped, but the refs swallowed their whistle because we're playing at Akron, so now we just have to be a little bit smarter. A 3-minute drive down the field could tie it up or help us take a lead, and I think we're just gonna let our running back keep it with the option. That was the right one there. I haven't changed the play call once either. We are using a lot of the RPOs though, so maybe it is best to continue to run whatever coach wants me to, but this one was my own decision and it worked wonders for us. Keep on going, Barksdale. You know that's who we're gonna keep on giving it to as well. The halfback screen puts him out in open space, but there's 2 tacklers on him, giving us a chance to breathe for a second so I can run down the clock. And it'll be interesting to see what type of coverage they go with here. It was man-to-man, but they swatted down my open read and we had someone in the end zone, which was caught. Our defense is also insane, by the way, forcing a turnover. I don't like how those safeties are lined up and we're gonna have them beat deep. That's my favorite wide receiver. Chance Morrow is down at the 5. We could really end this first half with a bang. I might even try to scramble here if I can get the blocks, which I did. And that's the first rushing touchdown in my career. Something's continuing to go wrong for Akron as well, because somehow we have the ball back with 22 seconds left in this half still. And they took me off before I could see if we got a field goal or not. I think we missed it, but the Zips didn't score on their first drive in the 3rd quarter. So we're in full control of this game, and I'm actually having to watch this play back because I was so confused at what happened here. Our running back broke the tackle and then just took off for a touchdown. It kind of stinks that Jaquez Barksdale's a senior because he's been incredible. And I feel really confident even if Akron was able to score again because we're in control. Even if I'm not passing, I know that our rushing attack is able to get a few. And then when the 3rd down comes around, it's just on me to deliver a good throw, but I put him in a bad spot. Good thing we'd get it back like a minute later though, and the wide receiver screen blocks didn't work the best, but it did its trick, and it's just another run after run. If I can just get it in my head to hurry it up more, that's how I can avoid that happening to us. And I think this RPO is going to work wonders. I'm probably going to throw it no matter what, and they read it like a book. I should not have predetermined that read right there. I knew if we got open, we'd have a touchdown, but that was the corner that I was scared of throwing at the beginning of the game, and our defense is bailing us out. I mean, we have not done much ever since that breakaway run, and at least for my performance, this 3rd quarter's been atrocious. They would fumble the ball though, causing another turnover, and I've just had to step up in the pocket on a 3rd and 10 to take this. I didn't want to rely on anybody else, and the last time I ran this play, it didn't work out well for us, but this time it should, and our tight end was able to get free down to the 3. We're in hurry up mode too. I have to be able to get a touchdown here. I want to just scramble on in, which means I think it's safe to say I made up for my turnovers once again, and we're going to run out the rest of the clock. Well, we struggled to run out the clock, but we still got the win, and that's all that matters because we've now gotten back-to-back ones. I think Barksdale's probably going to win player of the game over me though, but they gave it to me anyway, even with my 2 turnovers. And what I'm about to do might be very stupid, but they said that there are answers for the test, so why would I spend energy studying whenever I could take that risk? Well, that was the right move. It says I aced it, and I even missed a few questions just so it wasn't too suspicious. So I'm able to enjoy this bye week in peace, and my GPA is sitting at a 4.0, but we have to make sure that I'm prepared for that final exam in 4 weeks, which I now am. With that out of the way, we could also just make sure we train a little bit and increase our leadership too. But more importantly, spend our 4 skill points to upgrade our accuracy even farther, and now I'm a 78 overall. It's gonna take a while to get all of those skill points back, but we'll continue to train a lot and then recover so we are fully healthy, alongside boosting up our leadership even farther because I think we unlock an ability if we're able to get into that excellent tier. One thing I do wish there was more of though was stuff in this coach trust screen. All that can happen as I continue to get more of it is earn more plays that I can call throughout the game, but even when you go from 1 to 3 options, sometimes they're not good, and we have Ball State up next. Looking at the conference standings, if we wouldn't have lost one of these 3 games, I think we could be in the running for the conference championship still, but we aren't, and just looking through these bowl projections, right now they don't think that we're going to make one. I need to though, because if I want to transfer, I think it would help my offers, and is that snow that I'm seeing on the field? We're about to play our first snow game. I should have known this was coming choosing Buffalo, and that might be a reason not to transfer out. This looks awesome, and the detail on the snow is immense too, because as players take footsteps, you can see their step in it. Here we go, first play of the game. They are wearing all white, so I can almost guarantee that there's going to be a play that I don't see anybody on, and then I throw an interception straight to them, but we're taking sack after sack, so I'm just going to try to bomb them deep, and that is not caught. Our fans don't look too happy with me, but I think our offense was missing the rushing attack as a part of it. It's a key thing that we established the run. They need to come down and stack the box, making it easier to throw, but our slants drop too, and this has not been the way I wanted to open it up. Luckily, Ball State doesn't seem too gifted on offense, but with all this snow, I didn't realize that we were on our own 4-yard line, and if we take a safety, that would not be good. It's about to happen. Oh boy, a jet touch pass on the goal line is a terrible idea, and we're just lucky that we're able to punt it back to them. They would score a touchdown though, making it 10-0. Again, we're not doing well, and my hope is that they're running cover 2 on this play, which they were, or maybe cover 3, and I thought that was supposed to be a bullet pass. I held down for so long, I don't know why it sat there and floated in the air, but they're about to pick that. And by the next time we're getting the ball back, it is 17-0. What is happening? Maybe it's safe to say that I am not built to play in the snow, as that was a pick. Are you serious? I had a touchdown too. I stepped up in the pocket. I thought I had enough time, but I didn't, so it's time for the biggest comeback of my career, and this is another sack. I really don't think it could get any worse for us. I'm just hoping that we're faster than the corner they have on that part of the field, and we're handing it off for a 3rd and 12 that's going to go to a punt back to them. I don't think this game in the snow could be going any worse. We're going to take the drag, hoping to get a little bit of momentum, which we kind of did, but we only have 30 seconds left before the half to get any points against this defense, and that was just hard enough. All right, I am trying to put on a master class, and I think we had them beat, but the safety got over to it. Yep, I should just retire at this point. Oh, I got to make a tackle too. I can't believe how bad it's going. Our fans want me to get benched right now, I can tell. But it's not over. We're getting the ball to start the 3rd quarter, and I want to come back. I really think if that safety is not helping over the top, we would have a touchdown right here, and we should. I put the ball exactly where it needed to be. But Chance Morrow did not run after the catch. I wish I could tell him what type of catch to make there. And what's the point of hitting the play change if I just get the same option twice? I'm basically stuck running whatever coach wants me to, but at least we're going to pick up 25. And it's a shame that we opened up the game in such a horrendous way. 2nd and 7 now. They are just going to leave our drag open for a bit more. But to move the chains, we have to pick up this 3rd and 4, and please hold on to the hitch. Now the pressure's on. What I wanted to do was instantly roll out, but instead I'm stepping up for the touchdown run, and we still have a very long way to go. But the comeback has started, and our defense has held it down for us. Here on 2nd and 9, I'm going to take that zig route like I always do in this situation. And that makes this a 3rd and manageable, where I'm going to step up, and I'm just quick enough to pick it up, but I should have slid. If I wasn't able to spend energy and heal instantly, that would definitely affect my wear and tear, but we should be fine at least for the moment, and I threw that a little bit too late, but it didn't matter. Now we are passing down on the 1-yard line, and I'm not a huge fan of that, but I had the slant, and now I'm scrambling for my life to just knock it in. All we need is 1 yard. Please go ahead and just do it. And did he just jump over him to get into the end zone? We've actually pulled off this comeback in the 3rd quarter because of stuff like that too. I mean, we are within 1 possession with the ball back now, and look at that run. I know I'm normally a dynasty guy, but I am having so much fun in Road to Glory, and I'm taking a massive risk here. I want them to bite down so I can go with a deep shot, but it did not work. Oh no, it is 3rd and 19 to start the 4th quarter, and I'm sure it's going to be impossible to pick up. Looking around the rest of the country, you know we're not in the top 25, but Rutgers was somehow number 4, and here we go. If this is cover 2 on the right side of the field, we're going to have it, and I just sent it, but I noticed that the left side was open too late. I wish I didn't look just on one part of the field, but our defense held it down for us again. They're doing a great job on Ball State. Now I'm hoping for man-to-man coverage. We have a lot of different things that could get open here if it is, and it was over the top that was, but I can never trust my offensive line to block for long enough, and that's drop 2. We might be blowing the comeback, and the fact that the Cardinals still can't score is so crazy to me. Starting this drive inside our 5-yard line though is a setup for disaster until that run, and let's see what the defense is giving us. I do have square open, but I saw it late. 2nd and 10 now. I'm gonna stand a little bit taller in the pocket because that's what I have to do, but it did not work out, and I am about to have to scramble for this first. Please tell me we are quick enough. That's why I went with improviser. I cannot stress enough how important that was for us to pick up. I'm just going to go with the drag for another 5 or 6. And I'm really wondering if I'm on any bigger school's radar for the way that I've been performing so far when I've become the starter at Buffalo. I feel like I should be, but I also shouldn't be thinking about transferring this soon in my career and another 15-yard run's happening. As weird as that camera zoom was at first too, I've kind of gotten used to it, and that is about to be picked. I just got so lucky. We're going back to our halfback for like 5 or 6. And I've audibled to call an inside zone because of the formation that they're in. We should easily pick up this first down with him, which we're going to do right here. The pressure is on, and I almost want to run down the clock for when we get in, because even though they've been incredible in the second half, I don't want to put the game in the hands of our defense, and that's all you have to do. Be patient. An injury timeout did cause the clock to stop though, which might affect some of my plans, and they keep getting more of them. There isn't an option for us to hand off the ball either, so it's like they want to give Ball State a chance to respond, and they clamp the slant plan. Third and goal. Again, there's no rushing option, but I'm gonna take down the clock. I have my concept. It's that zig route on the left side of the field, and I trust Chance Morrow to get open here, but he didn't, and I didn't mean to hit that button. I just turned it over at the worst time. We still had an extra down. I didn't have to force it at all. Why did I do that? I am so upset with myself. We should have beaten Ball State and come back, and now we have to win these final 2 games to make a bowl. This might be the worst stat line that I've had in this video too. 0 touchdowns to 3 interceptions, and with numbers like that, I'm not transferring anywhere. Jake Orlando's even texted me, "Don't look on your social feed today. You and the team are getting roasted pretty badly." But I'm gonna pull a KD. I'm making a burner account to defend myself. It kind of backfired though, because then Jake Orlando texted me about it, and I'm getting roasted even harder. I'm losing Brandon followers. I have like 189. It doesn't matter. But that is so funny, and I don't care about my academic advisor right now. I need to go to a concert just to feel better. Somehow that increased my GPA. I'm not sure how. I didn't read the text. And all I know is we have to win at the factory, and then we have to beat Kent State to make a bowl like I really want to. This has been a wild first year, and after training a bit more, I need to make sure that my player recovers. I'm gonna have to do it twice. And I just realized that my followers went from like 189 to 100. I don't care about those at all. We're gonna go back into leadership. I'm already taking note of the Eastern Michigan defense as well, because they have a cornerback with 94 acceleration. We're not gonna be able to bomb him over the top, and look at these MAC conference standings. We've got to be better than that if I'm at Buffalo for another year, and of course we're playing in the snow again. But I did something really dumb, and that was putting Eastern Michigan in white jerseys. I forgot that Buffalo had some black threads, so I wanted to wear them, but now it's going to be hard to see the defense again. And I will gladly continue to hand this ball off, but after seeing these black jerseys, I kind of want to stay here. I mean, transferring could be cool, but I should probably win a MAC championship first. I'll always listen to you all in the comments before I film the next episode. And here on 2nd and 6, I'm throwing my first pass of the game, which is going to be caught, but it was definitely placed a lot higher than I wanted it to be, and that ball should not be caught. They kind of clamped me up, but our defense had an amazing stop, putting us inside the red zone from the start. And now we have an amazing opportunity to get some points if that slant is open. What I'm going to do is call a quarterback draw on 3rd and inches. I'm not sure how this is going to pan out. I haven't ran one of these before, but our offensive line just got destroyed. And you all saw at the end of that Ball State game, passing in the red zone makes me very nervous. We're lucky to be up 7-0 though, and we have the ball back with a chance to take a 2-possession lead. So that is what we're going for, and I feel like we beat that linebacker over the top, but we didn't make the catch. I pretty much have full control over where I place the ball, so any mistake would be mine, but I am able to step up at least here, and I can't outrun that guy. I need to slide. You can see a little fire icon next to my name, which means I'm on fire, but we still have a lot more work to do here. And I'm starting to appreciate being able to watch us hand it off. It's still pretty cool. Having the option to skip plays would still be nice, but that's something I've never stayed in for on Road to Glory, and there we go, I'm going down. I think EA has a really good mode that they can build off of for their next iteration though, and I should be pretty happy with how that first quarter went because we have full control. 2nd and 7, another handoff is going to get us a couple more, but what happens on 3rd and 5 is all up to me, and they're running man-to-man coverage over there. I threw it anyway, holding down for just long enough so it would be a hard throw, but I didn't think we'd catch it. Sometimes it's really hard to tell if that red passing meter even hurts you in most situations, and Eastern Michigan Stadium's got a pretty cool layout around it. I'm looking at the back of the end zone right now, but I'd rate their facilities, and now with the drag, that should have been a fumble. 3rd and 9 is a bit tough. They're going to go with zone coverage, and I think I'm going to step up where I take the sack. That wasn't ideal since they would get another field goal, but it's also not the worst thing in the world, and there's a flag. Go ahead, say the penalty's on number 78. It was holding. And once it's 1st and 20, I just have to play this really smart because I don't want to turn the ball over. Here on 2nd and 10, I should have that hitch open, but instead I'm going to scramble. If we hold our block, we'll have a first. And I feel like my pocket awareness is getting a lot better the more that I play. I'm also hoping I can roll out and do something here, but maybe I should have just thrown that away. It's going to be interesting to see where Chance goes with that route. I've had it get open in the past, and for only sending 3 players, I feel like they shouldn't have been able to get a sack that quick, but it's not like we're picking this up anyway, which is why I ran down all the clock before snapping that last ball, taking it to the half at 14-6, and now we have it again. It also seems like more often than not, they're trying to stop me with the option, which I guess does make sense when you think about my scrambling ability. Please get the first. We definitely should have picked that up, but we didn't, and it's a miracle how our defense has started to carry us. They've made it possible for me to underperform and us still start winning, but just the littlest route bounce can really mess us up, and that's why I decided to use my legs on 3rd down right here. I already know with running the ball this much, I'm probably going to have to improve my wear and tear after about every week, and please don't intercept that ball. It was a red throw, but I thought that's what I had to do. I mean, if I didn't throw it that hard, they would have picked it, and I'm just thankful that they didn't get the 2-point conversion after scoring a touchdown. I am no longer having fun. If we lose this game, we're not making a bowl, and I can't believe how weak their stadium pulse is. This is a huge play in this game, but I'm going to go for the deep pass, and it is swatted. I don't know how we have it back again, but they are just struggling against our defense, I guess, and we're taking a big one here. So we're still chilling, even though we really shouldn't be, and come on. I'm just gonna go back to the run again, though. I mean, that's what's helped us. And on third down, I just want to have enough time to get this one off where it was a bit off target. They would score immediately as well. This is not looking very good. And why are these the three options I have to call? That's why I need to be running a hurry up offense, but maybe we wanted the halfback draw because that's a huge run. That was perfect. I am no longer complaining. That's what we wanted in that situation. Now we're going to go back to him for another 20. And with pressure on the line, we're starting to move it a little bit better. Here on 2nd and 8, surely we're going to have enough time to get off this drag, and that's going to give us another first down. But I could make the wrong read here, and I just had to hand it off with RPO. I am stressing right now. I already blew that game against Ball State once we got down into this position. And on 3rd and 8, I'm going to wait until that route gets open where it is held onto, but we're still stuck going for it on 4th and 1, and come on, what are we doing? Now we have to rely on our defense to get a stop, and they actually did. They are bailing me out so hard, but it was an inaccurate throw again. They're saying he got his feet in, even though it looks like he was out of bounds by then, so I'm gonna scramble and slide right here. Do not fumble. And now with the hurry up going on, I cannot see a thing with this snow out here right now. I feel like I just have to keep running the ball, and I was sliding. No way they just picked that up. They're also gone. I just blew the game because I tried to slide, but it was a second too late. And that's another touchdown. This is the worst ending to my freshman year, and I'm going to have to take a big step forward in the offseason to continue to improve on this. I mean, that was a good throw at least, but we just lost another game in the snow, and I need to recover a lot from all the hits I took in that last one. It's probably not smart to train more too, but I want to get another upgrade. And let's just end this first year bouncing back against Kent State. It's finally not snowing, which makes me happy, and unless I have crazy transfer offers after the end of the year, I'm staying at Buffalo for season number 2, where I'm hoping I can take them to a MAC championship, but I'm still going to take a peek at the transfer portal in this video. I'm always going to be curious what I could do with my player, and our first play goes nowhere, but I am ready to lock in. I need to have a good performance, and this offensive line is really starting to make me upset. I want to play for a better team. Our defense would give up 7 on their first drive, so now I'm stepping up and scrambling, sliding well before, and I think this trick play might have what we need in this situation. They didn't really fall for it though, so it all comes down to this, whether or not we pick up this 3rd down, and I like that route, but it's just a little bit off target again. I feel like I'm doing everything in my power though to make that right read. And on 2nd and 16, I'm just going to stare down our running back. He should be able to get open here, and that was the right decision. We're inside the red zone. It took us a little bit in this game, but we are starting to make a bit of progress against the defense. And on 2nd and 3, we'll just hand it off for a nice few more yards. I think I've been able to learn a lot in this first season just about who I am as a quarterback. So going into my sophomore year, I am pretty pumped up to just get that one started. And look at the vision on our running back. I mean, that was just filthy, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to take like an instant sack here. The way that they came out on defense, maybe we have them beat deep and there's no way the safety gets back to it. What a ending to this first quarter. JJ Jenkins was a special guy for us, and they thought it would be smart to come out pressing again. There's actually no way. We're going to block our running back, look on both sides of the field, and I think JJ Jenkins has them again, but as I threw that, I saw the other side open. There's always stuff you're going to see after the play as well. The halfback screen does get us a few yards as we break at least one. And on 3rd and 3, I'm hoping the motion gets them a little bit panicked where our hitch route's open. We're going to be patient and just get the first. My goal in this Road to Glory series is not only to get drafted, but also win the championship and maybe even a Heisman. So we do have a long journey ahead of us in just a 4-season period, but I think we are going to be able to make it happen, and look at that. I'm really just considering where I want to transfer because of that though. I want to always be at the best program, but at the same time, I also need to make sure that I'm always on the field. I can't afford to start my sophomore season on the bench. This is a snap that I'm not even going to take. It's a halfback direct one that gets us nothing, and I'm kind of hoping that they blitz here because then we should have a slant get open, but when I looked at the one that I wanted to take, it wasn't, so we're going to have to hit our tight end on this one, and he dropped it. That is not helping my case to stay here, and I can't even see what's going on that right side of the field, but I was about to throw it no matter what. I'm glad that I didn't, because I would have 100% turn that football over again, and I might as well keep stepping up. I mean, as long as we get the ball down the field, it doesn't really matter how we do it. That's even something that could work, but I didn't put the ball in the best spot there, and I need to keep upgrading my accuracy. 3rd and 10 now. It looks like they are going with some man-to-man coverage, but then that guy got in the way, and I almost feel like there was a little bit of PI there. It's all good though. We have about 50 seconds and a dream, which just got crushed by taking that sack. We're going to go to the end of the first half unless this is a big run. Never mind, Kent State State is taking timeouts. They really wanted to get the ball back here, and I was able to extend the play with my legs. But that wear and tear is really kicking in. I'm not sure what type of throws I'm going to be able to make the rest of this game. I'm certainly not going to be able to scramble too well, which is very concerning for me, but our slant was able to get us like 30 yards right here, and I want Orlando to just run straight by that guy, but he's not going to do that, so we're going to have to get it over the linebacker's head, and what a pass. We've hurried this play up. We're going to try to get a snap off quickly, but I have to call a timeout instead, because I think getting a field goal is more important, and look at all that wear and tear. I'm hoping that doesn't carry over into season number 2 as well. And the longer that the year went on, the less focused that I was at making just great reads after great read. That's probably what caused the fall off, because when I first won the starting job, I was very locked in. And I don't want to say that's been the case ever since then, but it kind of has, and inaccurate balls led to an interception too. So of course I have a turnover. This game is not over, and you can see that I am way too tired, which I'm very curious to see the effects of. I'm about to take a sack. I was looking deep, and the fact that they have come out pressing on 3rd and 17, this is a very odd look for them. That's cover 3, and we are going to dot it up. I cannot believe that we just converted there, but I'm about to start running out clock. I'm nervous we're going to lose. So guess who's not snapping the ball again until the 4th quarter? I am going to lean on Barksdale. I am way too tired to be out there right now, and I'm very curious whether they go with man or zone here. Either way, I was going to throw that ball, but the coach is forcing me to let us punt it, and thank goodness our defense has gotten an interception. We really needed that. I don't know when this video is going out, but at some point Kirk Benkert is going to teach me how to read a defense. So whenever that happens, I'm going to feel a lot more confident in some of these games. And come on, we're fumbling the football. We really are so lucky to actually still be in this as well. Why did I keep it? And let's just hand it off. I mean, I have absolutely nothing left in the tank. You all should have seen my wear and tear before this drive started, and I can tell that they're probably about the blitz, but I have to take my opportunity to bomb them deep, right? I mean, they came out pressing, and that was put perfectly on the money. We shouldn't have dropped that. The fans agree with me. And look at my body. I am taking so much wear and tear. We really have to win this game in regulation after Kent State got a field goal. We cannot let this one go to overtime. Come on, 2nd and 10. We just need to step up, make the right read, and I put just enough zip on it. But these receivers do not want to hold on to the football when we need them to the most, and I shouldn't have put that ball there. I knew at the second it went out of my hand that it wasn't going to work. But I have been given life again. Please allow me to thread the needle over top of that linebacker. Come on. I just don't feel very confident holding on to the ball for long. I mean, if I take one hit, it's over. And of course I threw it straight to that defender. We're going to tackle him too. So I just got read like a book again. And somehow Kent State messed it up to where they didn't kick a field goal, and this game has gone to overtime, but I don't know what to do. My brain is fried. I always film at like 3 a.m. and I just cannot think right now. Wear and tear didn't make a difference. We still have speed on us. This entire 4th and 3rd quarter, I've been so scared to run, but evidently we are just fine doing it. And there's no shot about that. We're going to throw this though, and why didn't he catch it? There is no reason that Kent State should have won that game, and I don't think I'm going to have any options in the transfer portal. Even the local reporters hitting me up, and you know what? I'm going to be responsible. I'm going to take the blame. It's on me. But for some reason, that decreases my brand. I would personally respect a quarterback if he said the loss was his fault, and I'm just going to be respectful. What it's going to take for the Bulls to get a better team next year is going to be, we're going to commit to improving throughout the offseason, and I have high hopes. The thing is, I might not be here. I could transfer out straight A's. That's great. Did my GPA change? Probably not. I'm not sure what all that meant. And I just need to make sure I fully recover. I can't believe how much damage I took. That was a pretty crazy season, but we have 4 upgrade points to spend, and just because my accuracy was a bit off, I almost want to wait until we get 5 to upgrade it for a 3rd time. I definitely wish I could go back and cut out a lot of those interceptions, but I don't think it's the end of the world either. And it just bums me out that Jaquez Barksdale's leaving. He was my favorite running back. We're also losing senior wide receiver JJ Jenkins, but we would still have Chance Morrow if we stayed at Buffalo. And I need stats like Dylan Gabriel. Those numbers for winning the Heisman are crazy. Just looking around the rest of the college football world, Rutgers still finished 12-1, and they had a decent run in the playoffs where Ole Miss was able to win it all. Now it's time for the big decision though. I could enter the transfer portal, or I could stay in the MAC where we try to compete again and maybe take away that top spot from Western Michigan. I'm not very attached to the Bulls yet, so I am just gonna feel it out and see what else is out there, because right here it shows that I could always come back, but we have some other options like Vanderbilt and the SEC, and I'm gonna look through all of them. All the way down to Akron, all of these schools above them are offering us, and even Oregon State would be interesting if they were in a real conference, but the main 2 I'm looking at right now are Minnesota and then Vanderbilt. But then I kept on looking, seeing some bigger programs that we would start at, because Will Rogers is a senior, so he's gonna automatically graduate. And there's a lot more good programs when you continue to scroll down this list, like even Miami wants me as a 2nd stringer and Cam Ward's gonna be gone. It seems like I could pretty much play anywhere I want, but I also noticed Kentucky on that list, and I'd have to beat out Brock Vandagriff for the starting job, but I really want to play for my Wildcats. Now, there is one pretty big issue with me going to my favorite school, and that's the fact that I'm not guaranteed the starting spot, but my first week on campus, they're already saying that I have a position battle with Brock Vandagriff for QB1. So this is the first thing I have to do. I can't check anything else. I was under the impression that I was going to have to sit on the bench for a little bit coming into Kentucky, but I'll definitely take this. I'm not sure what routes we have out there on the field. I guess I need to get a pass out sooner rather than later. And just by reading the comments on the last video, you all told me I need to complete as many passes in a row as possible. That is how you rack up the points in pass skeleton, so we're going to take our checkdowns a lot, and this multiplier is already looking really good for us. As long as I don't make any mistakes with my reads, we should be just fine. I think these add up a ton, and we're going to take that too. Well, we're at 2,000 points already. I didn't think it would happen this soon, but I'm having my best pass skeleton performance yet, and this is also a dot. I think I'm prepared to have a good season. It's going to be nice to have a solid offensive line and also wide receivers like Barry and Brown, but the real issue I'm going to run into is playing on the road in the SEC. I've never had to play in environments like that, and I also still have to earn the starting job. I'm talking like I'm going to win these next two battles as well, but I haven't thrown an incompletion, so it would be safe to assume that I probably would. I still need to have a couple more big plays though, and that's off target, so we're not going to get the gold medal, but that's okay. We have option attack next, and this is going to be bugged, which means we're going to score on almost everything. I have messed it up in the past, but all you have to do is just keep it, pitch it over to the running back, and Chip is gone to the crib. I just rebuilt Kentucky the other day, but I felt like I had to put myself on this team. I mean, the opportunity was perfect, and you all already know that I just ran up the score on this challenge. We've officially won the position battle. We're starting the season as quarterback 1, but we can still have some fun in some of these other drills. I read the tips that you all had in the last video as well, so I feel like I've gotten a lot better at some of these drills, and as time winds down in this one, I threw a bullseye, but it's not going to get us gold. I still won the position battle though. That is really all that matters. I earned more coach trust. Brock Vandagriff is down to QB2, and I doubt he'll ever get his job back because I have 11,000 coach trust while he only has 200. We're starting to get ready for the season. I am going to upgrade our training a little bit, but I also have to make sure I focus on academics too. This is crucial to always be in. And with 5 skill points, I could upgrade my IQ twice, but I'd rather boost the accuracy even more because now we have stuff like 97 throw on the run. I feel like I'm pretty prepared to start this season, and Kentucky is sitting at number 18 in the polls. That is a good sign. We have a brutal conference schedule with Penn State also being on here, so I don't think we're going to be able to make the playoffs, but if we did, that would be incredible. And this entire season's just going to be about maintaining because eventually I do want to take Kentucky all the way. I need a lot of skill points to do that though, which means our health also has to recover every time we do that. And before I have to go against this free safety, I am going to play practice just because I read some of the comments. Apparently, I was doing Scramble Survive wrong the entire video, and this drill is a lot easier if you run to those 500 circles that are over here on the left and right side. Now, I'm not sure how true that is because I'm about to take a sack, but it seemed like you all thought I could get to both of these, so that's what I'm going to try to do. And is my quarterback fast enough? He seems to be. Now we need the playmaker, and he's short of the end zone, but we still get in. Okay, now I'm starting to see what works, but they immediately got pressure against me. I mean, how on earth is that even possible? And this is not a good sign for what's to come whenever we face off against good SEC schools. I mean, if this offensive line can't hold Kentucky's defensive line, that's where I'm a very concerned. That was almost a pick too. But even when running to those circles, I can't even get a bronze medal. I tried my best. At least I get to play Toledo first, and I've made it to Kroger Field. I'm a Kentucky Wildcat. I'm hoping that I don't lose in my debut here because that would be so embarrassing, and Jamarian Wilcox is going to get us a first already. You can just tell that these players are so much better than the ones I was using at Buffalo, but some of my passes are still really inaccurate even though my accuracy is almost fully maxed out, so I'm going to have to throw this one on the run. Barry and Brown is open, and that is what you want to see. I was a little bit worried that we wouldn't pick it up, but it all worked out, and I can't believe I've let myself get to a 3rd and 16 where I'm just going to take another sack. If I feel like I have no time in the pocket versus Toledo, then I already know that those games against Texas and Georgia are going to be absolutely brutal, but we're just going to have to hope that that's not the case, and Barry and Brown is going to be a fun target to keep going back to. He just broke that tackle and got thrown out of bounds, but not before getting us past midfield, and that's such a clean route. He gets over to it so quickly. Now I'm going to pull it on 3rd down just so we can get the first, but it's really hard to run the option whenever the cameras are broken like that, and I feel like I'm about to take a sack again. I threw a lot of interceptions in the last video, so my main goal is not to throw any here, so I'm not being aggressive yet, but you all told me me if I hit square, I could change the sim speed over to slow and then watch these plays, but that's not the case. In Road to Glory, you can only go to normal or fast, so that's why I'm not able to watch anything. Between that and not being able to skip any of these runs, I think that's a miss. But it's something that could be changed in the future, and it doesn't mean the entire game's bad. I mean, most of this mode is so much fun, even more than Dynasty, which caught me off guard because I didn't think I'd enjoy it that much, and we would have had a touchdown there. It's kind of crazy that before halftime, we still have 0 points versus Toledo, but I'm gonna break at least 1 tackle and not fumble, setting up a 3rd and 4 where I know that we are going to have at least one of our receivers open. I think it's really important that I start to step up in the pocket a little bit more so I have more time back there. It seemed to work on that play. And I don't want to run an RPO like this to the weak side of the field. It's not going to go well. We should probably be smart about the clock as well, just seeing how much time is left in the half, and I was going to use Playmaker for that play, but they got to me quicker than I would have liked. It's 3rd and 8, and that is perfectly placed but dropped. Kentucky fans are probably not too happy with me right now, and I am terrified because we just got the ball back on the 1-yard line, but at least we're getting a few. I knew that I needed to go to a school like Kentucky to have any bit of success, but even right now we seem to be struggling, and I'm going to have to get the first myself and then slide. The fact that my goal for this series is to win a championship is pretty concerning because skill-wise, I am so far away from being able to do that, and please do not catch up to me. I know that I'm taking so much wear and tear just trying to keep my team in this. We have no points, and I'm really scared of what Georgia's going to do to us now. This ball is going to be a bit off though, so I'm still dealing with a lot of inaccuracies, and on 3rd down, I didn't get it out. Going into the half, we're actually trailing 10-0 to the Rockets. Come on. And I have to wonder if you all think I can actually win a championship with Kentucky. I'm about to throw a pick. There's a flag on the play, and please tell me that's going to take it back. It looks like it was holding, so it's not gonna. And how do you hold on a play and still let me get hit before I can get a throw off? That's ridiculous. I don't know what EA has done to Heisman difficulty, but it is even more difficult than the beta that I started playing on. And just when I felt like I was starting to figure out how this game worked, I struggle again. We've also passed the ball like the entire game, and there's no way Berrien Brown's not open there. But it's just an accurate pass after an accurate pass, and come on, why do I have no time? We wouldn't even get a field goal out of that, so that means our kicker's not great either, and why'd he stop his route? I'm about to lose to Toledo with Kentucky. I transferred here to have success. And why did I make a 3-star prospect off the jump? I should have done a 5-star. I regret all of it. I'm probably in my own head at this point, but I'm regretting the difficulty. I feel like I can't do anything versus them. And they're flipping their safeties right now. That should have led to an instant touchdown. I had enough time to get the throw off, but of course they were able to recover, and how did that work? I have no complaints. We are about to finally score versus the Rockets. This is our moment. And here on 2nd and goal, I just have to be a little bit patient, take our drag, and he's still short. But they say it's a touchdown. Okay. You know what? We're just going to celebrate and accept that we have finally gotten in. Well, that didn't last for long. The refs challenged it, but we get in the next play. And it was about time Kentucky got on the board. Our defense is holding it down for us too. I mean, they've done a fantastic job in this game. And with 4.5 minutes left, we do have a chance to take a lead on Toledo as we're getting closer. I don't even want credit for the touchdowns. I just want us to get another score. And if this is man-to-man coverage, we'd be just fine, but it's zone, so I'm going to have to step up, use my legs, and we're in. I don't know why I was just doing the Heisman pose though, because nothing about this performance has been Heisman worthy. Can we keep in mind that this is against Toledo? I mean, if it counts for anything, this was my first game of the day, so I am just warming up, but I'm gonna fumble it away on this one, and I'm kind of hoping that the flag brings it back and gives it to us, but it was a holding penalty. They still got to me. At this rate, we might as well just cut Ben Chrisman, and he's the reason that with 2 minutes left in this game, we find ourselves down by 3. Watching this back, I know that I'm gonna see some stuff underneath that I wish I would have just thrown it to, but that was picked as well, and our fans look so disappointed and mad at me. All is good though. We have the ball back on the 5-yard line with a little bit of time left, and we have no timeouts, so this is it for us. If we mess this up, we're gonna lose to them. Every time we have a clean pocket though, things seem to go well, and I am going to evade the pressure here, but I stepped too far. I wanted to sling that one down the field. I mean, I might as well step up and take what I can get, but my wear and tear is starting to get really rough, and I'm gonna have to repair that the following week. What a laser. You know, if I could just clutch up in this moment, I'd be feeling a lot better. And here we go. It's 1st and goal. We're gonna have our hitch. That's gonna take us down to like the 3, but they aren't giving me the option to run the football, and I'm about to have to throw this one away unless we can make a play on the run. That's bad. I was so scared of another turnover that I got injured, and I'm not out there with 13 seconds left, so we've just had to sim it where I think this game goes on to overtime. There is no reason that I should be hot right now. I've not thrown for a single touchdown in this one, and I'm about to lose this game for Kentucky. I cannot believe what's happened. Talk about a very wild first game though. I'm gonna go with the comeback route, and we're short. So we're just hoping that they kick a field goal as well, and it is now going to be 20 all. On their next drive, they turn the ball over, which means all we have to do is not turn the ball over ourselves. And how am I supposed to adjust from this game to play better in the rest of the year? This has been a wake-up call. I thought going to Kentucky would make this road to glory easy, but even with a walk-off touchdown, I do not feel good about that game. We shouldn't even be looking at these stats. I mean, it is terrible. And for whatever reason, my offensive coordinator after that last performance thinks it's smart to give me a challenge, record 4 touchdowns, and lead us to a win already. I've yet to get a challenge like this in road to glory, but I want to achieve it. And it's against our rivals Tennessee at home. There is a lot of pressure and a lot of things on the line. If anything's a priority, it has got to be recovery. I'm also going to upgrade us one more time and then recover fully, while doing a little bit in leadership as well. We need to increase everything. I mean, in order for us to even compete in the SEC, it's going to take playing almost perfectly. And I am excited to see if I can bounce back versus the Volunteers, even if they are 4 overalls better than us. This feels like a great shot at redemption. We're getting a different look at Kroger Field, and our defense has already gotten a stop on the Volunteers. That's what you want to see. I've been told to turn off this passing meter, but I want to figure it out. It's supposed to be the best one that we can use, and we're getting a huge scramble. So I'm going to keep rolling with it at least for the next few games, but I might have to remove it just for this road to glory because I am struggling. Even with full control, I feel like I don't get to place the balls exactly where I want to, like right there. And I kind of want to just take the top off with Barry and Brown, but that corner seems like he's keeping up with him, and he is not. We have a touchdown already. That is so much better than how we started the last one. And if this is cover 2, I might try to do the exact same thing. We're going to step up, and I had a touchdown on the right side. Seeing that after the fact really hurts, but I'm excited for how this is going. And at the end of the first quarter, maybe I'm not going to throw for 4 touchdowns in this game, but I could very well prove that I'm a lot better than some of the results that I've had in my career, both here and at Buffalo. If you remember how my freshman season ended in the last video, it was not pretty. And of course they marked that as a 4th and inches. That means the next time we have the ball back, I have to help us work it all the way down the field, and the read option, this is the best that it's ever gone for us. We still have 2.5 minutes to score 7 points, but I'm about to take a sack, and they want us to run the ball again so we can punt it back. It really doesn't matter though if our defense keeps on holding Tennessee, and they've pressed Barry and Brown again. The fact that I didn't do this more against Toledo's crazy. I mean, he's got to have 99 speed. He's a senior at this point, and that's going to be picked. I always throw them. I mean, evidently Nico's thrown one right back to us, but I am trying so hard not to turn the ball over, and I still managed to do it. I'm gonna hit that same route I turned it over on, but he doesn't hang on this time. So it's 10-0, which is still really good for playing against Tennessee, but I'm about to lose a lot of yards, and I went to throw it away. My collegiate experience as a sophomore is not going well at Kentucky. I'm just getting railed over and over, and they're about to get another interception on me. I might turn the ball over 20 times this season. Will I even get up from this? I mean, that guy's trash talking me. And this is absolutely ridiculous. My wear and tear is fully gone at this point in the game. There's still so much time remaining. I cannot wait till I get more comfortable with it and I can just dot up the computer left and right. But at least for now, I don't seem to be doing that, and Barry and Brown's gone. Thank goodness. All of my touchdowns have come off of easy stuff like that. Evidently, all I need to do is just keep putting our wide receivers on these deep routes, and that's a fumble. How did he get in and hit me so hard so quickly? I mean, my wear and tear looks atrocious. I'm losing so many different stats, but that's part of the realism. The bar on the left side of my screen has nothing left. I know that I'm gonna watch this back and see all the routes that I missed, I guess, but maybe I'm just not cut out for this mode. I am getting destroyed. My only hope is they fall for the play action right here. I have Barry and Brown on a streak. If I have enough time, I'm literally just gonna throw it up to him, hope for the best, and he got kept up with on that one. However, we have gotten lucky, and that is PI. We have the home field advantage. So going into the fourth, we're still up by 3 points, and I should probably title a video at some point, can the worst college football 25 player win in Road to Glory? I could have a 99 overall and I'm still going to struggle, but that passing meter is just driving me nuts. I mean, how was that last ball not caught? I'm so close to turning it off, at least for the next game, just to get a different feel. And then if it doesn't make a difference, I can always go back to the revamped passing that we've been using. Denke breaks one tackle though, and we'll take it. We are moving it down the field, ladies and gentlemen. I'm about to throw this drag and hope that we get into the end zone with it, because it's on me to score 4 touchdowns. That's the goal that my coach wanted me to reach, but it might not be happening unless we can pick down this 3rd and goal, and I know I missed a read. Somehow, our kicker missed a field goal at like the 2-yard line, so he needs to be cut. But our defense did get us the ball back, which means we only need a few more first downs. And they're still pressing Barry and Brown. I really don't understand why they do that, especially with no help over top. I mean, he should easily get under that football all day. Once again, I have the hot thing under my name, even though I've thrown 2 interceptions. And I don't know what to think about this game. My body is fully broken. We would get to end it with with a quarterback kneel though. And to win the rivalry against Tennessee is a massive deal. I don't care how many times I turn it over, I'd much rather win the game and have like 5 picks than lose to Tennessee. We now have 28 series wins here at Kentucky, and clearly Barian Brown was always going to win player of the game. It also seems like my offensive coordinator's not too upset with me, but I'm telling you he should be, because currently I'm on pace to throw 24 interceptions this season. I thought Kentucky was going to be better about sacks, but I've taken 13 in 2 games compared to 23 at Buffalo. And I don't want free jiu-jitsu lessons for social media stuff. We are going to decline this deal all day. If there was any benefit to boosting my brand and having more than 257 followers, I would do that, but right now we just have to spend all of our points on recovering ourselves. And this match against Eastern Michigan is the perfect time for me to test out a new passing meter. I've heard people say they're switching over to placement and accuracy, so that's what I'm going to give a shot at. And I couldn't tell you what the difference is about to be, but we'll figure it out. Before this game even started, I actually put a tweet out on Twitter that was like, Heisman difficulty on Road to Glory is super hard. And pretty much like 95% of the comments were people agreeing with me, so I don't feel as bad about me playing bad anymore, because apparently everybody is struggling, so I'm not going to worry about it, and I'm kind of liking this meter. So far, I'm 3 for 3, and I'm also going to be able to pull this ball, take off with the run, and get a few more. But I need to be careful not to do that too much because of wear and tear. That's going to hurt us. And we're number 8 in the country, so even though I've been upset with how I've started the season, what's really important is what I've been able to do with Kentucky, and how did they get in so quick? I mean, I had no chance to get that ball out. But our defense forced a huge turnover, putting us in a great position to score. We're already back into the red zone, and on 1st and 10, I wanted to take that corner out, but I decided not to. Now I'm going to throw it late, and we're going to get the catch down at the end zone. That's a touchdown. Dang Key just came up huge for us. And I don't know what it is, but we seem to be performing way better with this meter. I mean, that throw is going to drop perfectly into Barian Brown's hands for another score. And maybe I should have made this switch sooner. I feel like I can place the ball in more spots. Our offensive line's also blocking good for the first time. So it's actually been a pretty good experience so far in this one. And I just threw a blind read to Barian Brown, but he came down with it, and what a monster. I cannot believe how well he has been performing for us. That slant took a while to get open though. We fumble it away, and Eastern Michigan scores a touchdown, keeping it within a 6-point game. They're still pressing Barian Brown though, so I'm expecting that we're going to be able to toast them again. I mean, it's just not going to work. And with 35 seconds left in the half, we have the ball back, and what was that defense? Did they really think that they could keep on pressing Kentucky? Eastern Michigan corners are costing them the whole thing, and even Danke's running straight by all of them. For somebody that was struggling so much, this could just be us playing a weaker team, but it also might be this placement and accuracy, and I want to keep getting used to it. I haven't even used that meter to throw passes. I stared straight at it. I didn't see that defender, and this is more of the Bordeaux gameplay that you all are used to. I can't even chase him down. I really don't know what I was thinking there. I just was trying to learn the meter and see if I could time it up green like that, but the defender came out of nowhere. I wasn't even looking for him, and now I'm just going to step up and scramble. That's what we're going to do here. I need to upgrade my speed at some point, because it is clear that we like to run the ball and we have more success when we do. I'm still not worried about losing this game or anything, but it would have been nice to not throw an interception against the Eagles. And on 2nd and 7, what I'm going to do is roll out, try to throw that corner out to the sideline, but they still almost got to it. Eastern Michigan's even challenging the catch. I feel like we did have it, but maybe he didn't get a foot down. This replay looks like he did, and the refs were not overturning that call here. I'm also going to get credit for a touchdown if we could get in. But nope, the jet touch pass didn't work, and I made the wrong read with the RPO, and it didn't matter. This game's definitely got my confidence back up. We also have a touchdown right here, except that safety is going to get back to our tight end. And I really want to attack that seam, but I'm scared to throw a bullet pass in there. They're also getting amazing pressure off the edge. If that linebacker doesn't drop back in coverage though, we're going to do it immediately, and that's what gets us past midfield, putting us in a really good spot to just run out most of the clock. We're still going to have to pick up the occasional 3rd down, and that is a terrible throw, but I tried to time it up right so we could hit that gap. And our defense has really saved the game in this one. I mean, we're about to score another touchdown because of a fumble, but I'd like to credit for it instead of our running back, so I'm going to keep it, and that was the wrong move. I got greedy. I don't need a 5 touchdown game. As much as I would love to have it, I should probably just avoid a turnover. And I see absolutely zero reason to change up our passing meter. Because we've been performing so well on the field too, I'm going to stop studying as much. I'm actually going to take a risk here, and that's because I have to prepare to play at number 8 Penn State, who's undefeated in an 89 overall. It is time to train to get my skill points up a little bit more, and I'm going to make sure I recover too. We can't have any wear and tear, because even if we're somehow the number 4 team, we all know that playing on the road at Penn State's going to be terrible. And I really want to increase our speed, but I don't have 9 skill points to do so, and IQ just doesn't seem worth it for me. Change of direction, agility, and break sack might be though, so I have upgraded that. We're now an 82 overall, and this is the first time that I've ever gotten to play in the game of the week. I have a bad feeling about it though. Penn State is running out into a whiteout crowd, I am in a lot of trouble. And you can see that I'm shaking already. We're just gonna hand it off. I don't want to have to make a read against this defense. They're solid. And this is probably one of the most intimidating places to play in all of sports, especially with the whiteout. On 3rd and inches, I still haven't had any control of what happens. I just had to go with that jet touch pass, but dang, he takes it for quite a bit. And I'm about to start hurrying it up because we can't keep running the football. We need some passes mixed in there, even if I don't know what's actually out there on the field for this play. We're also fumbling it. And I forgot how miserable it is playing on the road. We don't even have the audio on because crowd noise sometimes doesn't go well in the videos, but I'm in trouble. This place is already going crazy. And I made a mistake. We should have kept it on the ground. Our defense stepped up for us. But I'm not sure if I'm ever going to have enough time to get a throw off. They're probably going to jump that ball too. And I have no clue what any of these buttons are. I can't hot route anybody. I just have to hopefully make a read, and I was about to do a spin move. My stat line's about to look like an Iowa quarterback's, or at least I thought it would. Somehow we've gotten a safety, so we're up 2-0 even though I've done nothing. And on 2nd and 12, I'm going to wait for it to get open over the middle. We've completed a pass against Penn State. I'm so happy with that. I wasn't sure if that day would ever come, but I see that they're about to get a free blitzer off, and I wanted to go to the running back, but I have to be smart here. The more success we have, the more the stadium pulse is starting to die down a bit, so maybe I'll be able to see plays soon. But what a brutal first half. 2-0 and we're getting stopped on 3rd down. I don't know what Kentucky's defense is on though, because somehow we still have a lead. And that was a terrible sack to take. This drive's over. They're probably about to get points now. But no, they didn't. They missed a field goal. I really don't understand how it's possible. But we are still winning at Penn State, and our drag is going to take us for a 1st down. We've got to keep locking in though. If that's man-to-man coverage, we're going to have the zig route. I almost got hit before I could get it out though. That was very close. And you all are seeing how quickly I have to make a read on the play. If I don't make it within the first second or two, I'm taking a sack. As someone that likes to throw up a bunch of deep bombs, that's very annoying to do, but Barian Brown's gonna have a whole lane open and he's into the end zone. Touchdown Kentucky. We're about to go up 9-0, and I still can't make audibles or anything, but how on earth are we able to pull this off? That was probably my first bad read of the game. Maybe if I threw it harder, it would have worked, and I'm gonna have to throw this one on the run that they didn't get over to. So we continue to impress, and I think the Wildcats are a playoff team now. I'm getting more and more used to this new meter as well. I should have had a touchdown there. There it is. That was a match coverage of some sort. And it's time for me to get some national recognition. Up until these past 2 games, I was saying Road to Glory was almost impossible. But we switched up our passing meter. Our defense continues to get stop after stop. And I'm starting to think that my career in college might only be a 3-year career. I always thought it was going to at least be 4 no matter what, maybe even with a red shirt. But if we can blow out teams like Penn State on the road, I'm expecting us to at least make the playoffs and have a deep run. I wish that ball was caught onto, but it wasn't, so I'm going to have to step up here. I saw that they were getting in pressure, and I am about to fumble. It's just habit to fight for every yard. I don't want to slide. At least I'm going to convert here. And this game's over going into the 4th quarter. If we blew this lead, there's a serious issue. Everything went right for us. I mean, we just keep on moving it. And depending on where they bite with this play, I could get into the end zone, but I didn't have it. They would finally score with a few minutes left, but it's way too late because as of right now, we have full control of this game, and we need one more first down, which I think we just got. Penn State's calling timeouts, but we're just going to run out the rest of the clock. And I love how in this game with 2 minutes left, they've no timeouts, so we can take a quarterback kneel, and it's going to run the entire clock down to just end it with the win. And look at them, they're all disappointed. I'm going to be celebrating though. I'm going to have a great time once I get back to campus. And I've won player of the game at Kentucky. I know it doesn't look like me, but at least the stats don't have an interception in there. That couldn't have gone better, and they do want me to say what is the reason for all of our success, but I'm just going to credit my teammates. I want them to still like me. And to be completely fair, it's the defense that's carried us through a few of those wins. All of that success took my attention away from a test grade score though. I didn't perform well, and midterms are coming up, which means I'm going to need to focus on that, and they want to give me a free membership for social media promotion. I just don't need it. If I'm really playing this well, I feel like my local heroes should just be going up naturally. I wouldn't have 209 followers if I just went on the road and beat Penn State, but it's not going to make full sense. It is a video game, and I need to make sure that we spend a little bit in leadership. I also have 2 skill points available, and I could keep saving them up, but I want to upgrade my IQ. I'm not sure how much it matters with awareness since I'm the one controlling myself, but as a 3-star recruit, it feels good to already be up to an 83, and I wanted to hit that milestone before we have to go on the road to play at South Carolina. That was where I originally thought I was going to land whenever I filmed this series on the high school mod, and I actually started filming on it as a 3-star, but I was never going to pass up Sellers, which is why I just decided to go a different route with Buffalo. I would have been on the bench for the entire series, which believe it or not doesn't make for great content, and this place is already rocking. I can tell that I'm going to have a tough road game at South Carolina. I'm also a little bit curious to see what this camera angle does. I just made it go to this by going back on the D-pad twice, and the halfback screen gets us almost nothing. I feel like it allows me to see more of the field, which is a good thing, but I do want to zoom back in just because I feel like I've been going with this for the entire time, so I shouldn't switch it up now. It's also been working. I don't want to break my rhythm, and I'm just going to take the flat if their cloud goes up like that. It's always important to watch what the DB is biting on, and I am locked in right now. I am playing better than I have ever before, but we are not going to get this third down. So I gave South Carolina a pretty good chance, but our defense is holding so strong, and I am proud of how they've played in this series. They've done fantastic. I thought using Kentucky was going to be a struggle, but they've been so good it hasn't been. And I need to keep Berrien Brown on a streak more just in case he starts running by the defense like that, but they could get back to that ball, and they did. If that was a bullet pass, though, maybe I could have fit it into that window. And this one's fully out of my control on 3rd and 1. I'm just handing it off where we are going to be getting it plus a little bit more. Keep on fighting. Jamarian Wilcox is a hard runner, but I probably should have kept the football there. And we have quite a few options that we can run with, but I got stuck. 3rd and 10 now. That man-to-man coverage wouldn't work there, but the blitz got in so quick I didn't have enough time. I'm not sure it mattered though, because we are taking over down here on the 30-yard line, and our defense has once again set us up so nicely. Now we're going to go, and that is taking us to the 1. All we have to do is hand this football off, and we are going to have a touchdown. But it's never that easy. They always make you work for it, and I don't feel comfortable throwing. I do feel comfortable throwing here, though. You can see that Berrien Brown has the outside edge, and he is just faster than that DB. There's absolutely no way that he kept up with him there, and he still makes the catch anyway. This precision and accuracy passing has been the best thing I've ever switched to in the world, and I'm going to try to hit this comeback route, but I'm about to take a sack first. I fear I talked it up too much. I can't even hot route a seam route there because I really want to put Dingle on one, and eventually it let me do it. We're going to try to get a touchdown here, but I'm also not going to force it, and please don't be an interception. That was a green bar, and it was still a little bit inaccurate. They're also breaking free, and this is the type of stuff that I have to deal with when I play this game. We're about to make it 7-all. All I had to do was just take another sack. But no, I did the one thing that I said I couldn't do, and let's just hit our little hitch route and go get some points on this drive. I always have to turn the ball over. I just want to go a few games without a turnover. We did it against Penn State. Surely we should do it here, but no, I fumbled it again, and they've picked it up too. If they return this all the way back, which I think they're about to do, I've single-handedly blown this game for Kentucky. I was trying to slide, but I did it a little bit too late. Now they're dancing on us. And this has been entirely my fault. We also have the slant open, but I hit it way too late. Just when I was starting to get into a rhythm on Road to Glory, things get even harder. And for a second, I was like, wow, we're just going to cruise our way to a championship, but now I'm seeing that might not be the case. It doesn't help that right now my right leg's so hurt that I'm losing 7 speed, and my hip's also injured, so I'm down 12 total speed. And South Carolina got another 7. Is Kentucky overrated right now? Please tell me we're not. Berrien Brown is fast enough to gash by all of them, but he didn't, so we have to continue to lock in, and the routes that were out there on the field just weren't good. It's another fumble. We're fumbling it all over. If they take this back too, I have done it 3 times now. Please just knock him out of bounds. Oh my gosh. This South Carolina crowd loves me, and I think I got way too comfortable. We've been scrambling like we can do whatever we want versus some of these defenses, but in reality we can't, and we don't even have Berrien Brown out there because he's been getting hurt, and I fumbled it again. I have fumbled it again. I'm not going to shy away from all of these bad moments though. You all saw the positives. Now we're going to see the negatives as well. It doesn't matter what happens, and I'm going for the 21-point comeback here in the 4th quarter. It's not going to be very easy to pull off, but I have a feeling that we have a decent chance at doing it because surely South Carolina is about to choke to us. I just see it happening. 2nd and 12. I want to throw this one up the seam, but I have to be smart, go to our running back. And now we need a touchdown. We have Berrien Brown, but the other safety got back to it. If that route was over on the wide side of the field to where he couldn't have gotten to that football, we would have been so much better off. Now I need a miracle, and it's just not happening. We somehow dropped the ball again, by the way. This game is going to go down as the one that broke Bordeaux after he was feeling so confident. And how do you even bounce back after a performance like this? I feel like the Sliders just knew that we were doing too well and decided we were going to lose this one. I'm very impressed with the game, though. I kind of enjoy how difficult it is to actually win, because that's going to make it way more rewarding when I'm actually better at the game and we're also a better team. I just don't understand those passes. I'm pass leading them into space, but it's always behind them. It doesn't matter what throwing thing I'm using. losing. And I'm going back to the other one after this game. It doesn't seem to make a difference. Nobody on our offensive line even wanted to be out there at the end of that game. And I'm going to be sore for the entire ride back home. That was the most humbling thing that could have happened to me. Not only did we have the one interception, but if I go over to rushing, I had 4 fumbles. And let's not forget that the South Carolina players combined for 8 sacks. I can see on my status update too that my risk of injury is severe. So let's take a look at all that's going on with wear and tear. This is a problem. We're literally so blessed that we were given a bye week, because I might have to spend all of our energy just recovering my body up. And I have an exam in 2 weeks, so I also have to make sure that I study a bit more. The loss to South Carolina didn't drop us that far either. We're still in the top 10, but we're about to play at Georgia. Then we have Texas, Auburn, Ole Miss, and number 2 Florida on the schedule as well. Like, this is brutal. The SEC is so tough that Georgia is sitting at 1-3, even though they're a 90 overall team. And I need more skill points, so I have to train, but every time I do that, health goes down, so I'm also going to recover. And let's make sure that we become a better leader for this team at the same time. That helps us unlock clear-headed. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but apparently it's a mental ability which protects me from composure loss after we make mistakes. That would have been nice against South Carolina. And for our physical abilities, I haven't bought a single one, so maybe I need to invest in it. It's the next day now, and I'm ready to get into this game against Georgia. But if I'm remembering right from last night, we just got destroyed by South Carolina. So if we're going to bounce back, there's a lot on the line. We're on the road. It's raining. I'm still not sure how we didn't struggle very much against Penn State. We don't have any juke moves either, so it's probably best to avoid those in the future. And our running back angle route just ran a bit deeper than I would have liked it to. I was about to throw it. It probably would have gotten open, but now I'm not going to know what Buttonberry and Brown is. And playing on the road is not the way you want to start your day. It's very hard to see anything. 3rd and 6, they are going with some man-to-man coverage, and I'm going to have to take the hitch and hope we hold on. I'm getting sick of throwing it though. We need to start handing the ball off so I don't have to always make the right read. And I feel like we've started this game off really well against the Bulldogs so far, but we know our kicker isn't hitting from here. It's 3rd and 5, and I did put Dane Key on a slant route, which he would have picked up, but I'm going to have to scramble for it myself, and I tried to truck that defender. The fumbles are picking up right where they left off last night. I just got destroyed. But our defense did stop Georgia, and we're going to have to be smart about the plays that we make on this drive. I really don't like when coach makes me run 4 verticals. I feel like it's not that solid on this game. And my offensive line doesn't care if I make it out of here. I'm going to probably have a ton of bruises at the end of this one as well. But what's important is that we get some points before the half. We cannot go scoreless against them. It is 3rd and 2, and I want to take that out route over there. It's going to be a decent enough throw, but it's dropped. And that was a pretty rough first half. The Bulldogs had enough time to score again, making it 14-0. They also scored to open up the 3rd quarter, making it 21-0. And I don't know what we're going to do to win this game. I might just throw it up to Barry and Brown. I think he had him beat, but there was no chance of me even getting that throw off. I mean, we have to be so quick with these reads. I've just accepted that we're about to lose another game with Kentucky. It's going to be hard to make the playoffs now. And in the final play of this 3rd quarter, I was about to try throw it up again. The fans seem bored, but this is a realistic result. And I've watched Kentucky do this against Georgia in real life, so it's not like I'm surprised. I might have even gotten benched because I didn't get out there for the rest of the game, but somehow that didn't affect my mentals because my clear-headed got upgraded. I'd say these past 2 results have just been the difference of playing on the road instead of playing at home, but we had that one where we won at Penn State, and I need this bye week before we go on to play the rest of this schedule. The only good news is I got my exams back, my midterms, and they were all A's, which activates fan favorite and mental ability. But even with all that happening, I still have to start preparing for the next exam, and this is going to get us all the way up to that. With it being a bye week, I might as well make sure that I attend practice, and my goal for this drill is to finally get gold in it. That never happens though. I just can't hit consistent bullseyes, so I got a bronze. And from this text, it sounds like my offensive coordinator is expecting us to lose, but he wants me to complete at least 50% of my passes on 3rd down. This doesn't seem like a very hard challenge, but I might regret saying that. Texas is a 90 overall. I think the hardest part about Road to Glory is I need a lot more skill points, but it costs so much energy to keep on upgrading my player. And I only have 2 to spend right now, so I can't even put it into anything that would be useful to me. I can't let Kentucky fans down though. You're going to see that we're wearing the all black chromes. But before we finish the rest of my career, a word from Prize Picks, today's video sponsor. Football is finally back, which means if you're good at guessing how players will perform, then you might like Prize Picks, where on there you simply pick 2 to 6 players and then higher or lower on their projections. You can play in over 30 states, so there's a good chance that yours is eligible, and they have all sorts of sports available, but at least for me personally, I like to stick with just football. Anyway, if you want some free cash to start out with on Prize Picks, code BOARD will get you $50 instantly whenever you play with your first $5 plus lineup. And now it's time to resume the rest of my college career. And my goal for this game is not to throw any interceptions, but I already had to get off a deep bomb. They were pressing Barry and Brown. I felt like it was a disrespectful approach. On third down though, I didn't even have enough time to get the ball out. So you all are seeing that Heisman difficulty on this game is brutal. I can't believe how well the tweet I put out saying that did either. I mean, everybody is struggling. I wanted to use our playmaker here though, and that might lead to an interception. We are so lucky that Barry and Brown is as good as he is, because I really thought that was going to end badly. And we should be feeding Jamarian Wilcox as well. I can't pass every play. On third down though, it will be on me to make the right read, and that hitch is held onto. So our long drive down the field seems to continue, and I'll keep on taking it. I have no issues with this drive being the entire first quarter, but missed passes like that just drive me insane. Now we're stuck going for it on 4th and 6 because of a bad play call, and they clamped up that tight end corner route. I decided I was going to take it. I'm going to hit stick him hard, and he just juked me. I fell on the ground. I am going to have a hard time dealing with that because I just got embarrassed in front of some of the baddies that were sitting in that front row. And I'm no Jordan Poole because it's not causing me to play any better with them in the stands, but maybe we're about to score, and never mind, I take it back. We fumbled already. Luckily, we'd get the ball back pretty quickly, and I had to step up in the pocket to throw this one. But this is the hardest gaming experience I think I've had in a long time. I can only imagine how bad a full season would have gone if I didn't leave Buffalo for Kentucky. And this Texas defensive line has guys with abilities on both edges. I mean, what am I supposed to do here? I was barely able to get that throw out in time, and it almost went badly too. But I just know that I'm due for a turnover at some point. I mean, I couldn't even wait for that route to create a little bit of separation. I just have to throw it and hope for the best. But that was off target, so we're now getting pulled to the side. 21-0. I am still shocked about that Penn State game, just seeing how these last couple have gone. And I didn't realize how rare of a result that would be for me. I just tried to throw the seam on the cover 3. I don't know what I was thinking there. That turnover is my fault. But it's just me feeling hopeless here in this game. I'm trying to test out the defense to see what all I can get away with. I think what I'm going to have to do is just take a bunch of underneath throws or maybe deep shots and nothing over the middle for like 10 to 15 yards, even though that's what I normally love to go with, at least on NCAA Football 14. If we could get just a few points before the half, I would be feeling a lot better. Jamarian Wilcox is going to go down at the 1 now, and I would appreciate if I could just hand it off to him instead of taking a sack. We have to get this snap off in time and a throw off in time so we can kick a field goal if this isn't held on to. But Barry and Brown made a play, and it is 28-10 instead of 28-3. It's a blowout either way, but they've come out in the second half pressing him. I'm also going to max protect. I was told in the comments that if I set my pass protection, it works a lot better. And that's what's going to happen here. We're going to get it back within 2 possessions. I'm not saying we're about to come back against Texas, but they only got 3 points, keeping it at a 2-possession game. They've probably learned their lesson about pressing Barry and Brown though, and I just had an instant sack, which means on 3rd and 17, it is man-to-man coverage, and I got the ball out in time, which worked, but the refs are reviewing if Barry and Brown got a foot in, and I feel like he did. I've rarely seen challenges overturned in this game, and what am I supposed to do here? I'm pretty much playing a Colorado football simulator at this point, and for as many jokes that are made about Shedeur Sanders as there are, I feel bad for the kid. I can't even hurry it up whenever it's 4th and 2. We're gonna punt it to them. Or maybe we went for it without me being on the field because I did not have to sim for very long. Why I would be taken out of the game for a play that I need to be in on, I'm not sure, but that's a flag. And the pass was also underthrown even though I placed it to the outside. So I'm just hoping this is against Texas, and it looks like it is, thank goodness. We're gonna accept this penalty all day. And I'm not sure how to feel about pass leading after that last one, but I should have taken the drag. I was waiting on a deeper route to develop. I know better by now. And on 3rd and 12, we're going to throw this one hot straight in there. But it was dropped, so we're going to kick a field goal. I'm trying to figure out how to use 4 verticals. Dang Key just ran straight by that safety, though, so we're going to take the touchdown. I mean, that's 28-31. Assuming we get the 2-point conversion, which we should with the slant, and it's dropped. Now, even though we would hold Texas to another field goal, we're still trailing by 8 points. And I'm going to take this corner route to Dang Key, but I didn't have enough time to even throw it. This is literally the most brutal thing ever. Barry and Brown, please catch this ball. And I can't imagine what it's going to be like playing at Kentucky next season when all my star receivers are gone. It was a lot easier to rebuild them in Dynasty than it will be in Road to Glory. And they said this wasn't a catch originally, but then the refs said they wanted to challenge it. They overturned the call, which means we now have it back on a 1st and 10. But I've taken another sack in like half a second, and I'm trying to step up. I think I literally have to max protect on every single play, set my pass protection, and maybe then I have a shot at getting it out. But But no, it doesn't matter. If I'm able to win a championship in this series, I might not be able to stay at Kentucky. I don't think I can stay here, but I just threw a laser on 4th and 21. And all of a sudden, if we get this 2-point conversion, we're going to be tied. This is it. Moment of truth. I have a couple reads that I want to take. Our drag route is open, and we have it. All we need is our defense to hang on. And I do wish I could spectate here. I can see that they're moving it down the field. This is not good news. It's 4th and 2. That's a field goal, and we have it. I think we all know what my strategy needs to be here. I've max protected. I'm just throwing up a prayer to Barian Brown, and he is not able to catch it. Or maybe he did. Somehow, our star receiver was able to make a catch in that situation, and he couldn't get free on that route. Now I went to change the play, and these are my only options. So it sounds like we're going to go to overtime against Texas. I just have to hope that our kicker makes it. And he did. So we shouldn't even be in this situation. We wouldn't without Barian Brown, and I'm going to keep feeding him. This has to be the craziest game that I've played in college football 25 so far. But my 3 options on 3rd and 2 were all run the ball, so I just have to hope for the best here, and he's short. We're going to lose this game because I had no control over what happened. But Texas was held to a field goal too, so never mind. It's 40 all on their next drive. It looks like they're going to get a touchdown and the 2-point conversion. So if we get in here plus get the 2-point conversion, we're going to just trade them back and forth in the 3rd OT. And I have yet to have a game like that on college football 25, so I really want it to happen, but I tried to thread it into that window. That's my 3rd pick. And go ahead, put it in the comments. Bordeaux's blind. I know. I feel like I need a period to debrief after every game I play in Road to Glory. And this might not be my smartest move, but I am deciding to blame the coach for our loss in this. Mark Stoops has lost some coach trust in me, and now my offensive coordinator is hitting me up saying it wasn't a fun loss, but it was a quality team. Let's move on. No, buddy, I am upset. I'm a little less upset though because I am able to start building up my brand. This is the first real offer I've gotten. I'm gonna take this deal, and getting 10,000 followers each week for the next 4 weeks is gonna change everything. It's somehow gotten me the road dog ability, and up until this point I only had 200 followers, but now I might want to socialize a little bit more. That did absolutely nothing for us though, so I should have just spent it all on healing. And road dog, which is supposed to increase my composure gains on the road, better help us because my risk of injury I can't fully repair, and that's not good. Going into Auburn, I'm gonna have -4 throw power. They're also a higher overall than us, and our chance of making the SEC championship is already gone. We are sitting at 14th out of 16 in our conference. If we don't win out, we're probably not gonna make the playoffs either, but maybe we can turn things around with this game against the Tigers. I feel like we should be able to. If I don't make the mistakes that I've been making with all the turnovers, we actually could. I'm gonna step up on this first play, and I have to make sure I don't take a single hit because we all know that my wear and tear right now is not very good, and I'm about to take a sack or not. There we go. Right now, Auburn's ranked as the 15th toughest place to play, so I'm glad that I don't play with game audio. That would make this much worse, but considering I didn't even have enough time to get off that halfback screen, we're in some trouble, and I placed that perfectly. You know what? As I'm starting to get more comfortable on Heisman with this passing meter too, I can put the ball where I want sometimes, and my biggest concern in this game is my wear and tear because it's already halfway depleted. Our defense forced a fumble to get us the ball at this spot in the field, which is why we're in this position, but I've just been handing the ball off, and that's actually repairing my fatigue. I think we should get a field goal out of that, and we did, which means by the end of this first quarter, we're in a decent position, but they're all about to hit me, and I need to slide. I'm actually really happy with how this is going, and we've kind of deafened the crowd. There's no home field advantage at the moment for the Auburn Tigers. My biggest concern, though, is when they start getting in pressure because I still have barely taken any hits, and when they do, we know that my wear and tear is going to be depleting very quickly. I probably had Barian Brown on that comeback route, but I saw it late, so I'm going to take it this time. And here we go. This is a huge 3rd and 8. I could attack the seam, but their safety gets over to it, and why did I do that? That's a throw I made all the time on NCAA Football 14, but it doesn't work on this game. That's what I'm saying. I actually like how hard it is, and it's not easy. There's no games where I feel like I need to hold back to keep things more interesting and closer for content. I am genuinely just struggling, but on this play, I did not struggle. We threw for a touchdown, and Barian Brown is making me very happy. When I don't have the speed at receiver next year to do that, though, that's when I'm afraid that things could be even worse than they've been. And if you take away that one interception that I threw early on in this game, this has been the best one that I've played. We could get more points too before the end of the half. We still have about 50 seconds, and it seems like they are gonna let Barian Brown get open for the first. I don't know if I've seen him drop a ball recently. It almost seems like he's holding on to everything, and I'm going to find him again, but I'm probably not going to get credit for this touchdown here, and I'm fine with Jamarian Wilcox taking it. 24-7 at the half has this place so silent, and it's mainly because of Barian Brown. He's been incredible. My question is, do we think they've adjusted to start this 3rd quarter? This could be the dumbest thing I'm ever doing, but I was going to step up and throw it to him, and it didn't work. Of course, I wasn't going to have enough time to do that, but we are getting open without routes. I have been pretty surprised at the stuff that gets open versus man-to-man coverage because I'm not used to it working in the games that I've played in the past, but that's because I haven't touched the newer Maddens. Now I know that those slot out routes are actually a great play to run, and I'm about to just watch Danke go to work, but that was zone, so it wouldn't have worked there, and we also fumbled. If you can't already tell, I'm having a lot of trouble hanging onto the football, and it looks like our tight end had burned that player. He still makes the catch, but I thought that was going to be another interception, and road to glory makes no sense to me. How do we go from struggling from 3 games in a row and then beating Penn State? Like, it's not very consistent. Nothing's changed about the difficulty. I mean, that is something that you can't even do. It is stuck on Heisman, but the results just vary no matter what, and we take the sack. That might be more realistic to college football though. Teams get streaky. This halfback screen somehow has to work for a 2nd and 16. And my only goal on this 3rd and long is to not force it anywhere. I don't want to throw an interception, but I am a throw this on the run, and it's held on to. From here on out, you all probably don't care about what happens in the rest of this one, so I'll cut it. But not until I get another touchdown pass, which should happen right here, except it was off target with a green meter, and I just can't avoid throwing 2 interceptions a game. I'm going to catch this corner. Maybe I'm not. I'm not quick enough. And that's the most depressing thing I've ever seen. I was trying to fit it in a tight window, but we just were off target. And it's ruined my stat line. Auburn got the 2-point conversion as well, getting them back in it. I got so greedy that I've ruined the game that was going well for us. I also just fumbled the football. And Heisman difficulty is going to be my 13th reason. Luckily, our defense did hold it down for us. So now all we're trying to do is pick up 1 more first down. That'd pretty much seal the win. And I swear if I fumble this ball or something, I'm going to be so upset. I'd rather take the sack, but I'm going to do it all on the ground, which was what we needed in the end to secure our win. They did have a chance to get another touchdown, but that's all they could do. And I didn't throw the ball once to Barry Brown in the second half. My toughness on the road showed though, which upgrades Road Dog to silver. And there's really no benefit to me skipping these workouts, so I'm gonna go to them. I still have a lot that I need to improve upon. What I wasn't expecting was that to hurt me though, there was no benefit to either option. And my poor body's already so deteriorated. I'm spending like 2 points of energy a week just to recover. I didn't forget about studying for my exam though. I'm also making sure that I become a better leader. And we need to figure out how to slow down on the turnovers. I'm already at 11 interceptions 7 games into the year. The fumbles are somehow worse too. I have 13 fumbles. And the fact that we're back in the running to make the playoffs is insane. We already know that because we have 3 losses in the SEC, we're not making the conference championship, but the playoffs would be more than enough for year number 2, and in our 4 remaining games, we have 2 top 10 opponents we have to face. They are both at home though, which is good news for us. And I know we had a rough patch during this year, losing those 3 games in a row, but we're about to bounce back, especially in front of this home crowd. First play of the game's an RPO, and I feel like I read that perfectly, but it didn't stop Danke from getting run through, and this defense is tough. We're already on a 3rd and 8, but if that safety over the middle of the field doesn't make a break for that left side, I think I'm just going to trust Barry Brown gets open, and he did not. The ball bounces in the air, and we're just lucky it wasn't intercepted. That fan is shocked. I have never seen somebody with their eyes that wide open. We have the ball back though, and my coach does not want me putting it back in the air. He has no choice but to let me on 3rd and 8 though, and Barry Brown just gets enough separation, except the Ole Miss defender would knock it out of his hands. You know, every single time our defense gets it back for us, we get to be further down the field, so I can't complain. And they have set me up nicely. Our tight end is going to create some separation, and he is into the end zone. That is Dingle. I forgot his first name, but I promise that's his last name. I wouldn't just say that. And you have got to be kidding me. We are getting this ball on the half-inch line. I am going to max protect, pray for the best here, and you know what, Barry Brown, you are running faster than everybody else out there on the field, and I underthrew you. If I would have just hit him in stride, we would have probably had a touchdown there. Now I need to throw this football away, and that sack is completely my fault. I will take full responsibility for it, but we could still pick up this 3rd and 25. When you have a good wide receiver, that C route is absolute money to throw, but a halfback draw on 3rd and 4 definitely isn't, and I'm surprised Jamarian Wilcox got it. We might just end this first half with a good lead over Ole Miss. It could be 14-0, and let's see what they're going with here. Man-to-man coverage, Barry Brown is just fast, and you're not going to keep up with him. I'm actually really happy with how this second year's going for me, because even though we did lose those few games in a row, I'm starting to get into a better rhythm, and it's only up from here. Now that I've figured out that protecting before the play also makes a big difference, I should have plenty of time to throw this one up to Barry Brown. And how did that cornerback get dusted that badly? Why did he make that animation either? He went back to catch the ball, but I guess it's on me for the bad throw. And they just have no shame in pressing him. He has an ability that allows him to get free quicker off the line. And he also has 99 speed, so as long as I'm hitting it, it should be fine. I'm really not sure if this passing meter has done anything better for me though. So I am going to change it back to revamp passing, and that's what we're rolling with. I mean, we lost 3 games in a row with it at one point. There's no way it's that beneficial. And I think the ball placement still works the exact same. This pass is put down at the 2. And all I can really say is we're very fortunate that we started the third quarter with the ball here. Our defense is literally single-handedly carrying my entire career. I've put that one in the perfect spot as well. So if we're able to get another touchdown on this drive, we'll all know that this game is over and Dane Key has an open lane. It's kind of crazy how well this one's going. This is a top 10 team. But it's like every time I make a comment like that, our offensive line decides it doesn't want to work and please just get floated over the defender's head. I'm going for my 5th passing touchdown of the day. That would help out tremendously. But we just get stuck in some really weird motions every so often and I've got to escape this defender. Sometimes I forget that I have 97 throw on the run. I'm just going to take the sack. And not forcing it there was the smart decision. We'd get a field goal and then our defense would get us the ball back on like the 35. I really want to throw for 5 touchdowns. I think that would be my best stat line by far. I could even win player of the week. And I've never done this well without throwing any interceptions too. Please just go in. Now it's going to be a lot harder to pick up that passing touchdown. We're not getting it. But maybe we can do that here or I'm going to take an instant sack. By now I'm pretty positive that I should never be using play action. And coach wants me to run out the rest of the clock with 90 seconds left in the game. I'm not listening to him though. I went into hurry up mode and I'm just going to start slinging it. That comeback route is going to work and we have a touchdown. There was even a flag on the play and I think it was against that defender. We are declining it. But he should have 100% picked that ball off. I have never felt better about a game that I've played in my career. And look at those stats. Almost 81% completion percentage, no turnovers, 5 touchdowns, which wasn't enough to win me player of the week over this Arkansas State player that caught 4 touchdowns. But it was enough to get Kentucky back into the top 10 and I think we're going to make the playoffs. This has been an insane turnaround. Next up, we're playing at Vanderbilt, who's only a 79. And I'm thankful for this warning because I completely forgot about energy in practice. I was so ready to get into another game that I didn't even have a chance to study, so I'm prepared for my exam. And these last 3 energy points, I'm just going to spend on training and then make sure that I recover from it too. I could upgrade my player with 6 skill points. I mean, accuracy's looking pretty enticing. You know what? We're going to send it and look at some of these stats now. I started as a 3-star recruit and now I'm up to an 88 overall midway through my sophomore year. So we're starting to crush it and now I hope we crush Vanderbilt. We're coming into this one as a 99 overall in 3 different categories now. That is a huge boost, but a lot of it's still out of my control. I mean, coach calls the plays, I just have to hand it off. And I'm really hoping this is man-to-man coverage right here. I've never seen Dane Key knock it open on that route. And even though they didn't call it in bounds originally, they're taking a second look at it. The booth review helped us out. I have also made sure that Barry and Brown is on a streak. I wanted to go with the play action to fool the Vanderbilt defense. That's a beautifully lofted throw, a little underthrown though. And he was still able to run under it and make that amazing grab. I just don't understand why they would come out pressing. I'm about to try to hot route both of them, but as you can see, it is too noisy in Vanderbilt Stadium for that to go into place, so we're going to step up in the pocket instead and try to slide. It really is a struggle sometimes whenever you're making those hot route adjustments on the road. And what a first half this has been so far. I've completed every single one of my passes. With Barry and Brown on the team, there's really no limits for how far we're able to go, but we have to convert on 3rd and 7, and with this drag route, it was not what I was hoping for. I don't know if we're going to go for it or not to start this second quarter, but coach pulled me, and that was probably the smart decision to make right there. I'm going to take this hitch pretty quickly, setting us up for a 2nd and 2 where we had a tight end RPO, and that is such a good play. Our tight end's free, but he's been knocked out. I think it was Eric Rayweather that ran that against me in an online head-to-head game, and I've been looking for that play since. I was trying to figure out what playbooks it was in. We're just going to let Jamarian Wilcox go to work, setting up this 3rd and 8 where they are going with some zone coverage, and I made the read a little bit too late. I'm gonna have to pick it up on the ground instead, and I did. It is always a high-pressure situation whenever you step up and scramble, but it's worse whenever you get a play like this one where you really aren't a big fan of the routes on the field. And if only I could audible. I do not want to run the rock here. I wanted to actually pass it. Our defense would get us the ball back inside the 30-yard line though, so they're doing fantastic. And how is Vanderbilt the team that's been generating so much pressure against us compared to others? It is so random who is going to perform best against you, but we're still going to convert on 3rd down. And I'm actually going to smart route this corner route to make it a little bit more direct, and that does not get above the defense the way I wanted. I think we're going to be stuck kicking another field goal unless we can get super lucky in the last 20 seconds. But I'm okay with that. I'd rather that than force it into a window that's not there, but I'm gonna have to step up and scramble, and I'm short. Even if this performance isn't as good as one of the last ones we had, I'm still happy with it. We haven't turned the ball over. And you knew that they were gonna eventually press Barry and Brown. It's just we can't put a hot route out there on the field to take advantage of it. We're gonna have to hope the slant eventually gets open. 3rd and 10. They have decided to go man-to-man coverage. You're not gonna stick with everybody out there. And depending on what coverage they had out there, we would have had them beat deep, but I missed a lot of reads on that play. I'll take credit for it. I feel like I'm starting to look at 1 or 2 more spots though than I normally would, and Barry and Brown doesn't hang on. But we're still becoming a much better quarterback than normal, and I had the crossing route. You know, this game might end with a score of 12-0. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to score again, but I'm okay with that because my wear and tear damage has been very limited. Well, we have the ball back around midfield. I do want to try to thread the needle a couple times, but that's when the turnover comes, when I get a little bit more greedy, and there we go. We'll take a 20-30 yard gain. We have Denke breaking free, and I'm not sure if anybody's going to catch him. Well, Vanderbilt had a nice chance against us to stay in it. I'm about to take the safety though. I have got to scramble, and if we could get a block, I would have a huge run right here. I think they're tracking me down now. What a game this has been. I'm actually very happy with how it started to go. We've made the right reads the entire time, and I've been given a chance to use the tight end RPO again. I feel like it's an instant 2 to 3 yards. Who would have thought that after how this video started, I'd actually start to play the game well? I don't even know where my player's at though. And EA wants you to play on this zoomed in camera right here, but if you back it up to either of these other two with the D-pad, you have to be able to keep up with your player better than I just did. There's definitely some fixes that need to be made to this mode, but I've enjoyed most of it. And after our defense held the Commodores again, we're going to try to run out as much clock as possible. It's also a rivalry win, which makes it feel even more sweet. As a Kentucky fan, I don't consider Vanderbilt as a rival. They're just never good in football, and we have 52 series wins over them. It's cute that they consider it as one though, and because I have my academics and leadership maxed out, I guess I can just spend all of my energy on training, but I also have to make sure my health is focused on too. With our last 2 points, we socialized a bit, jumping up our followers by like 500 each time. We're at 41K, but I haven't been brought forth any more NIL offers, and there's still no chance we make the SEC championship. That's kind of crazy considering we're the number 5 team in the country, but Florida's number 2. They're about to come to Kroger Field. And if we win this, we've locked in our spot to the college football playoffs. It's also the game of the week, so whether or not we win, Kentucky football has been put on the map. And on the first snap of this game, I'm going to wait on that slant to get open, and it was too long. All right, 2nd and 10. We do not believe in running right now. All we want to do is throw the football. And if I have enough time to get this ball out, I should have the tight end over the middle, which I did. It's very crucial that we open up this game with a good first drive against the Gators. Denke's breaking free for like 15. And it seems like the best thing we could do is keep the ball in my hands. I felt like I had Barry and Brown deep, and what a placement on that ball. What a placement I just put on it. He is the best receiver. It is very important to me that we beat our rivals, the Gators. As a kid, I watched Kentucky lose to them over and over. And now we have a chance to give them their 2nd loss of the year, which would be incredible. I'm locked in for this one. We haven't been turning the ball over recently, but why did I keep that there? That was a slight miscalculation on my part. Barry and Brown is still open though, and what could the flag be? Seems like it's on Florida if it's showing them, and they did a late hit on me. Yeah, get that kid out the game. This isn't the NFL either, so the roughing the passer calls are normally pretty justified, but what do I do? How is it possible that after the play, all 5 of the Gators defensive linemen are in front of my offensive linemen? And that just shows how quick they're getting through. The halfback draw didn't work either. Punting it back to them wouldn't be a good thing if DJ Lagway was any good though. And since he threw a duck to us, we have the ball on the 30-yard line. It could be a quick 3 and out though. We know our kicker's not going to hit from here. And I should have never said anything about DJ Lagway. Now he's taking the Gators down the field. We're going to need our offense to get going again. I don't know if this jet touch pass is going to do the trick, but Jamarian Wilcox gets us 20, and I get credited for all those yards like it was me that did that. I'm also going to throw up a bomb on that defense. Look at that catch. And that is how you go into the 2-minute warning. We had the slant open. I didn't want to throw it though. Now I'm a user playmaker, but I didn't get it out quick enough, and I'm about to test this beat DB over there. I'm going to throw it straight to Denke. I'm starting to really like him alongside Barry and Brown. I'm also going to scramble here and throw this one on the run, but I don't know who I think I am. I'm no Patrick Mahomes. I need a clean pocket to sit in and just throw up a prayer to Barry and Brown and hope that he runs under it. They were pressing him, but from this angle, I can't really see that side of the field. That's also going to be picked. Why didn't we try to make a play on the ball? And for all I know, now it's going to be tied at the half. Well, it's not. We have the ball on the half-yard line instead. As long as we don't take a safety, we'll be fine. And I'm not even going to hike this ball. I'm just going to sit here and let the clock run. For playing the number 2 team, I will definitely take it. But they keep getting it to us in the worst of situations, and we just gotta fight. I really don't want to have to make a quick read here. I don't trust that my offensive line's gonna hold up, and they've brought a lot of players down into the box to try to stop the run, so that's why we went back to the jet touch pass to get the first down instead, and dang, he kept going. Kentucky was the perfect fit for me. Not only are they my favorite team, but they're running my favorite play on this game, and I even have our tight end in the flat for another few. I am due for an interception at some point though, so that could be coming if I'm not careful. I want to take this corner route back to him, and I'm hurrying this up. I do not want the refs to review if it was a catch or not. It was impressive enough that he hung on to it, but that turned out to be a mistake. And why are we running a halfback screen to the short side of the field? It actually worked in our favor, but I wasn't sure if it would, and as we approach the end of the third quarter, we're just fine. Assuming we get a field goal out of this drive, we're going to be up by 2 possessions against the Gators, and all we have to do is keep it alive by picking up this 3rd and 3, which we do. When you have good receivers like Kentucky does right now, man-to-man's not hard to beat, but it's the zone coverage that gives me the most issues, and they got in so quickly. I had a plan, but I didn't even get to try it out there. I also have to make sure I avoid the sack here, and this is field goal range. I set us up so nicely that there's no reason we should be getting the ball back in this position with it all tied up at 14, and I don't trust our kicker to hit a game-winning kick against the Gators. I'm going to have to get a touchdown in the next minute. I have to be careful of a pick 6 though. That would be the most devastating thing in the world. And with 30 seconds left, we have a little bit of play action where I'm going to step up in the pocket, float this ball right where it needs to be, and there we have it. A timeout's going to stop the clock a little bit. Let me get a break. And coach thinks I am completely done throwing the ball. He wants to just run it. That didn't seem to matter though, because I don't see a field goal on the scoring summary. And by the time I'm back in the game, it is overtime. We're down by 7, and you have got to be kidding me. There is absolutely no reason that we should have to play overtime against the Gators. I set us up twice for the easiest kicks of all time. Please just go in. And if we lose because of that, I'm going to be so upset. Our kicker actually deserves to never step foot in Lexington, Kentucky again. And it's 4th and goal. We have to thread the needle on this play. I don't even want to put our running back out there on a route. I'm going to get sacked almost instantly, and we have the touchdown. We had the touchdown. I blocked 6 there. I still didn't have enough time to get the throw off. We just lost to the Gators when we really shouldn't have. That loss that should have been a win against our rivals has dropped us down to number 11 in the polls, and if we lose to Louisville, we're not making the playoffs. I guarantee if I lose to the 3-8 Cardinals on the road, I am going to have a long day, and all I care to do is upgrade my training and then make sure I recover so I'm fully healthy going into that one. If I really wanted to, I could increase my IQ, and you know what? I'm going to do it just because it's going to help out my carrying a little bit. So if I fumble against the Cardinals, I will lose my mind. They're an 82 overall defense, but I already know that I'm not going to be able to hot route because they have the home field advantage, and they scored on their first drive too. Wonderful. That's what I wanted to see coming out here. It is time to go to work against them. We're going to pick up almost nothing on the first run, but coach wants me to go back to Jamarian Wilcox, and that might have been the right move if he could get more than a yard. 3rd and 6. We cannot already fail to pick something up, but I just made a bad read, and I want to do the L's down to all these fans so bad. I guess our defense just forgot how to play. We have given up another 7 to Louisville, but we're breaking off a run, and this is first spot in the college football playoffs. We cannot lose to them. We have to win. I'm actually shocked right now. I thought we would come out and beat them by like 30, but there's no way that happens now. We'd have to score like 44 points straight, and the drag is going to get us more than enough. All right, we're making a little progress. I can't be annoyed. I cannot be upset that we lost to Florida right now, because that's just going to cause me to play worse, and that RPO does not go very far. I am stuck handing it off on 3rd and 2. Jamarian Wilcox, please just make sure you move the chains. And why have we started to run the ball so much? We didn't do this earlier on in the season. I hope Mark Stoops realizes we're going away from what's worked, from what's got us to this point. I wanted to throw that on the run to the corner route though, and I crossed the line of scrimmage just before I hit the button. That's a bad mistake to make, but we're going to have Barian Brown all day, and he dropped it. It's also important to note that we missed the field goal. I got taken off of the field so we could take a field goal there, and we still couldn't drill it. They're getting in pressure so quick as well. After this game, I am checking whoever our kicker is, and I'm about to take a sack. I have to throw this one away. We have scored 0 points in the first half against Louisville, and we better start this third quarter playing a lot better than we have been. I need to get a touchdown. Just 3 runs to choose from though again, so I'm going to try to make something happen with the read option. And that was ugly, but why are we being stuck doing a halfback screen on 3rd and 13? I can't even try to make a read to get us far enough. We even fumbled it out of bounds. It's just not been our day. But Louisville can't seem to score. That's at least a good thing until I threw an interception right to them, and they're even going to get a touchdown out of it. Okay, I will take full accountability for that read. That one was my fault, but it's given me a chance to realize I should be throwing it up to Barian Brown every single time. And I'm able to hot route him now that we don't have the home field advantage playing against us. So we're going to go right back to it on the next drive. They would score again, but you already know what my plan is. Hernandez. It's the only thing that's working for us, and that corner just cannot even hold his jockstrap. Come on, keep on breaking tackles, Berrien Brown. That's what we want to see. Was this seriously possible to do throughout the entire season? I mean, he's about to gash them again, but he was definitely guarded by that other safety that's out there, and dang, he still gets us 40 or 50. You know what the issue is, though? Louisville keeps scoring too. So going into the fourth quarter, we are trailing by 14 points, and the playbook finally opened up until they started making me run RPOs again. I mean, look at this. They want to do it on 3rd and 13 too. Mark Stoops. That is not happening. And I can't even hot route, so there's only one route that's going to get us to the end zone, and it's underthrown. We're actually about to lose to the Cardinals, and part of it's my fault unless that's a good one and they swatted it down. I think this one's pretty much over, but it's not. With 2 minutes left, we have the ball back in all 3 of our timeouts, so there's still a slight chance. And all we really need is a quick touchdown to Berrien Brown. For whatever reason, now they're letting me hot route, but it's not going to matter. Taking a sack like that is not what you need in this situation. And I'll admit, I crumbled. I choked in this game when I needed to step up. It is 4th and 27. What do you even do on 4th and 27? I mean, I couldn't have gotten that ball out if I wanted to even reach the marker. And why are they putting me back in this game down by 21? I just want to go to the bus and head out of here. Of course, now we're hanging on to it. Of course, now I'm able to make some throws, and what is even happening? This Kentucky team was so streaky. I mean, I can't believe the collapse we've had. And you best believe that we are bouncing back in that bowl game. I'm going to cap off my sophomore season with a 5-touchdown game. But at least for now, we've lost the Governor Cup, and what that means is going into next year, I am not putting my name in the transfer portal. Maybe I'll do it going into my senior year if I still haven't won a championship. But next year, we're taking that Governor's Cup home. Clearly, I shouldn't have spent as much time studying the past few weeks, though. I don't want straight A's on my exams. I wanted to make the playoffs, and it even deactivated my clear-headedness. I have lost all of my mental strength. This is a very realistic game because right now I'm losing my mind. I mean, Kentucky did go 7-5, so that's also pretty realistic, but just look at the streakiness of this schedule. What a brutal season. I'm going to have to keep training if I want to get more skill points, and I don't know what I'm recovering for. Maybe a bowl game? That's not going to mean much to me. But what did mean a lot to me is that I stopped turning the ball over as much as I was, and I'm pretty happy with only 13 interceptions judging by how we started the season. The fumbles were definitely an issue. I had 14 of them. And if you were curious why I'd lost so many yards, it's because I took 68 sacks in 12 games. For my non-math people out there, I'm gonna put this into my calculator. That is 5.5 sacks per game. And it doesn't matter what I upgrade on this weekly agenda. There's only so much you can do to survive stuff like that. Going forward, if I want to win the Heisman, I'm gonna need to have stats like Alex Orji did. And we don't have an easy bowl game either. It's going to be against Illinois, but we have a little bit of time to prepare for it, and I'm just going to keep on training. I'd get up the 4 skill points, which we could spend on elusiveness, but we might save it to upgrade our medium throw accuracy again. That's where we've had a lot of issues. And just looking through these stats, it looks like we average more passing yards per game, but they average more points per game. Berrien Brown's season stats, I didn't even think about checking those. He had 18 touchdowns, almost 1,700 yards. And then for team overalls, we are 2 overalls higher than them. It actually makes me so sad too that him, Dane Key, and Jamori Macklin are all seniors. They're going to be gone. And only 2 of those 3 had really good years, but that's because I couldn't get the ball out quick enough to get targets to Macklin as well. Rushing wise, we know that I'm down at the bottom under players that didn't even take a snap, but Jamarian Wilcox had 349 yards, 5 rushing touchdowns. And my only goal is to end this video with a big win. These fans deserve it, man. We had them thinking that we were going to make the playoffs. And this one's taking place 20 minutes down the road from me in Raymond James Stadium. I need to get better with the comeback routes as well. You all told me down in the comments that if you have a good wide receiver, those are pretty good. And this has been a pretty good start to our opening drive where we have a touchdown if Danke is able to run under it, and that is what he does. We'd have another one with Berrien Brown if I was able to audible. They're pressing him, but instead we had to go with this little play over to Jamarian Wilcox for a few. So on this next one, I'm going to try to take the top off of the defense, and we don't have it, but we do have the crossing route, assuming that DB doesn't knock it out. It's a little frustrating we couldn't hold on, but it's also understandable why. And I didn't even have enough time to get that slant off, but we're ending the first quarter with the ball. Like I said, I wanted to get a big win because if we don't, we're going to be on a 3-game losing streak going into my junior year. And here on 3rd and 6, I'm going to try to take the slant to Berrien Brown, which he hangs on to. Thinking back to yesterday when I was getting so frustrated with the passing meter, I don't think it made a difference. And I think a lot of it was just user error or the defense getting in so quickly. Like, you really have to throw where a receiver is going to be. You can't wait to see if he gets open or not, because if you do, I guarantee that you're going to miss it, and that hitch is not going to be enough. We went backwards. There was absolutely no reason to do that either, but we should have picked this up. And it's just the smallest things like that that drive me crazy. I'm pretty sure we keep going for it on 4th down though, and they're taking me out of the game for the 4th downs because we have the ball back on the 35. And I know I had to be out there on the field for that, so I don't understand why I would be taken out and not able to play it. Either way, at least we're about to punch it in though, and that's what we do here. And we've even been given a chance to get more points against the Fighting Illini, so I just threw up a ball to Barian Brown at the end of the half, and it's going to work for another 7. After getting a field goal, for some reason they came out pressing him. I really don't understand why they do that with 23 seconds left in the half, but I need to go back to him one final time because he is going to be graduated after this year, actually onto the NFL. And let's just say he will be very missed on this team. He was the best receiver in the world. I'm still pretty confident that I made the right decision transferring to Kentucky. We should have caught that though. And I almost wonder if EA has nerfed running back catches out of the backfield because of how many they miss. I was hoping for one more touchdown pass, but I don't want to force anything here unless we do get this one and it's picked. I ruined my stat line. Okay, that is enough of this bowl game. And you all aren't going to see it, but I'm just going to try to run out as much clock as I can versus the Fighting Illini. In the end, we'd win 28-12, and that's good enough for me. All I wanted to do was win a bowl game, but that one interception does sting a little bit. Barian Brown also had a very nice farewell game, and Texas A&M of all teams won the national championship. I forgot to check if Barian Brown won the Biletnikoff, but he lost it to this guy from FIU. And we all know I'm not entering the transfer portal. Next year, I'm going to be staying at Kentucky, where the real question is going to be whether or not I can win a Heisman Trophy. I have thrown so many interceptions in my first 2 seasons, but all of that has to change if I'm going to make it to the NFL. I've gotten myself up to an 89 overall to start my junior year, and I have 3 goals for my junior season. The first one is getting myself into the Heisman watch. The second one is throw less than 10 picks all year, and the last one's going to be the most difficult to achieve, but since I took 69 sacks last season, it's take less than 50 this year. And it would be nice if we could get into the playoffs too. It's not out of reach since we're projected to be the 6th best team in the SEC, and right now our conference schedule doesn't look too terrible besides this 3-game stretch, but we also have Wake Forest on the road for whatever reason. That could be difficult, but leading up to it, we're just going to continue to train to hopefully get some more skill points, and I always like to start my day with a quick practice. I've actually gotten better at this drill, so I'm excited to see what my score is going to be, and I've thrown so many bullseyes already that I think my multiplier's gone up a ton. It's really not that difficult, you just got to get in front of the target, and I don't know why I struggled with this in previous videos. With time ticking down though, I'm going to need a couple more good throws, and that puts us at gold. So I've finally done it. I've had success during practice and Road to Glory. I'm setting the tone for the year, and even my offensive coordinator wants to give me a challenge without turning the ball over or taking many sacks. So you can see that a lot has to change from last season. Before my first game though, I have to drive my defensive tackle to this meet and greet. I really don't want to do it, but I need to be a good teammate. And I should also be focusing on my NIL value. I've never worried about it before, but I'm starting to gain a lot more followers, and I have 6 skill points to spend, so I should probably upgrade elusiveness, but I kind of want to upgrade quickness and save up for 9. We have to get faster, and our first game's going to be against Akron. So here we go. It is time to find out if I'm improving this year or I'm just going to be as bad as my sophomore season. One thing that might hold me back is we did lose our star wide receiver Barian Brown to the NFL, so I'm going to have to find some new targets to feed, and I think our number 1 wide receiver just dropped the ball. It might not be looking great, but we do have Jamarian Wilcox back at least, and he was solid on the ground for us last year, just not on that play, but if he makes the catch here, we're going to have a first. We really needed that, and I think we got a new offensive coordinator because our playbook has changed, so I'm just hoping that that doesn't hurt us, and these option routes are going to be money. If I'm going to avoid taking a lot of sacks and throwing a lot of picks, I have to take a lot of checkdowns. But that all goes out the window the second that I start to get impatient, and comeback routes are also pretty good. I feel like this has been a really good first drive, and our corner route's open, but I threw it a second too late. So the fact that we still held on for a touchdown right there is incredible. We also might have a chance to burn them deep, so this is our play call. They've come out pressing our wide receivers, and we don't have any Barian Browns on this team, but I'm hoping we can still dust them, and we don't. That is actually really concerning. If we're not outrunning players on Akron, we're going to struggle in the SEC. And I'm afraid what I might have to go back to a lot is these angle routes and comeback routes on the sidelines. We're going to feed our halfback. That is really the main goal. But even with 99 overall accuracy, I'm missing a lot of throws. So Heisman could be setting us up for failure. On 3rd and short, it's going to be dropped. But we made the field goal, which is huge. Last season, we couldn't hit a field goal to save our lives, so maybe we got a better kicker. I'm still still very concerned about the fact that we're not dusting wide receivers deep though. I mean, we're going to have to take these crossing routes instead, and that's just not as fun. Barry and Brown was literally a cheat code. Now I'm going to use the read option, but I can't fumble. I feel like I'm due to take a sack or fumble at some point though, maybe even an interception, because we all know I can't keep this up forever. I'm going to go back to my roots and I just have to throw it away. We got a pick 6 though, so this game against Akron's pretty much over already. That's exciting to know. And that leaves me with not much pressure throughout the rest of this game, so I'm just going to do what I do best and play it very safe. We still haven't taken a single sack, and I'm just going to take our slant route here because I feel like we should be able to dust those Akron cornerbacks, and our wide receiver is going to take it all the way. I have to learn some of my teammates' new names though, like Anthony Brown-Stevens, Brandon White, and Easton Messer, because if I'm going to be thrown to these teammates all season, I should be able to know them on a first name basis, but anytime we get a big lead, I'm just going to cut to the end. I mean, we're playing the entire season in this video. Maybe I'll show some highlights whenever they happen, but I have to be talking whenever they do happen because all my videos are live comm, and that was almost intercepted. Well, ever since that moment, we've just been running out the rest of the clock against them, and I got kind of bored of that, so I hurried it up and started passing the ball, but it wouldn't lead to anything. I didn't want to force a pick, and I'm pretty happy with how my stat line turned out. Not only did I not throw a pick, but I didn't take a single sack either, and I even took home the Player of the Game award. That made my offensive coordinator really happy with me, but you have to remember, this is just a warm-up. We were playing a MAC school, and now we're about to start facing some real opponents. Starting out with Wake Forest, my offensive coordinator wants me to complete 60% of my third downs, and this wellness center wanted to offer me an NIL deal that would cost me 3 energy a week. That's not a good one, and I can deduct wear and tear points on my own, so I'm going to decline this deal. We had to save up our energy to start pouring it into academics because I'm unprepared for my tests, and I just remembered that I could buy abilities with skill points, but I don't need any of these options that are available for my archetype. The ones for improviser don't seem to be that good, and I think it's so much more important that I get my speed up, but I also had to check the speed of some of my wide receivers, and apparently Brandon White has 98. We should be able to bomb defenses over the top to him. I wish I could adjust the depth chart to put him on the outside, but it doesn't let me. So that kind of stinks, but maybe we'll still be able to pull something off against Wake Forest. Even though it's between 2 top 16 programs, it's not the game of the week, and this has to be the first time that the Demon Deacons have ever been relevant in my videos. Because they're one of the many colleges in North Carolina, I just don't know many fans that root for them, and I know I've said in previous videos that I don't believe Wake Forest fans exist, but they seem to fill out the stadium. I'm hoping all my previous disrespect doesn't come back to bite me. We're gonna try to go over the top already. I mean, they were pressing Brandon White out of the slot, and look at that, he dropped the football. And then we handed it off to get held to a 3 and out, so by the next time we have the football, we're just lucky that they didn't score on their drive. We might be starting to get back into a rhythm though. That is what you want to see. And I also really like this zig route from wide receivers, but it could have gotten picked. 3rd and short. Will we be able to pick it up? No, we're going to take a sack. And that's the first one of the game with many to come probably. I told you all, facing off against a better team would ruin my stats. And because we're on the road, I can't audible or anything. They're not going through, so we just have to hope that the standard plays are going to do enough for us. On 3rd and 7, if I have enough time, what I wanted to do was take it deep, but we're going to be smart about it, pick up the first. And if this is man-to-man coverage, we're going to have Brandon White on a back shoulder throw, but it's cover 3, so I'm just going to have to laser it in there, and he should not catch that ball. That is unfortunate. I was hoping to get a touchdown at least out of that play, but instead, we've already reached the end of the first quarter. All right, on 3rd and 5, I'm going to wait for our tight end to eventually get open, or maybe I'm going to scramble. That seems to be the smarter move, but now we have an option to pass the ball out of an RPO, and I didn't want to risk it. These play calls are actually horrendous. I can't do anything with them besides hand it off, and I might just have to accept settling for 3 here unless we can get closer. They're taking me off the field. We're actually kicking, but you know what? Our defense held it down for us, so we're actually playing really well, and if I had more speed, I could have gotten around this corner. I still did. I also made a man miss, but I've dropped the football, and please pick it up. We did a little bit too much there, but it ended up being just fine, and Brandon White has cooked that cornerback where I placed it perfectly. Maybe it was the safety, whatever. Either way, we have a touchdown, and just knowing that I have somebody as quick as him out there on the field makes my life 10 times easier. I mean, he keeps on dusting them. I can't challenge the play, though. I feel like he got a foot in. And how on earth is this not considered a catch? Wait, the reason I couldn't challenge it is because the refs are reviewing it themselves. And there we go. They've done us right, putting us on the 39-yard line, but I'm about to throw an interception. I got panicky. I don't know what I was thinking right there. I was worried I was about to take a sack. That is so sad. I knew exactly what was happening before the play even finished, but we've gotten this route again, the one that we bombed them the first time on, and look at that. We've done it again. Brandon White is gone. I've also gotten the first turnover of the season out of the way to the point where I am not worried about throwing a pick anymore. I don't have to keep the streak going. And I'm serious when I say this. If our defense can continue to play this well, we're going to have a shot to make some real noise once we get to the playoffs. We still haven't played an SEC school, so that's the one thing that could be a little bit different. But Wake Forest is ranked very highly, and on third down, yeah, we're gonna just pick it up. Anthony Brown Stevens is amazing for that. I honestly thought it wasn't gonna work, but we're still missing the shortest passes, and I don't get why. There was a point where I switched up the passing meter, and I thought it helped us out a little bit, but I've kind of gotten used to this one again, and if I'm gonna take a sack here, I need to make sure I just step up so it's not for a lot of yards. No, we fumbled the ball away. Well, that's one way to avoid a turnover if we keep on picking up my fumbles, but I can only try to slide so many times. I feel like this one is pretty much over, but if we pick up this 3rd and 1, that would definitely seal it. And we didn't, which means they had a chance to drive down the field and score a touchdown. Until this play, coaches just had me handing the ball off on pretty much everything, but I'm gonna make sure that we pick up the first. And you can see that I'm starting to take a lot of wear and tear damage, but it's gonna be worth it in the end if we beat a top 5 team. We're basically just 2 first downs away from it being completely over though, and it's completely out of my hands. I just have to trust Jamarian Wilcox, who runs backwards. Wake Forest would even drive down the field and score, but we recovered the onside kick, so the game's over. And not being able to control that stuff is so scary at the end of these matchups. I'm just glad that we've stayed undefeated. Stat-wise, I'm not too happy with my performance considering we had 1 interception and 2 fumbles, but sometimes you just have to take the win. Even my coordinator was complaining about us not being as efficient on 3rd downs, but then he's like, oh wait, I'm being way too picky, good win. And I feel like this is a much deserved bye week. It's gonna give me a chance to repair all of my health and then also go over to academics and start spending a lot more energy. I'm prepared for the test too, which should have been plenty enough already, but Kevin wants to send me a copy of last year's answers and I don't want to risk it. So we're not going to use the answers, we're going to study ourselves, and my GPA's gone up because of it. The real thing that matters though is getting us to 9 skill points. Right now we're at 8, so we have a little bit more to go. And we've moved up to number 7 in the polls off of just 2 results. I'm not in the Heisman watch though, so I do need to step up how I'm playing. And South Alabama is the last easy opponent on our schedule before the rest of these matchups are just brutal. I'll take it though. All we have to do is make sure we don't throw an interception in this game. And we've brought out the black jerseys with the chrome helmets for this one. First play of the game, I kind of want to test what type of coverage they're going to run for a majority of it. It looks like it will be man-to-man. And this time I'm going to block one more person just in case they go back to it because we should have had a touchdown. I know what I'm seeing and eventually we will go back to it, but for now we have to pick up a first. And eventually we would get the ball back. Now we have burnt them deep again, but that's a risk that I'm taking trying to go with passes like that because we're not going to have much time. I can max protect all that I want, and I did on this play because I feel like Brandon White should have cooked that corner a little bit better than he did. It's still going to be a touchdown, but man, I've been waiting on that moment since the game started and we had like 5 opportunities for it. I don't think it's going to work as well whenever we're facing off against SEC schools, especially since the computer does adapt, but just that threat is going to make them a little bit more cautious. It also wouldn't be a Bordeaux video without some jet touch passes, so let's get it to our 98 speedster, and he could be gone to the crib just off of that. What a play. I'm pretty sure Brandon White starts on these rosters as like a 60 overall, but his speed makes him almost unstoppable, and I'm trucking into the end zone. I was going to go in there either way. I couldn't risk not getting in, and if I fumbled, so be it. In the future, when my speed gets up, I'm hoping I can become more of a rushing quarterback. But for now, I just need to stay tall in the pocket, scramble a little bit to find an open receiver, or take off. We're going to be a running quarterback right now. I actually feel like I have improved a lot throughout this road to glory, but flags like that are going to ruin this possession, and that is so unfortunate. They also went with man-to-man coverage right here, so we just needed our receivers to route those guys up, and they're about to play that with zones. We're only up by 7, so it's not like we're in a great position in this game, and we couldn't even get a halfback screen out. They would also score off of their next play, which means we're struggling versus South Alabama of all teams, and Brandon White is breaking a tackle. I knew if I dumped it off to him for 5 yards, he could make something happen there. Now it's Jamarian Wilcox's turn to do the same thing, and he's our running back, so I expected him to do a little bit more there. I'm taking a sack though, making it 2nd and 13, where the drag is always the smart move, except they had a zone there. 3rd and 12, man-to-man coverage with a little bit of zones as well. I am scrambling for the first down. I saw the open space. I'm spamming slide, and can you imagine what that's going to look like whenever we actually have our speed upgraded? It's going to be so much easier to make plays. Brandon White saves us again there, and with that man-to-man coverage, they actually clamped us. But my bigger concern right now is my current wear and tear, and we have him again. Please don't get over to that ball. They've picked us off. Oh gosh. I thought I was about to have to make a tackle on him. He stepped out of bounds. And that turnover is definitely my fault for holding on to the passing meter for too long. I wanted to have a bullet pass there, but a red throw really hurt us, and our slant is open. The zones didn't know how to stick with Messer. He might actually take this all the way. He's not even the fastest. Never mind, that 88 speed started to show there, but we're going to have Jamarian Wilcox, and if he can outrun this defender, we're going to have another touchdown. There's still a quarter and a half of football left though, so this game is far from being over. And my wear and tear damage just continues to get worse, which could be a problem going forward. I might be getting hurt. We just have to keep staying calm and collected. Comeback routes normally are money. They just clamped it up there, though. That's the first time I've ever thrown an interception on a comeback route. And he's also dusting me. Thank goodness we caught him. I've got 2 turnovers in this game, though. It's the first time I've thrown 2 picks in this season. And the wear and tear is only going to keep stacking up. I don't know how I'm going to keep the turnovers, at least the interceptions, in the single digits for the entire year, but we're going to find a way to make it happen. And knowing comeback routes aren't even a guarantee on Heisman has me worried, because there's not much I can go to. The second I throw a pick 6 off of a zig route's when I'm really going to start to get confused. And I think it's all about leverage. We might have Brandon White over the top of the defense because of that. It's not placed the best, though, and what a miracle that defender couldn't get a hand on it. You know what? You take away the turnovers, this is another great performance on my part, and that day will eventually come. I'm still figuring out how to read defenses. I'm actually really excited to see how far I can take this Kentucky team, and if they bite on Wilcox with this read option, I could actually be gone with my speed, and nope, there's a lot of defenders swarming. I will say, though, our new offensive coordinator really knows what I love to run with all these jet touch passes. I mean, it's like every drive we have at least one. And I'm just trying to throw for one more touchdown to help out my stats before the end of this game, which I just did. It's the star wide receiver, Brandon White, and I need some rest. Coach better not put me back out there. Well, once again, our defense collapsed in the end, but I'd given us just a large enough lead to where we'd still win, and I might have to spend all 5 of my energy just on recovering my body. This is crazy. I should also point out that if I'm going to meet all 3 of my goals in this video, I can only throw 6 more interceptions. And I keep checking if I'm in the running for the Heisman Trophy, but I haven't seen my name yet. We're ready to start SEC play, though. We're going in as the 4th best team, and South Carolina's going to have to come to Kroger Field. I'm also going to upgrade our quickness just so we're a little bit faster. That did not jump our speed up by much, but our acceleration went up to an 88, so I'm hoping I can use that to avoid sacks. Against a team like the Gamecocks, I'm going to be very curious whether or not we can take it deep versus them to Brandon White. We couldn't there, but I'm definitely going to be looking for it, and I feel like all those motions made their defense confused, so we might have it on this play, and we do. There we go. That's going to help out my stats a lot, and also having him on these jet touch passes should as well, but his ball carrier vision could be very low, and I'm about to take a sack. Well, things look great. Very quickly, it's become 3rd and 20, though, and I've thrown it out of bounds, so I'm starting to consider changing the passing meter again. I'm kind of sick of revamped passing. I want to go back to the placement and accuracy I was using, but I won't be throwing the ball here. We've started this drive on the 3-yard line. All right, now we have to make sure that we get it out pretty quick. Our blocking has been so solid, though, and that is such a weird meter now. I thought we were about to send it deep versus the defense like we've been doing, and that's dropped too. But I think with placement and accuracy, it just gets over there a little bit quicker, and the RPO has worked wonders for us. Keep on going, Anthony. I think he's about to take it all the way. Brown Stevens did get caught, but there we go. That's what we wanted to see, and we're very close. If this is man-to-man coverage, we're going to have a touchdown. If it's zone, I'm going to step up and scramble. And I'm very scared to attempt another deep ball after that last one, so we might not do that again. I just know that this passing meter allows us to throw bullet passes a bit more accurately, and it gets there quicker too, but the problem with that is if we can't lob up balls, then we're in trouble. It's also crazy watching our tight ends just get completely boxed up on corner routes most of the time, but we finally had one work in our favor and we needed it. Now they're pressing us, and I feel like White could be gone here, but they've stuck with him, so I'm gonna have to make a play, and let's just throw it out. Attempt number 2. If this is a cover 1, we're gonna be just fine. If not, we're gonna have our comeback route. And they are getting off of the line so quick versus us, but I just stiff armed someone. We gave them too much time to score before the half, though, and I can't risk throwing that deep. I really wanted to. We might have actually had Brandon White. Now I'm trying to make a play on the run, and I want us to get into field goal range, but I'm also worried that I'm going to turn the ball over to where we won't be able to. There's a flag on the play. Go ahead. I know it was an illegal forward pass, and it looks like we're going into this half only up by 4. They'd also come out and score, which is going to put us in a bad position to start the 3rd quarter. And what are some of these routes on these plays? I mean, it's just not good. We're dropping about everything. My completion percentage is getting decimated, and I'm going to have to use a playmaker here, but it wasn't lofted. That's the one issue with this passing meter. I need to be able to place balls far in the air. And if this is man-to-man coverage, you're about to see exactly what I'm talking about. It is zone, though, and I'm taking a sack. This should be our chance to throw a laser up the seam, though, and we still dropped it. So South Carolina's going to score again. We're down by 10, and I have no time. This is exactly what I expected once SEC play started, but we got that throw out, and you know that Jamarian Wilcox is going to cook whoever number 15 is. He is a beast. but he is not fast enough to stop him short here. Okay, maybe he was, and that's actually really frustrating because now I'm not getting a touchdown, but that shouldn't be important. We're just gonna hand it off and go in. This is crazy. The computer on Heisman's gonna drive me nuts. But eventually things did work out for us, and we have a touchdown right here. I placed it, but the safety got back to it. That was a touch pass, and it did float, so I guess I don't understand how this throw meter works, but I'll take it. I want to lob the ball like that, and Brandon White, just get in. He's making my life 10 times harder, and we're gonna have him right here, thank goodness, because once you're at that part of the field, scoring's very hard. South Carolina responded back, though, leaving us with just a minute left in this game against them, and we have to at least get into field goal range if we want to send this into another period. We're gonna have the cover 3 beater right there, though. Our tight end holds onto it. Okay, here we go. Now they're running man-to-man coverage. That C route should have gotten open, and we can't get stopped now. Come on, I need to not take a sack here. Just throw the ball away. Oh no, I've definitely choked it. I wanted to roll out and take the drag or something. We're gonna have to kick 3, and our kicker made it, plus they would start their first overtime drive only getting a field goal, so we need a touchdown to win again. I've been trying to adjust the offensive line to like slide to roll out, but it's not working, and some of these throws are driving me absolutely insane. I didn't even have a chance to get that pass away, and now we have the ball back for another drive where running the ball only gets us a few. I appreciate that coach wants me to throw it, but I'm not sure I trust our guys to make the catches or me to make the right pass. And here we go. I know I had our tight end, but I'm going to be patient, and we're going to get in with the running back. The 2-point conversion is the tough one, though. They had us running a bunch of zones out there, and I threw it late. We've been bailed out, though, because South Carolina didn't get the first 2-point conversion. They got their second one in this third period, and it's an RPO. That's the play call here that they were prepared for. We couldn't have handed it off. There was no shot we were going to actually run it in. And some of those play calls there at the end really frustrate me. We've gotten another NIL offer, though, and they're saying my teammates can eat free for commercials. We're declining that deal. I need cash, and now I have to go on the road to 91 overall Alabama. So more player upgrades would probably be cool, but we have a long way to go, and I have to start recovering my body. That last loss really stings, but if we can bounce back against Alabama on the road, I'm going to feel a lot better. First snap of the game is just going to be a little bit of a run to feel out their D, and it's coming pretty hard, so we might have to throw the ball more than I was hoping to. I wanted to actually run quite a bit, and now we're stuck on a 3rd and 3. We're going to hope the motion messes them up, though. It did. We have an open receiver on that right side of the field, and he almost got back to stop it. These Alabama defenders are no joke, but with a bullet pass, we have a touchdown anyway, and this might be the best way that I've opened a game all year. Even with that incredible start, we can put absolutely no hot routes out there on the field, so the home field advantage is certainly kicking in, and that's a great throw. We just have to keep being patient, take whatever the defense gives us, like right there. And what do you even do with these 3 play calls? I guess we're going with the quarterback run. This at least puts the ball in my hands, but I got stopped. And the camera angle certainly didn't help. The Crimson Tide are only getting 3 though, so we still have a lead. And the motion messed them up the last time, so I'm hoping it does again, but it doesn't seem like it has. I mean, they are literally just screaming in. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I had to get that out so quick, and I threw it completely blind, hoping it would be a decent arm punt if they intercepted it. We are going to step up in the pocket on this one, though, to take the sack. So for all of you all that just say, oh, just step up in the pocket, it doesn't work, but that throw should have. We're very fortunate, though. Our defense has stopped Alabama again, and I had enough time to float this ball over to Brandon White. Please make the catch. That would have been exactly what we needed in that situation. And now I have to resort to taking these drag routes and hoping that we pick up a lot of yards after the catch. No lead is safe either, so I'm not happy with how the scores look and approach in halftime, but with a little bit of playmakering, I'm able to scramble for a lot of yards, and that's some good blocking. It took a while, but we finally got it out of one of our wide receivers, and you know that we have the faster matchup there, so we're going to take that. If anybody's keeping up with Brandon White in a foot race, they need to be drug tested immediately, and with this playmaker, I could have taken it, but we're scrambling in instead. Look at me getting a little loose on the ground. We need to upgrade my speed a lot more. And why did I even put in all that effort to get points before the end of the half if they were just going to get 7? I wanted to try to throw it up too, but there's no purpose. I'm just going to throw an interception. And pulling away from Alabama is never going to be easy. We have gotten the ball around midfield, though. That is a very good sign of what's to come. Until I took a sack. I'm not sure what I was thinking there, but we're able to pick up another 10 if we catch the ball. I just don't know what to do on a 3rd and long. I mean, the odds of converting it are so low. And shout out to our defense, actually. They've been doing a fantastic job. I'm also going to have an open receiver, but I needed half a second longer, and on 3rd and long, I'm going to use my legs because the routes out there weren't weren't any good, but I was sliding and still fumbled it away. That has got to be a penalty. That's a late hit on the quarterback. I was going down. I was clearly giving myself up. We're getting a big run with the backup running back though. And it's not like I was going to pull a Kenny Pickett with a fake slide. I don't want to die on those plays, and now I'm going in with my legs. Why do they have to make it so hard to get into the end zone? That was a second too late. And let's see what we're running on 3rd and goal. I'm not sure what it was. Everything was shaking, but it was a jet touch pass. Alabama's going to be able to tie it up with a touchdown, but they didn't, and I honestly feel so lucky for that, except they're about to get a sack here, and how did I avoid it? Now I need to make sure we get this one out a little bit quicker, clearly, and I don't want to run this inside zone. I have a feeling it's going to get stuffed, so we're taking it to the end of the quarter. A big 3rd down play with an RPO involved. I could make this read and throw the slant, but that's risky, and I think it might have been open. Now we're going to use another RPO since they would score a touchdown, putting us in a spot where it's 17 all, and you know what? We're going to playmaker our running back up the field or not. We're not. And all we have to do is get into field goal range for the win. That is simply it. That has got to be PI of some sort right there. I'm not sure what, but I'm not happy about it. And the comeback route has worked wonders. Anthony is going to use his speed to get around the defense, and I think he is gone to the crib. We might actually beat the Crimson Tide. They've come out pressing. They're expecting a run here, I would assume. And they are. We're going to have Brandon White deep as long as he catches it, and he does. Now, the real question is whether or not I get greedy. And a touchdown would be nice, but we cannot afford to blow this game. I might try to scramble on 3rd and goal, or we're going to have the drag, but I think he's going to be short. No, he dove in. What a play. I was not expecting that. But I think it's safe to say my Heisman run's been saved. Our defense got another stop. This feels so good after what happened against South Carolina. And I won player of the game, but the one issue I'm still having is my completion percentage is way too low. Life's only getting harder as well because we're about to face number 2 Texas A&M. And even though it's at home, I'm not ready for another tough matchup. I've also forgotten about studying, so I have to spend all of my energy making sure I'm prepared. And we're at 3 skill points, so I feel like we're starting to get them quicker, but what I might need to start improving is some of the change of direction and agility stats instead of speed. Those might help us more in the long run, and it looks like we're going to have to win the rest of our conference games if we want to make the SEC championship. So I'm keeping that in mind, but my main goal to get onto the Heisman watch list still isn't happening. It's the next day now, and we're playing in the game of the week, but I'm going in raw, and that's never a good idea. This is my first college football 25 game of the day, and it always takes me a little bit to get into a rhythm, so I'm not making too many mistakes, but maybe here we can have a nice scrambling play, and I should have fumbled. That was actually such a terrible setup for us. I don't know what I was thinking, but the important thing is we continue to move it down the field, and I want to take that comeback route, which is held onto. I was not expecting that to work. I actually thought we were in a lot of trouble, and these sacks are brutal. I held onto the ball a lot in the last episode, so I could avoid taking sacks, but I'm not sure if it's better to take the sack or throw the pick. Once you get to like a 3rd and 18, the drive's pretty much over either way, and that was some great blocking. I'm trying to slide though, and the fact that we're still moving this down the field is really impressive. I felt like I had to step up again. I don't trust throwing the ball in the red zone. I feel like by the time I get it out, it's just going to go straight to the other team, and that was the worst slant route I've ever seen. I was just patiently waiting on our boy to beat him, but he didn't, and I guess that should be expected when you're facing the number 2 team in the country. Still though, all these mistakes are making it very hard to make the Heisman race until we have Brandon White. Brandon White is completely gone, and thank goodness for him, because without him we'd be atrocious. Something about him makes the other team's coverage bust, and we're going to attempt to do it again. I mean, I placed that ball to the right side so he could get under it, and he's going to also break a tackle. There's another tutty. I feel so fortunate to have him on our team, but the Aggies keep on scoring and then coming out running this press coverage. There is zero shot we do it to them 3 times in a row, and we're not going to. I just need to slide. That should be a penalty right there though. I was clearly giving myself up, and they still hit me twice, and I'm just thankful that this one's not taking place at Kyle Field, or else we would definitely not have any refs on our side. That playmaker did not work well. As long as we get 1 or 2 calls to go our way, I won't even complain about it. I'm the one scrambling and making everything happen though, and we're not going to talk about what just happened there. I couldn't tell you how we just jumped 20 feet in there. I keep saying that I need to slide, but when it comes to doing it, I never do. And on a 3rd and 6, I'm going to take the out route, but it's going to leave us short of the marker. My coaches pulled me off of the field. We're just taking our 3. But we missed the field goal. Yes, we missed the field goal that I set us up for, and now we're not beating them with the deep route either. I should have known better though. It wasn't Brandon White on the go route, and this playmaker is actually the best thing that I've done throughout this entire day so far. I keep getting a better hang of the feature, and I'm starting to really enjoy it. It's helping out a lot. We're having a really hard time picking up these 3rd downs though. I mean, sometimes the play calls are just really weird. We're lucky that the jet touch pass worked wonders, and that doesn't feel like what normally occurs occurs. Normally, Brandon White just loses some yardage. We're going to be stuck on a third down unless we get the first, which is not great because our field goal kicker missed the last time we were down in this position, and I was just patient. Nobody was out in the flat, and that's perfect. All right, we're now down on the goal line, a chance to go up by 2 possessions, which we do. And of course, you know who it was catching that ball. This game is not over though because they would get a field goal. They're always getting exactly what they need to stay in this, which is why we're going to have to score at least another 3 points. And our rushing attack has gotten us absolutely nowhere, so it's on me to carry us through the air. I did hurry it up for an inside zone just because I thought we could pick it up. But no, that's what's been happening throughout the entire game. And our defense let them tie it up at 21. We're not in a great spot right now. We have to somehow get into field goal range and then make that field goal, which our kicker doesn't seem to be great at. And I might force this into a hot read on third down, which I had to do. That was a risky throw that had to be made in that situation. I didn't feel like I could go with anything else, and we fumbled. We fumbled the ball. Somebody please get to it first. No. They've even picked it up and they're running it to the 45. So I think I just blew that game by not sliding in time. Well, maybe not. We find ourselves in overtime the next time that we're out there on the field. And I'm pretty sure we're about to get held to a 3 and out, but they also kicked a field goal first, and that was almost a great throw. Now we're going to get the ball back again. And this time around, we cannot get held to another field goal. That would not be good. They're not making it easy though. The fact that we keep dropping balls is driving me nuts, and thank you Brandon White for getting open. This is so stressful because it's not like the season's on the line, but we do really need to get a win in this game. And I know if we go to a 4th down, our coach is going to force me to take our 3. I mean, what can you even do there? We just got instantly pressured. It's about to happen again. And coach has me throwing this on 4th and goal. I'm going to have to thread the needle in about 0.2 seconds. I might actually have somebody, and please, no! That ball just hit his helmet. And that's going to cause us to lose our 2nd game of the year. I don't think I'm ever going to win a championship in this road to glory. And I don't care that I got straight A's on my midterms. Somehow with back-to-back losses, I've become a fan favorite. And we're still in the playoff hunt, but I don't think we can lose another game. I mean, we already know the SEC championship isn't happening. And becoming a part of the Heisman race probably isn't either. So the least we could do is stay on pace to not throw 10 interceptions. And also sack-wise, how many are we at? 16 of our 50 already. If we somehow don't turn the ball over the rest of the year, those are Heisman numbers. And I almost want to start upgrading my elusiveness instead of our speed down here because that's not going to increase by much, but this could, and that's what I did. We keep getting stuck playing teams that are higher overalls than us too. Oklahoma's a 90. So I'm going to have to carry us, and they're already sending in a blitz. I'm just throwing this up. That's the wrong receiver, but we still make the catch. I thought this was Brandon White. I didn't know it was Anthony Brown-Stevens. So I thought we were just going to burn them deep, but I'll definitely take that. We needed a huge play to get the momentum going to start this game out the right way, and we're going to have a touchdown here if that safety doesn't get over to the ball. That is unfortunate. I definitely saw it coming, but we're still going to have Wilcox in the flat. And if this is man-to-man coverage, our tight end would be wide open, but he wasn't. Normally that wheel route really works versus the defense. We're still getting a touchdown, but we're probably going to need a lot of those because it did not take long for Oklahoma to respond back, and I playmakered here to deliver an absolute dime getting us past midfield. Every so often, I'm able to do something right, but man, this is not a good look on this play. I just threw an interception literally straight to him, and I should have just thrown it away. I don't know what I was thinking, but we're going to loft up a beautiful ball, and Brandon White's gone. The coverage got busted. That's exactly what we needed there after our mistake. I'm also going to need our tight end to make a break for a lot bigger of a play here than what we were getting, and I think I've been using playmaker way too many times. I'm about to take a sack as well. Now they have us just running the ball. They don't even want to give me a chance to help us pick up a first, and that's probably a good idea because I'm bound to throw an interception or fumble it straight to the Sooners where they're going to pick it up and score. This game is actually cursed. I'm about to lose my mind. I mean, they are about to get a sack on me. I just have to throw it on the run. And let's see what type of coverage they're going with on the next play. Some deep zones where they almost got an interception. All it takes is 1 or 2 mistakes, and then I am just out for the rest of the day. I'm already in a bad mood. And I know the reason that we're going to be losing at the half most likely is because of my turnovers. That's the worst part, but we're going to get solid blocking right here, and we just have to keep on driving down the field. If I wait long enough, I know that Brandon White will be open, but he just didn't play the ball because it was a red passing meter, even though there was nobody around him. Why is that in the game? He is still going to make that catch in real life. I am about to lose my mind. Now I really just want to throw it over the defense right here, but I know it would be an instant interception. That is why I didn't, and I instantly rolled out instead. But I'm afraid we're about to get stopped on the goal line, and we did. How we got it back here with 29 seconds left, I couldn't tell you, but I'm not complaining. And to start this third quarter, they're coming out with one of the hardest presses I've ever seen. There's no way that works. Okay, maybe it does. Brandon White's just fast. He's not as amazing as I make him out to be, but he is still going to be our best receiver, so it makes sense for me to feed it to him a lot of the time, except they just got a one-handed pick somehow there. Did he seriously just grab that out of midair like this and then hold on to it? Like, what? I don't know what to do. I really don't know what to do. I mean, I had enough time to get that throw off, but it's going to be underthrown, and we're all tied up at 24, but their defense is going to make it very hard to get anything else. I just know how this plays out. It's happened to us so many times already, and I wonder what the flag is. I think it's against Oklahoma. Maybe it was for a late hit. We're going to accept that 100% of the time. They've got to be more careful whenever going after me, and they were getting the sack, which now means we're in a tough spot. I'm glad it took us like 20 seconds to get the ball out there, and my wear and tear damage is going to be atrocious by the end of this game. Our tight end just isn't getting much separation, but he makes the catch still. We really needed that. I cannot stress enough. We're also starting to run the ball a bit better, and that's when our coach decides not to give us another running play. I'm going to have to throw that back shoulder, but my offensive line said, no, you're not getting that ball out in time, and our zig didn't get open. I am so ready to transfer. Get me out of Kentucky. I don't care. I need an offensive line that is better than this. Why are you not playmakering? And I guess we're just going to have to take our 3. Well, it kind of worked. We have a lead in the ball back, so right now we're actually in a decent spot, but I just don't trust that we're going to hold on to our lead. I don't see it happening. We're going to make like a 30-yard grab, and then they're going to rip it out of Brandon White's hands or something. And on 3rd and 10, I don't know what I want to do. I didn't want to get it to him there. I'm going to try to put this on the money to our tight end, but their DBs always catch up to ours, and what on earth should I even do in that situation? Like, I couldn't even get out of the play action animation. Now I'm just hoping that Anthony Brown-Stevens is able to bring this one in, and he does. But man, this has been a stressful one, and they're stopping the run 2 plays in a row. Now I've hit change play, and these are the 3 options that coach gave me. The same 3 plays. So we're going to punt it back to Oklahoma because there's no way we pick this up on 3rd and 16. And the fact that they didn't score is honestly a miracle. We're going to give them another chance still because they haven't used all their timeouts. And they know the run's coming since that's the only option we have to go with. But thankfully, our defense held it down and we ended up winning. I have accepted though that I'm definitely throwing more than 10 picks this year if I had 2 in this game. And I'm apparently getting an offer from an AI to check student papers grammar. We've seen improvements at 8.5% to grades on all papers. I don't want a free membership for a commercial. I just don't like these NIL offers. I feel like 25,000 followers isn't going to do anything because we still need another 200,000 to get to the next level, and that's why I declined it. We've clearly impressed some of the voters though if we're still sitting at a top 6 spot, and looking around the rest of the conference, we might actually still make the SEC championship. We got through the really tough stretch. I mean, the rest of our games aren't that bad just taking a look at them, and we get to play 0-7 Missouri, which makes me so happy. It is our last home game of the year though, which might be a problem because playing on the road is always a lot tougher in this game, and I guess that makes sense. It's felt like we've had a lot of matchups at Kroger Field. Sometimes the defensive coverage can get busted on this play right here, so I'm hoping that we can do that with Brandon White, and I think we just did. That is placed right on the money. That 0-7 defense isn't looking too sharp right now, and I'm looking to take advantage of it as much as I can in this video. That comeback route is going to work wonders to Easton Messer. He also cuts up field. So if you all can't already tell, I'm going for my best performance yet. We need something like that to happen, and this might be picked off. What was I doing? It's all good. If this is man-to-man, we're going to have a back shoulder throw right here, and it's not. Okay. Now I'm just going to scramble. I don't even want to try to force it into a window. It might have actually been just not the type of coverage I was looking for on that play. And it's so hard to throw it up to Brandon White whenever they got deep safeties manned up on him. I'm bound to take some sacks though. That will be the first of many to come in this game. And look at our drag route getting open to Jamarian Wilcox. I know I cut out most of the runs, but I still feel like he rarely gets the ball anymore. Please just go into the end zone. And we're handing this one off. I don't need the touchdown pass. It would have been nice, but right now what is more important to me is that we're winning football games. I feel like there was some PI that went on this play, but the refs aren't going to give it to us there, and we're going to have our hitch route for a nice 8. I'm pretty much just staring down Brandon White, and if he gets open, if he has the speed to run by somebody, it's going straight to him, but my 85 throw power doesn't get it quite far enough. Now Missouri has it back within 7, and they got in pressure pretty quick. I'm going to use her this playmaker though, just so we could have a nice big gain, and there you have it. That's what we got right there. A back shoulder throw right here is also going to be money, and that place placement was insane. Now we're running this to the weak side of the field. I did not see this play going for more than like 2 yards, but it did, and we're having a very solid first half. This is almost as good of a first half as we've had since the beginning of the season. There's definitely still plenty of time to make mistakes though, and I'm gonna have to scramble on this 3rd and long, which is gonna get us like 15 yards. But as long as we get at least a field goal, we'd go into the second half with a 2-possession lead, and throwing this on the run is gonna lead to my 3rd touchdown. I took my hands off the controller. I was so confident right there. But I almost don't want the ball back again before the end of the first half, because I feel like I'm bound to turn it over if I have a chance to throw the ball more, and it almost happened right there, but Messer came away with 20 instead. This is a historic moment in this road to glory. All it took was us facing off against a team that's 0-7. And we've gotten this play again, the one that we just scored a touchdown on. If we have enough time in the pocket and I run and step up, we could have had more points, but I fumbled instead. I didn't think I was going to run. I was literally holding down circle just waiting for the pass. And why does it feel like this first half is never ending? I'm scared of turning the ball over again. I already had that fumble. I don't want to hurt my chances of being in the Heisman watch. That's honestly my biggest fear right now, but I might have just laid out a dime. And we've got no timeout, so we're just running up to the line of scrimmage. I am spamming. Come on, let me get this play off. 4, 3, 2, 1. I should have thrown it away. I panicked there at the end, even though I got us in a great spot. And I don't know if I should be going for more points in the second half, or I should just be happy with the lead we already have, but I'm going to take the freebies whenever they press Brandon White like that. I mean, this might be the only good game that I have the rest of the season, just looking at some of the games on our schedule, so we're going to take advantage. And my goal is to do all of that while not throwing any interceptions. That's probably going to be the hardest part. Right now, I've got almost 500 passing yards, which seems just absurd. Normally, I get to like 250, 300, but that's the type of performance that I'm having at the moment, and we have another touchdown to Brandon White. Look at that break. Kentucky fans better be happy with me now. I have clutched up. And I just realized that I've been using this passing meter I wasn't sure I was a huge fan of throughout the entire day I've been playing so far, and it's working well. I mean, with the playmaker, now that we're lobbing balls, we're going off. And we have 540 passing yards with 6 touchdowns. If you're looking for a passing type to go with, I think placement and accuracy might be it. And let's just keep running up these numbers. I'm going to enjoy the rare times that I have success. I mean, any more passing touchdowns and I will 100% be in the Heisman watch. But they took me out of the game to start the 4th quarter, and I'd never see the field again. I didn't even win player of the game. It went to Brandon White, and he got into the Heisman Trophy watch. He's actually projected to win it, but his quarterback's not even on there. No player of the week awards or anything. Just the best stat line of my career in a 45-point blowout and no recognition. The good thing is at least our season stats are starting to look a lot better. I mean, we can only throw 3 more picks this year, but that's still manageable, and sacks-wise, we can still take up to 26. Depending on if we make the SEC championship though and how the playoffs go, we might only be halfway through the year. And even though we're playing another bad team, Arkansas at 2-6, this one is on the road. I'm not sure what to expect going into an environment like this. If we're able to make hot routes, we're going to be fine, but we weren't able to on this play. And we might just have to score first, and then once we have some momentum, then we can do it. 2 for 2 is exactly how I envisioned opening this one up, and it's going to be 3 for 3 now as we almost get a first. But it is all out of my control. It's not a run, it's another jet touch pass. I just can't stand whenever we call these. The refs marked it as a 4th and inches, so I've been pulled. And let's see what we can do by the time that we have it back. I'm going to roll out, take our drag route over to Easton Messer for 10, and just hope that Brandon White can cook those 2 DBs over on that side of the field. I mean, I put so much under that ball for him to catch it. And what a beautiful route from the 98 Speedster. Those are the types of plays that we really need at this point in the year. I'm going to roll out and almost take that deep post again. I might have had a touchdown, but I would have had to set my feet and probably stay in the pocket for it, so I'll keep it in mind for the future. I feel like that's something that could get open again, and here in the 2nd quarter with a couple minutes left, it's still 7-0, but I'm throwing it up to Brandon White because they were sending a blitz and it's another touchdown. It's just too easy. Whenever I know they're sending pressure, I'm fine. But what always holds us back is whether or not I have enough time to get the throw off, and I did there, which is going to take us past midfield. That's the difference in playing these schools that are lower overalls. Their defensive line doesn't get pressure as quick, and that makes it actually manageable to go out there and compete. As I'm saying that though, they just generated enough pressure so we wouldn't pick up another touchdown. It was coming. So I'm going to have to lock in to work for this one, and I threw this too late, but it still worked. I swear, he's the only one that always is open. And what is Arkansas even thinking with this coverage? It actually worked really well for them until I used a playmaker to get a huge gain. We're going down inside the red zone. What a performance. And this is going better than the one against Missouri. It was about time that I started to play well. I've been waiting for this moment throughout this entire video. We've even gotten the ball back with 24 seconds left in the first half. I don't know what we're going to do with that. I don't want to throw an interception or anything, but I'm going to be patient, and if we have the bomb over the top of the defense, I'm going to try to take it. You know what? This is worth the risk. If we catch this, my stat line's crazy. Well, we didn't, but it's still going to be 28-7 at the half. I feel comfortable in closing this out. And that band is probably playing a sad song for Arkansas. They've given up too many passing yards. It's just comical at this point, coming out in defenses like this. I mean, I'm going to throw it up if you're pressing. It almost was too far in the air. I didn't lead him far enough. But once these teams don't have fast enough and good enough corners to keep up with him, that's when we're able to cook. This is also the play where if I step up in the pocket, I could throw the deep post. I don't want to fumble here. And I'm actually playing with the Razorbacks defense right now like it's baby food. I'm testing out new things against it, but I might have just thrown an interception. I think I'm just going to try to wrap this one up. I don't think there's any purpose in turning the ball over and giving Arkansas a chance to come back, which is why we've been running it so much, and it even worked for a couple first downs. I should also mix in one of my favorite RPOs, though. It didn't work well here, but normally it does, and now we just have to hang on to the ball on 4th and 4, but we were marked short. Luckily, Arkansas did absolutely nothing with it. We're going to run out the rest of the clock, and if Wilcox doesn't punch it in on this play, I'm going to hurry it up and try to pass for a touchdown. Well, it accidentally went to the 2-minute warning, but we still have the same goal in mind, and I didn't even mean to give it to him there. At the end of the day, we'd win 42-14, but Brandon White's going to get all the recognition, not me. This time around too, my stats were even better. I thought for sure I was going to win player of the game. And how am I not in the Heisman race? I'm the one supplying him with all of these passes. Just for reference, these are my current stats during the year, and these are DJ Lagways, who is at the number 2 spot. I have almost double the amount of touchdowns. Turnovers could play a really big factor though, and we're up to number 2 in the college football playoff poll, but I don't think we're making the SEC championship just looking at our conference standings. It's a shame that we lost the 2 games that we did, because now we have easier opponents, and I've been spending a lot of XP just to get more skill points. We currently have 6, and I could save it up to upgrade my speed and acceleration even more, but elusiveness worked well the last time, and I'm excited to see what it adds when we travel to Mississippi State. That club building in the back is absolutely massive. It takes up the entire back of their end zone. I'm about to throw a pick though. That was close, and I should have known to not set Brandon White up for failure. My inner Peyton Manning came out for a second. This time around, I'm about to throw an interception again. What am I thinking right now? We've had back-to-back easier wins, and now I'm just putting anything out there. I don't even care. I want more stats, good stats. So you know, if I see some man-to-man alignment or anything here, I'm going for the end zone shot, and it worked wonders. You know, whenever you start to play well, Road to Glory is a lot more fun. They even got in a blitzer there, but they weren't able to sack me. What a throw. This game mode's awesome now. We've improved ourselves enough to where we can kind of just do whatever we want, and that's another dot. I think it was just the teams that we were playing earlier on in the season. I mean, even Anthony Brown-Stevens is toasting those guys right now. And so we just had a bad roll of the dice around mid-year when we started to struggle, I guess. Right now, I really feel unstoppable, but I'm saying that right before throwing an interception, most likely. And it is unfortunate that that did not work out well for us, but we'll go underneath to get the first down. Well, we're stuck running it here, but Jamarian Wilcox is going to easily pick it up for us while continuing to fight his way into the end zone. This is literally exactly what I needed. We're putting 2 routes out there on the field. You know that one of these routes is going to cook them deep. I'm not sure why it always works, but it did right there, and we're still going to get the touchdown, I hope. Yes, we are. Before anyone even tries to say it too, let's just go over to settings and make sure you see it's on Heisman. You can't change it in game. So this is me genuinely showing a lot of improvement, or just facing a team that doesn't know what type of defense they're putting out there on the field. I mean, that was almost picked. But if Brandon White broke that press better, we would have had another touchdown. I'm not happy about that sack. It's going to ruin this drive, and even allow Mississippi State to get back within 14 points, but this cannot be our collapse. Go down and slide. I don't even know what to say about that. I'd rather not say anything at all, actually. That was terrible. We'll just go to the half where we're still up by 14 and we've dominated. But it's also a very real possibility that we're about to blow this 28-point lead. I mean, the home field advantage has come back into play. I can barely make hot routes, and I almost just threw a pick, which sets us up for a 3rd and 1, and the jet touch pass was the best option that they gave us. Look at Brandon White breaking free. Oh my gosh, he is a beast. It is actually mental that they would even consider bringing their safety down into the box after what he's done to them earlier on in this game. Oh, that's off target. But it's all good. We're still going to find a way to get some points on this drive, and I had plenty of time to get the halfback screen out. Now it's 3rd and 3, and even if this is cover 3, we should be able to thread that dot immediately, even leading to a touchdown. I'm starting to think that Mississippi State's just got an unlucky press defense that's default, but they forced a fumble against us, and they scored again, making it 35-28. This game is actually not over. There is no shot that we blow this. That would be the most embarrassing thing thing in the world. That's the RPO that I really like, though. It finally worked. And let's see if they've learned anything coverage-wise about this play. No, they haven't. We're going to have another touchdown. It was underthrown by like 5 yards, though. And we're lucky Brandon White got in, even if he just disappeared with the football. Mississippi State is wasting 0 time responding back, though. So you know exactly what I'm going to go with. No, I can't even take it. They guarded it well. I'm stepping up and we're going to burn some clock. I took it to the 2-minute warning, but the game knows that we're running it 3 times in a row. So they're just going to get the ball back again, and there's nothing I can do unless we somehow pick up the first down, which we're never going to. I mean, if I change the play call here, I should have an option to pass, but I don't, and I think the best thing might just be keeping it on the read option and trying to do it all myself. If Mississippi State ties it up, I'm gonna lose my mind. But they didn't. Our defense came up clutch and we're taking a knee. We somehow almost blew that one, but we got the right result. I won player of the game, and I could be getting a free massage per week. Deshaun Watson would love this offer, but I don't think I'm gonna take the deal. I don't get to relax until I'm in the Heisman race, which I'm still not. And looking at this top 25, no matter how well we finish the rest of the year, if we don't make the conference championship, we're playing a first-round playoff game. We pretty much just have to win at Death Valley and at Louisville if we want to guarantee that matchup's at Kroger Field, because we're not making the conference championship. And we're very fortunate that LSU's 4-6. If they were any better, we might be in a little bit of trouble because we do have to travel to Death Valley. And they're still ranked as the 14th toughest place to play, so we're going to have to be on top of it. If they do give us an opportunity to go deep on them, you know that I'm going to take it. And they might be right here. These are the routes that we look for. Brandon White is going to toast that corner, and he catches it. Unfortunately, a safety still got back to stop him, but we are inside the red zone. And we'll just continue to keep pushing it down the field, but we ran the ball on 3rd down, and why didn't we take the hole? We had an easy running lane to pick up a first. But you know what? It is fine. We would get a turnover against them getting it at midfield. And we have got to hold on to that football right there. I'm going to try to give our guys another chance to catch it. But 2 drops in a row make it 3rd and 10, and with a lot of good blocks, I just threw up a 50-50 ball hoping for the best. It wasn't open, but none of the routes on that play were good. And it might work this time around depending on what coverage they're in. I think it did, except I underthrew it a tiny bit, which seems to be my biggest issue. I'm about to take a sack as well. And I don't like running 4 verticals against the computer. I always feel like I have to force it into some tight windows. They swatted it down, so we're only kicking another 3. But defensively, this might just be the best that we've ever played. And I want to get a passing touchdown so bad, but our running back just got stuck on the line. So my read on this play got messed up, and I'm pretty sure that I became a left-handed QB for a sack. Well, 3rd and 8. They're probably about to hold us to another field goal. I mean, they're guarding those slants so well, but I will step up and celebrate, or just dive into the end zone. I'll take that too. That must have awakened this LSU offense though, because they would score their first points after that. And it just stinks that you're always forced to run the ball on 3rd down whenever there's less than 2 minutes in the first half still, but we almost picked it up. Because we didn't get it though, now LSU has a lead by a point. I've thrown it up to Brandon White, and they're going to deflect it into an interception. Of course, we just turned it over to end this quarter too. This is actually a disastrous collapse. They now are up 21-13, and I'm going to need a lot of time in the pocket if I want to get this throw out, but I had what I was hoping for, and we catch it. This is honestly a really impressive way to end this first half. We are driving down the field versus the Tigers. And on 1st and goal, I wanted to take that zig route, but instead I'm going to step up and take it in. I saw zone coverage, but to open up the 3rd quarter, you know that they're about to get even more points. And this is a battle right now. We're struggling. I mean, it was kind of expected. Death Valley's a hard place to win at, but they're going to stop us again. And the fact that we've gotten the ball back inside the 40-yard line is just a miracle. I'd also love to get Brandon White out in space with this RPO, as he is going to take it all the way to the 1 or the end zone. They gave him a touchdown. I hope the refs don't review that because it looked very close. But now they're in a booth review. I knew this was coming. They always have to make it difficult for us to just get our easy points. But it helps me because I have another rushing touchdown in this game. And on the 2-point conversion, it's zone coverage. We're taking our drag and we don't hold on. They'd score again after that. So it's like, what do you even want us to do at this point? I'm going for all of the marbles. I'm sending it up to Brandon White. We got a huge touchdown. But in less than a minute, LSU has reached the end zone again. I mean, they are just scoring so many points against us, and I threw that late. Like, I legitimately don't know what to do at this point. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to beat the Tigers. They got us coming out in a Hail Mary formation. That is the play call that coach just gave me, and I just fumbled the ball away. Please pick it up. That was literally it right there. I don't know what we're doing, and I threw that a second too late. We're actually very fortunate that we did make that catch there. We're continuing to move it down the field at least, but we have to stay in hurry up mode if we want to keep having success. And no, he dropped it. That was it. I thought we had our touchdown right there. Now they're biting down on the tight end, and I have to be smart. We can kick a field goal here and still be in this game. It's not going to be enjoyable if we're going to get stopped a bit short, but it is an option, and they took me off the field. Now we just have to hope that we get a stop versus LSU, and it looks looks like we have. So this is it right here. I've been given my opportunity to dot up one final time. Not a great start with the inaccurate pass, but our running back's going to make it third manageable. And as long as I get this ball out in time, we should be fine. I could also step up in the pocket. I might have had Brandon, but I was not willing to take that risk in that situation. I am scared of throwing an interception. That is not what you want out of your starting quarterback here either. You want them to be confident, composed, but it's hard to be when you can't put any hot routes out there on the field, and you just have to hope that these are ones that are able to get open. I'm also letting some time run off of the clock. I don't want LSU to get the ball back with too much, but that was a bad drop right there, and now we are just hoping that we hang on. On 4th and 3, these are our options too, and I don't want to hike this ball. I could take a delay game penalty, making it a 4th and 8, but I feel like maybe I should just trust Jamarian Wilcox. Go on. Pick up the first down. No, coach has lost us another game, and that could be the difference between us making the playoffs and not. Besides that one dumb interception, I feel like I played pretty well. Remember, I had 3 touchdowns on the ground, but LSU just stopped scoring, and why would my team need free soda? If anything, we need to be playing better. Actually, you know what? I'm going to take the deal. I saw the 400,000 followers. I could use it. We shouldn't be consuming that stuff. We need to be drinking straight water after losing LSU, especially because we're down to number 12 in the country. We're so close to missing the playoffs. Just like last season, whether or not we beat Louisville decides if we do, and they're only an 81 overall. So we better make sure we don't lose the Governor's Cup, because I couldn't stand losing to them again. First drive of the day. We're having a lot of trouble getting a hot route out there on the field, but eventually I think Brandon White decided to go on a streak and we would have had him. Now it is a 3rd and 18, and we actually have beat them deep, but it's going to be underthrown. And I'd say we're very fortunate that that worked out for us. We have to be more careful. I still haven't gotten to throw this seam on the RPO, and I didn't do it on this play either. But one day I will get to hit it, and I think we have them beat over the middle. We're off to a solid start. That's all I was hoping for against the Cardinals. And the fact that coach keeps making me hand off the ball is starting to drive me insane. We only have success when we go through the air like we have on this play and hang on to the football. So I'd like to keep things that way, and we're just going with our drag. We have to get some yardage here. It's an important play to start the second quarter, but they just had me handed off to Jamarian Wilcox. So we're lucky that our defense has gotten us the ball back in this position right here. There's not even a home field advantage that's in effect. That's how well we're performing against Louisville. And at the moment, I'm able to hot route and pretty much do everything that I want, which isn't always true whenever you have to play a team on the road. Here on 2nd and 2, I am looking to get into the end zone, so I might step up and scramble to do it myself. And we are off to an insane start versus the Cardinals. Now I might have our tight end late, and I do. I just need this to be underthrown. No defenders getting over to him in time. And he even fell into the end zone there at the end. The only reason I'm not too happy about it is because the Cardinals would score pretty quickly after that, and we can't beat them deep. I have to get it out so quick if we're going to attempt to, and we even had it there. But those mistakes could lead to Louisville getting even more points before the half, except we get the first down. I've not seen Jamarian Wilcox run for more than like 3 yards in weeks, so I needed that. And he's been so bad for us that might actually be his biggest rush of the entire year. For a while, I didn't mind having him at running back, but recently things have not been good enough for him to still be out there. And we're going to struggle to get into the end zone with this much time left in the half. I'm not liking the play calls coach has given to us, but I know we can at least move the chains here. And with 19 seconds on the clock left, I just got another snap off. I'm going to step up, try to run for a bit, but at the end of the day, I had to burn a timeout. We're not in field goal range yet, and they just sent in a blitz so quickly. I wanted to get it out in time so we would have a chance at it, but instead it's just caused me to throw a pick. He didn't turn around for the ball or anything. It was not worth it. And things are starting to look a little bit rougher. We're now on a 3rd and 14 that we're probably not going to pick up. And the fact that I could even fit that ball into that window is kind of crazy. I did user that playmaker just in case I wanted to still throw it, but it wasn't worth risking another turnover on that play. And if I step up here, I'm going to have somebody with a slant. That is so disappointing. I just couldn't get the ball out of my hands in time. That's my fault. And my offensive line just made things 10 times worse. The only way we can get back and bounce back from this is if this was man-to-man coverage here. Maybe if it's zone. I was about to throw the playmaker, and I just crossed the line of scrimmage a little bit too quick. Now we're trying to bomb the cover 3, but we couldn't, so we're very fortunate that they weren't able to do anything with it. Some of these play calls and routes are giving me just a bunch of problems. They're hard to make a read on, but at the end of the day, it's better than having to hand it off all the time because those rarely go anywhere. Playoff spot on the line. I think my chance of making the Heisman race is no longer a thing, but I didn't do anything there that would have helped us. We're really just so fortunate that we keep on getting the ball back. And on 2nd and 8, I was hoping the defense would bite, but I had to get that out so quickly. Now we're at the point where coach is going to want us to start winding down the clock, and we're getting a huge gain. So it's fine to stick with Jamarian Wilcox here, but we might have the touchdown. That's the RPO I've been waiting on. What a play that was. This place has gone almost silent. And we have gotten the ball back in the red zone. They must have turned it over, but I also must have read the score wrong because we have 31 points. I don't know when that happened, but I wasn't paying attention for it. There's no way we just ran for a 3rd and 16 as well. But it is safe to say that this one's over, and I'm just going for more touchdowns, except somehow that was picked. Our tight end not turning around to the ball is a big issue, because in this game I threw 2 picks off of it. And why didn't we have the option to just kneel in the first place? I am happy that we won the Governor's Cup, which gives Kentucky their 23rd series win. And I even got player of the game, but those turnovers are really frustrating. Due to them, I know that I'm not going to join Brandon White in the Heisman Trophy watch. The only goal I think I might actually complete is less than 50 sacks, but I tried my best and I still have a 3.8 GPA through all of it. Surely my academic advisor is going to be happy with me. There's still work to do for a few classes before the school year's out though. And they keep offering me this NIL deal, but it's just not worth my energy. I need them to come back offering me some cash or something. I've just been training over and over trying to get more skill points, and I'm up to 7, but I clearly wasn't a Heisman Trophy winner. I got us into the playoffs, but that's about it. And it seems like Florida lost to Texas A&M in the conference championship. I'm not sure how DJ Lagway won the Heisman, considering Brandon White's above him on the Heisman watch screen. And just throwing this out there, he had over 2,000 receiving yards and 28 receiving touchdowns. I also wasn't just good through the air. I had rushing touchdowns as well. I think I had 7 of them. So it makes no sense for DJ to win with 30 passing touchdowns, but maybe he did something on the ground too, and I guess he did. All that's important now though is we're able to go out and make a run in the playoffs. Alright, it's time to go ahead and get into this game. We average a lot more passing yards than Oregon, so maybe we'll have a better offense. It also looks like they are 7 overalls better than us. And if we can't win it all with Kentucky this year, I think I have to enter the transfer portal. I want to win a championship before my career's over. I also want to win the Heisman. And playing this one on the road is going to make things so much more difficult. There's also been a flag on this play. I hope it's not against us. And it wasn't. That's going to be an extra 15 yards. We're driving down the field so far, even though I can't really do any adjustments. And this is the best team that we've played all year, even though we've been taking on SEC opponents, I think. Their overall is the highest for sure. I mean, there's no way anyone else has been a 91. But they're 9-3, so they clearly have some weaknesses that we can exploit. So far, things have looked pretty solid on this drive, but I'm not sure what my play call is on 3rd and 1. I thought it was supposed to be a pass, and I think the home field advantage changed it up. We'd end up missing that field goal, which doesn't help us at all, and I also had an inaccurate ball, but our wide receiver still comes under it, and it's not Brandon White. It was Easton Messer. He had enough speed to get by that DB. But the jet touch passes are back in full force, and they are very hard to watch. On 2nd and 9, we're running a halfback screen that they're all over. So it's on us to move the chains on this 3rd and 9, and I felt like we had them, but that corner got back to it. There's my double-digit interceptions for the season. That ball should not have been placed the way that it was right there. I'm not sure what happened. But with players like that lurking all across the field, it's going to be hard to fit it into windows. I mean, it did work on that play, but I don't think I can be that consistent unless we had them again, and we did. Easton Messer's having his best game of the year. But as long as Oregon keeps on responding back as quick as they are, it might not matter. We need him to continue to go off for more. This is actually crazy. It's nice having multiple targets that I can get the ball to now. We haven't had that for a while. And you've got to be kidding me. They hit us with a holding call. That is home cooking at its finest, but it doesn't matter because Brandon White has been able to get free. I didn't throw an interception on it this time. I got it out a bit quicker. And we still have a minute left in this half with a chance to get even more points, but that was considered a red arrow. I don't know what I did wrong there. I kind of just tapped the button, which is what I'm going to do here again. Those routes are killing them, but they got the pick off it for the 2nd time. It's always that DB that's able to get back to the football somehow. I don't know if I'm seeing things wrong, maybe I am, but I'm pass leading him upfield and it just doesn't seem to be enough. Well, I think that means we're going to end this first half at 21-21, and we know that Oregon's not going to stop scoring points. That's what's going to make this matchup against them so difficult. Those 2 turnovers probably could have been avoided though. Jamarian Wilcox fought for a first, and I'm almost scared to try to beat the Oregon defense deep with Brandon White, but he had them there and I just didn't have enough time to set my feet. The fact that the computer tackled me from behind there is also insane because I'm never able to do that. And there's no way that they didn't hit me late again. Those penalties are nice and all, but we're still going to need a way to get more points. And we have a long way to go if we're going to do that on this drive. 3rd and 10. This might be one of the biggest moments of the game, and they read it like a book. They read me like a book. There was one spot I was going. We were punting the ball, whether I threw it, whether I took a sack, whatever, so I was not concerned about it there, but I think we had them there, and of course it's a red meter and we still catch it. Okay. Zero complaints from me. Brandon White's made it 28 all. We are back in this one. And now that the threat of giving stuff away is no longer on the table, I know that I'm going to do it. I'm just sending it everywhere. I don't care if I throw 5 interceptions a game. If we win it all, that's what matters. And here in the fourth quarter, we have a 7-point lead that we need to hang on to, but those routes keep on toasting them. If only Brandon White was in the game for that is all that I can really say there. And how did they pick that? Nah, the computer's actually cheating sometimes. I have never seen a defensive tackle that agile in my life. And this is making my 10 interceptions throughout the year look so much better. I don't even know if I can say what we're doing right now is crumbling, because I feel like so many things just haven't gone our way in this game that normally would. And there's a decent chance that we're still going to win this. It's 35 all. Now, our running back just not turning around for the ball there really hurts, but we could be fine. I'm going to take this bubble, and that's going to allow us to take it to the 40. I think I should be patient with this drive, so we just take the game-winning field goal. That would be ideal. And we could even run this clock all the way down to the 2-minute warning, but we had to get the first. That didn't happen, which makes me very nervous. I almost want to just take it here because the look we had was good, and that was right. Okay, keep on fighting too. We should honestly just be settling right now. I don't think I have enough control to do that, but the only play call options that I'm getting are the runs, so I'm going to have to burn a timeout. I need coach to give me some better options than this, because Oregon's probably going to take a timeout, hold us to 3, and then win this entire game. I can't make it happen on my own. Wow, our third down play call is a run after they burned one of their timeouts. And what do I even do here? We're literally just handing them the win unless we just picked up a first down, but we're short, I'm pretty sure. This is actually ridiculous. Coach is costing us the game, and the fact that we stopped them is so lucky. I'll take it because we are moving on to the next round against Texas A&M, but so many different things happen in that matchup. And if they occur again against the Aggies, we're not winning. They've already beaten us once, but I do feel comfortable in saying with these stats that I'm the best quarterback in the country. And the number of interceptions wasn't even that bad compared to some of the other leaders. I also have a lot of open NIL slots with 444,000 followers where I'm not getting any good deals. So I told you that one wasn't worth filling up, and we're just going to make sure I'm fully recovered, I guess. Just like the last time we played, this is the game of the week. And if Liberty loses to our rivals Florida, we would play them for a spot in the championship, but we have to get there first. And if I'm remembering right, we lost to Texas A&M in overtime because our receiver didn't turn around to catch the ball. I've been gifted a treat with this first play though. Normally the defense doesn't seem to know how to guard it, and they did. I honestly thought we had a free touchdown right off the rip. That would have been incredible, but instead we have to still work for it. And at some point Brandon White is going to toast them deep like he did right here. I put that ball right on the money, and there's no way that they're catching him. Our defense even held them to just a field goal, which I very much appreciate. And it's too bad that I'm going to have like 0 time in the pocket in this matchup. I got to get it out quick. Here on 3rd and 9, I'm not going to hit our tight end. I'm waiting for that route to come open over the middle of the field, but it's going to be dropped. And I might have been able to just scramble for the first. It's not going to matter that I didn't though, because we have gotten the ball back, and look at that. Brandon White's gotten by him again. The fact that that wasn't a touchdown though is actually going to make me go insane. We should have them here. And I got to stop hoping for the best. Texas A&M's actually guarding a lot of these routes a lot better than I thought they would, but that was a dot. There's very few times where you can fit it into multiple dudes on this game and they're not going to intercept it. But we did on the last play, and that's the end of the first quarter. Now they're coming out trying to stop us with man-to-man coverage. That isn't going to work. We have them beat. Our defense would also get beat for a touchdown though, so I think you can see what type of game this is going to be. Very high scoring, not like the last one at all. And that's probably because we've both improved a lot since the last one, but I deserve to get intercepted. We're very fortunate that it's 3rd and 10. I don't think we're going to be able to pick it up though. We're just going to drop it. And all of a sudden we're trailing 17-14, but Brandon White got the jump off of that route, and he is going to be gone to the crib. I simply don't have the patience to just be patient and work it down the field all the time. I have to take these deep shots, and when they work, that is going to make me so thrilled. Brandon White gone again. He is single-handedly carrying Kentucky right now. And the fact that neither of us won the Heisman is actually insane. I mean, we've carried this offense throughout the entire year. That defender's dancing on us though, and what he doesn't realize is the refs are about to hit him with a penalty. It was pass interference. So good job there. I'm sure coach is going to be absolutely thrilled with you, and I got to stop my trash talk now. They actually just read me like a book. And the fact that we're getting this ball back with a lead still is a miracle in itself. I don't even want to go for more points before the half. I'll just take the sack. And going into the half, Brandon White's stats are incredible. He's on pace for 500 receiving yards. I doubt he makes it happen, but if we could have audibled there, we would have had a touchdown. And they've come out not as aggressive on this play. They were pressing more on the last one, but I'm just hoping our tight end makes the aggressive catch. They're doing the right thing, putting safety help over the top. Now I'm just hoping that my speed's quick enough here, but I fumbled the football away. And it's like I can't even hang on to it to run for one play. It is what it is though. They'd only get a field goal, so at the moment we're actually still winning this game 28-27. But I just don't feel comfortable with a 1-point lead versus the Aggies. I feel like we're in trouble. At some point, they're going to get a sack, and then it's going to be very hard for us to get points on this drive. I'm scrambling for the first, though, and my hope is that they're running cover 2 so we can have Brandon White deep, but they forced another fumble. Are they like magnetically taking the ball out of my hands or something? I mean, this is ridiculous. And all of a sudden, we're losing 35-28, just like that. We were winning. I've gotten used to blowing leads in Road to Glory, though. It seems to happen almost all the time now. And I'm saying this right now, there's like 0 chance that I stay at Kentucky after this season. I need a championship before I go on to the NFL. Our receivers are literally getting clamped. And I'm almost 99% sure that Brandon White will be gone because he's a senior, but what is that? I passed lead to the right. And this game might actually be keeping me in it right now because I currently feel like we don't deserve to be. We have a minute 16 to work it down the field with 0 timeouts, and that's a little worrying. But I appreciate just having a chance with the way that we've played in this matchup, and that's got to be a first. All right, now the question is, how are we going to get a big gain versus them? And I think I'm going to have to throw this ball away unless I'm able to scramble for a lot. And that is 100% on me right there. I was trying to do it myself. I might just have made the throw of the century, though, until it was dropped. They've even sent in a blitz, giving us a chance for Brandon White to run under that football, and that's what he's going to do. We are going to have a chance with 30 seconds left to send it to OT. I know I've made some mistakes, but we're in it. And they got 7 points on their first drive. We cannot lose to Texas A&M in overtime again. I threw the comeback route, though, and he never turned around. My heart's dropped. We're leaving Kentucky a loser. He ran it so deep. He was supposed to turn around by then. And you have to throw it before they do, or else you're not going to time it right. That collapse with turnovers in those last 2 games was insane. But those defenses just ruined my life. And even though the stats did improve in my junior year, there's still more work to do. We clearly still have a fumbling issue, even if the rushing touchdown totals did go up. And yeah, Brandon White's a senior, so we have no reason to stay at Kentucky. I have unfinished business still. I don't want to leave for the NFL. I need to enter the transfer portal for one more episode. Now, originally, I was going to go with Georgia, but I figured Oregon could be a better fit, and then I saw Alabama's roster plus Kalen DeBoer being there. He made Michael Penix look incredible and also turned him into a top 10 draft pick, so just looking around at some of the other schools that want me, I think that might be the best fit. I didn't plan on doing this, but I really want to win a championship, so for my senior year, I'm going to be a part of the Crimson Tide. That should mean a lot more NIL offers are coming my way, but I didn't like this deal. 16-week contract with 3 energy just isn't worth it, and because I have a 3.8 GPA, I've already graduated, so we don't have to worry about studying all season. I do have to worry about a brutal schedule though with both Penn State, Ohio State, and then all of the SEC schools, including my former team. I'm going on the road to Kroger Field. With an Alabama roster that's not projected to win the SEC, this is going to be difficult still. I'm not even in the Heisman projections. I thought a move like this might put me up in the race. But to be fully transparent, the reason that I chose them is because they have 2 receivers that are very quick in both Cole Adams and Ryan Williams, who I'm going to throw the ball up to a lot. Our defense is also really good if we're a 94 overall. So now I just have to focus on winning, and I've already maxed out my coach's trust. I didn't come here for the jerseys, that's for sure, but I came here to win a championship, and I feel like we should be able to do that. So I'm excited. This is my first time running out in Bryant-Denny Stadium, and there's a lot of fans. West Virginia is going to be a decently tough opponent, but we should be able to beat them. And in my first game at Alabama, I'm going to take this comeback route to open up the game where it is held onto. It is so nice to have some wide receivers that are really good, and you best believe we're going to try to take the top off of the defense here. They got in just in time though, making it 3rd and 13 where they tried to press our best receiver. And Ryan Williams is going to go crazy the entire year. He has the overpowered ability that Berrien Brown has where he gets a better release off of the line, and that's just going to cause him to toast a lot of corners. But we're also going to have a chance to run the ball a decent bit too because Jalen Milroe was here before me. I'm actually so excited to see how this year plays out. I'm hoping to win the Heisman Trophy. I'm hoping to end up being the first pick in the NFL draft. And just using a new playbook, there's a lot of things that I'm going to get to use that I didn't at Kentucky. We have an awesome running back as well. If we do get up by a lot of points in any game though, I will end up cutting it. And that's such a brutal way to miss my first pass of the season. I don't know why he didn't turn around for that football. Ryan Williams wasted no time getting his 3rd touchdown of the day though. And it's not even the end of the first quarter where we're already up by 21. Once we have to go on the road though, I don't think we're going to be able to beat some SEC schools like this, and Cole Adams is the other quick receiver. You know, all I've talked about in this series is how hard Heisman is, and I'm sure I'm going to throw a lot of interceptions in this video still, but I'm going off. And if we could go up by 4 touchdowns already, that would be the best start to a game I think I've ever had. I'm still limited with some of the play calls though, like Kalen DeBoer made me run this on 3rd and 2. But it was the right decision, and now I'm going to have a chance to run it in with my legs, and I do. This is about to be the best season that I've had in Road to Glory yet. And with 2 minutes left in the first half, I'm hoping to pass for another touchdown. I missed my reads right there though. I was so scared of throwing a pick, and West Virginia is just getting embarrassed. It got so ugly I didn't even have to play in the second half. And this might be the best stat line I've ever put on. If I ever threw for that much last year, there was always a turnover or two involved. And I've gotten a sponsorship offer from Nissan where they're going to throw in a new car for me and my entire position group, plus it's only for 5 weeks. I'm going to get an extra large leadership boost, 750,000 followers. I have to take the deal. Compared to what I was getting offered at Kentucky, things are so much better at Alabama. And I'm still getting used to not having to study at all. I'm technically graduated and I can spend pretty much all of my energy on just training and then recovering my body. With the 7 skill points I have to spend, I could max out this category, or I could start going down into some of these like throw power and then my quickness. But I could also start to purchase some physical abilities, and I've just never liked any of the options on here besides maybe mobile deadeye. With 99 throw on the run already though, I might just be better off saving up until we have 10 skill points, and then I'll upgrade my quickness because it's definitely needed. This is the drill that I've always struggled on, trying to escape and pick up both of the zones and then throw for a touchdown. I don't think I'm gonna do it here. So that's why I'm so focused on it, and eventually I will be able to pull this off flawlessly. For the time being though, I still can't beat this minigame, and I'm ready to get back to our schedule where Penn State and Ohio State are both coming up. This is gonna be difficult, especially since my offensive coordinator is expecting either 400 passing yards or rushing for 175. And I doubt we'll make that happen since the Nittany Lions are a 90 overall. Since they've already scored 3 points, they're doing better than West Virginia was. And they've got us running the read option here, but they were prepared for me to keep it. I think we might struggle whenever we have to play against teams like this, though we had a touchdown on the play and I just saw it really late. So I need to make up for that, and we're going to have them beat deep. Assuming that ball is placed on the money, we have a touchdown right here to Ryan Williams. That is what I need to see. I love whenever they press some of our best wide receivers, though their safety got over to that ball. And I'm not one to take a lot of my checkdowns. I love to sling it down the field. A bad pass means it's 3rd and 10 though. Our tight end should route up that DB, but at the same time, Penn State's going to scream at us. And we're actually about to get a safety on this play. Coach wanted us to run a jet touch pass on the half-yard line. Come on, just get out of there. That could have gone so much worse than it did, and then they brought everybody down on Ryan Williams. What were they thinking? We might be struggling, but I'm still going to make those reads. And I'd love to throw this RPO bubble. They kind of bit at the running back, but we only got a couple still. On 3rd and 5, I'm going to roll out. We have our crossing route, but I threw it a second too late, and that means we have to settle for a field goal. It's all good though. We'd get the ball back, and they just keep bringing people down. You can't do that. We need to increase our throw power though, because since that ball was underthrown, it caused us to drop it, and now we have to work it down the field another way with slants. I mean, if this is cover 3, this won't work, but if it's not, it would have, and I'm about to take a sack. I know I had that right side of the field open. I was staring down what I really wanted to take, and what are you doing? Don't stop your route right there. Please tell me they're not going to catch up to our running back down at the 3. Richard Young just went crazy right there though, and now with the jet touch pass, we're about to take it in, which means we have a lead on the Nittany Lions. They'd score before the end of the first half though. I'm not surprised. The computer always does. And I can only imagine what it's going to be like next week on the road at Ohio State. I'm not sure how we're going to win that game. We're going to keep getting motions involved in our offense though. A lot of really cool screen plays are in this playbook that we utilize. And we have a delay route on this one, but the crossing route was so wide open, which is why I took it, but I missed the throw. Come to think of it, with 99 throw on the run, we might just be better off for throwing it on the run every single time, but Ryan Williams took the jet pass for a ton of yards and he is still going. Whenever it works out like that, it becomes my favorite play in the game. And I threw that ball there just hoping that he'd show up at the right time. The only issue though is we're still only up by 8 points and we have a long way to go if we're going to beat Penn State. I like that I can hand it off to Richard Young though, because he is going to take it for like 20 yards. He's still going. And on the final play of the 3rd quarter, I'm about to take a sack and also fumble the football. Please pick it up in time. That was such a weird way to just drop it, but they knocked it out of my hands, so we're going back to feeding Richard Young instead. I don't have to do anything. I just have to trust our offensive line gets the job done. And this is such an odd coverage right here. I feel like we could get off the immediate throw, but where'd that safety come from? I am actually so blind. I just noticed that this player was hiding behind the referee. I mean, you could barely see him. And that would have been the worst way to turn the ball over. They got man-to-man coverage though, so we're going to take our crawl route, which was dropped, so we punted it back to them. They still couldn't do a thing versus our defense. And I've accidentally called the speed option to the weak side of the field, so that's going to do nothing. The cameras were weird. Apparently there was holding involved. And now it's 2nd and 19, but all Kalen DeBoer wants to do still is hand this football off, so we're going to let Richard Young go to work. I also love it here. Kalen's allowing me to throw the ball on 3rd and 8, so we have a chance at picking it up. But me and Richard still aren't on the same page, which is how we got in a spot that the game is tied up with 36 seconds left, and I couldn't tell you why they have me running the read option. Hopefully that's given coach the confidence to to allow us to try and pick something up. I mean, I have all the time in the world, which is a very good thing. We have an open receiver too. That's going to go to about the 40. But it does kind of bum me out that it all came down to this and I missed the throw. 2nd and 10 now. I clearly cannot take a sack in this situation. We're going to have to burn a timeout. And coach isn't putting me back out there on the field. We are either going to make this field goal or go to overtime. I have no decision over it. It looks like we drilled it though. And I guess I set us up well enough to win the game. Normally, I wouldn't trust a college kicker with a 49-yarder, but I guess it works out for us and I still haven't thrown an interception. My offensive coordinator still wasn't happy with my performance though. So he's come back the next week drilling me with questions, and I never played football. This could be rough, but the nose tackle's on the inside. It should be defensive end for the read option. Please tell me that was correct. As for what fib stands for, I'm pretty sure it's formation into boundary. We're just gonna roll with that. I think we got one more question after this. And I have never heard of Fox 2 and Spider 2 in my life. It means something with West Coast terminology, both play action or both runs. We're just gonna guess A. And it looks like that was not it. I nailed the other 2 questions though, so my coach trust increased. And there's a VR company that wants me to do some ads with them where they'll give me that for free if I do, but I don't really want that. The only reason I'm accepting it is it boosts my throw accuracy, and this is the only way I can do that. But I just realized that's not going to happen for a while. I need it though because my medium throw accuracy still causes issues at 86. It says we have 100 short throw accuracy. And right now I just need one more skill point to upgrade my throw power, which is what I think I want to go with. Due to all these NIL deals though, I'm gonna have almost no energy to spend. I could do it, but it's gonna take a big hit to my wear and tear. And I hope going all out for this upgrade's not gonna affect us against Ohio State. 87 throw power is a lot better than 85. And I clearly need more touchdowns to become a Heisman contender like the Buckeyes quarterback. If we can beat the number 2 team on the road though, that should put me in contention. Right now Alabama's at number 12. And it should be no surprise that this is being considered as the game of the week. In a hostile environment like this, I have no idea what some of these buttons are. I also can't make any hot routes, so I might be better off just handing it off to Richard Young a lot throughout this game, and I'm hoping that I know where everybody's going on this one. We're going to Ryan Williams, the only route I stared down because I was so nervous of making a mistake, and this is a good test to whether or not I can win a national championship with Alabama. I'm about to fumble, but it all turned out all right. On this 3rd down, I'm waiting for that route to get open, and that was such a tight window. I'm expecting them to stop us a lot like that throughout the day, but our defense has held it down for us, and now we need Richard Young to hit that hole properly. It is 3rd and 8. I'm going to try my best not to throw an interception right here, but I think we can all agree that that probably should have been one, and we're just lucky to still have it as a tied game. There's still 0 adjustments that I can make, but we're going to throw this crossing route on the run, and that did not work very well for us. We're going to have to attack this seam, hope they don't make a play on the football, keeping this drive alive, and now the bubble screen gets us a couple more. They have me going back to it over and over though, and running that to the weak side of the field was probably the worst thing that we could have done. It's going to be another drive that we get no points on. But because our defense is so good, Ohio State is struggling too, and with my throw power, I had to try to test it out on this play. We got very lucky that they called them for PI. That's going to be a 15-yard penalty. And our 98 speedsters not dusting their corners. That's unfortunate, but I'm not sure what else I expected to happen there. Richard Young takes it for 7, setting up a 3rd and 9 where they're running zone and they get the sack. This is the hardest place I've played in my career. I can't even see any of the routes before the play starts, but we might have them beat deep, and that is what we do. I've even had a pro player tell me that Heisman is super difficult, that he threw 7 interceptions on it, so I don't feel bad whenever I'm not performing the best. And I'm really hoping they send the crib here. I'm ready for that hot read over the middle where the safety might play it for a pick. I shouldn't have thrown it. If it was just a little harder, it was a touchdown. But instead, it was my first interception of the season, and I'm going to be down 10-0 at the half at Ohio State. We're in a lot of trouble. I feel like we moved the ball pretty well too. These stats aren't that much different, but I'm fully expecting us to pick up our first loss of the year. And I still can't believe I went into Penn State as a sophomore or junior at Kentucky and won by so much. That was probably the craziest game throughout this entire road to glory. My linemen just pushed this guy into me though, and if they didn't do that, I would have scrambled for the first down. Another drive, another chance to get onto the board for the first time, and we'll see if this motion confuses their defense at all. It seems like it didn't. Richard Young's going to easily pick up the first though, so we'll continue to move it down the field where the run's just not working. I'm not sure if I can say the passes either. I don't know what routes are out there. And even this play, this is not the play that we're running. It is much different than that. I could have probably attacked the seam, but I couldn't remember exactly what we had, and now I'm just going to throw it. I don't know what I can do because I pretty much feel helpless here, and come on, please just get a big one. To start the fourth quarter, for the first time, the home field advantage isn't going as crazy. I can actually see some things. So that does give me a little bit of hope, and we have dusted them with that route, but it's a bad throw. After one mistake too, now I have no idea what routes are out there on the field. That's all it takes. And here on 3rd and 21, I'm just going to send up a prayer. I think that's the best thing that we could do, but Ryan Williams catches it. Our prayer has been answered. We have a miracle. And guess who has the ball back with this much time left in the game? I'm going straight back to him. I don't even want to try to make a read versus the defense. We are up now. That is all I had to do. I just had to be able to hot route him whenever the environment settled down. And the Buckeyes must have turned it over to our defense immediately because now we have it inside the red zone. This is it. We are 3 plays away from being able to run out the clock. But they've gotten us to a 3rd and 11, so we're going to settle for a field goal. It is 4th and 16, so I think we're about to stop them. And that is what we've done. We've taken down the Buckeyes on the road. I know for a fact that my stats aren't going to be the best, but all that matters is the fact that we upset the Buckeyes, and that's not going to make us the #1 team in the country, but it will put us at number 5. There's still no sign of me on the Heisman watch. That makes sense after the stats in the last matchup, but eventually I should get some respect. I'm on pace to have over 4,000 passing yards, 40 touchdowns, and only 4 picks, so we know what's coming, and we're about to play an FCS school. I can promise that I'm going to pad my stats against the Royals, so I'm going to apologize in advance to Bengal for what I'm about to do to his team builder team. I already know that they're going to think it's a smart idea to press the best receiver in the country, Ryan Williams, so that's going to make this 10 times easier. And now we're going to hit them with play action where we have a player wide open but almost threw a pick. Okay, maybe I need to be a little bit more careful. If I turn it over versus Riverside, I'm going to be so upset. There's even a flag on this play for holding. So what are we even doing? I just want to get up by a lot. Well, 2nd and 20. Now we're going to attack that man-to-man coverage all day. And this might be my one chance to break off a big run with my quarterback, but I almost took a safety. I'm not sure why we love to go to the jet touch pass on the 1-yard line, but it's about to lead to one as well. And they're actually on the board versus us. This is embarrassing. This is not what you want to see out of a championship contender, but they're actually trying to make this a competitive matchup, and I didn't think they stood a chance because I can do stuff like this. I'm going to go back to Ryan Williams 50 times. If their 69 overall corner sticks with them, they deserve to stop us, but why are we getting the ball back in this position again? Come on, break off a big run. We didn't get very far, but because I took a sack, now we're running it again on 3rd and 6. I love the play call, but I can't break free. It is all good though. We're still doing just fine. Ryan Williams is going to run straight by number 13, and that's going to be another touchdown for the Crimson Tide. I'm not going to make you all sit through this beatdown though. We all know I'm going to have plenty of success. So hopefully by the time I cut to you all again, I'm going to be up by a ton with the best stat line of my career. That's not a ball that I wanted to see dropped, but I plan on making up for it very shortly after, and that crossing route's naked. I've also noticed that these FCS school players are getting hurt on pretty much every single play, and I'm kind of embarrassed that they just held us to a field goal. We missed it too. All I want to do is go up by like 21 plus points. That seals a win, but I'm struggling a little bit more than I thought I would, and I'm really just doing my best to not throw a stupid interception versus them. To open it up though in the 3rd quarter, I might just send it and not care, because currently the Royals are playing us better than West Virginia did, and I wish I could break off a huge run, but I'm just not that quick. On 3rd and 7, we got a little bit of a motion coming over. That's going to leave that side of the field wide open, and I put it right on the money. So now I know for a fact that we're going to win. I feel like once the pressure's gone of getting up by at least 21, we're going to have no issues extending our lead even more, and once we've hit the 4th quarter, it's clear that this game is completely over. By this point, I'm not sure why I'm even out there on the field still, but I might as well try and take advantage of it, and by the end of the game, it was 56-2. I had 8 total touchdowns, 6 through the air and 2 on the ground, but I'm not going to take all the credit. Instead, I'm going to give a lot of it to my teammates. I've also gotten another text from my offensive coordinator saying the forecast is showing heavy rain in our next game, so apparently I need to prepare for it, and that'll give me a +5 boost to carrying for 1 game. Then we got Chad hitting me up. I wish it was Audrey, but anyway, we have more opportunities to spend our energy, and just because I think we're already over the cap, I'm curious what happens if we do it too. Even though I've already graduated, I'm writing papers, my GPA's somehow gotten a bump, and that makes no sense at all. At least I won National Offensive Player of the Week. I realized what mistake I've just made though, because with no energy, I can't heal my health. I'm already torn up, and I have to go into the game against number 5 Texas A&M like this. This could be a bad look for me, and I'm still not in the Heisman running. At least Ryan Williams is. But now we gotta start this game with -6 throw accuracy medium and -5 throw power. It's even the game of the week, so all eyes are gonna be on me. And it is also raining, which is gonna make it even harder to throw the ball. If I survived this matchup without getting injured, I would be shocked. And there's going to be no throwing the ball deep versus Texas A&M at all. With 82 throw power, it's almost a guaranteed pick, but I guess I put enough on this one. And I'm hoping there's a way that I can magically heal throughout this game. I mean, we've had a pretty solid first drive so far. We're moving it down the field until we had a completely inaccurate pass. And now we're going to have to just make sure we score on this next one where it was cover 2 and I think we had him beat. 2nd and 10, little bit of play action again. This time it didn't work for us at all. I'm scrambling for the first. But I can just tell that this is not going to go the way that we want it to. Coach has me handing the ball off a ton. I mean, I just want to throw it. And it looks like underneath my player, I did get another tick to wear and tear, so that's a good sign, but we have to fit it in that window. Another stop is certainly not ideal, but I think we have a touchdown on this play. Their coverage got very confused. It was underthrown. And why did the Aggies have to score again? Now they've come out aggressively pressing right here. I might just throw the streak and hope for the best. Ryan Williams, please go up and get that ball. It is a shame that right now we can't put very much on it because we would have touchdowns on all of these plays. And now we have to find a way to pick up this 3rd and 10 where our crossing routes open. Ryan Williams dropped it though. By the next time I'm out there on the field, it is 21-7. And here's the thing, I've lost plenty of games since I've been in college. I'm expecting us to lose at least a couple this season. But even if we do, we should be able to make the playoffs just with how the system works now. I just wanted them to be road losses. Losing at home is like 10 times worse because we shouldn't have any issues in these games. And that's just another bad throw. I have to try to go for a deep shot where they're about to intercept it. I got hit before I could get it out. You can try your hardest to not turn the ball over in Road to Glory on Heisman, but it's just bound to happen with the way it works. I mean, they almost got another. And I'm just not going to stress about it this season. I can't let it affect me. I'm hoping to hit this crossing route to Ryan Williams, which I did. And he's also going to break a tackle, taking it all the way down to the 1. Here we go. We're about to get right back in this one. But I might need to throw for the touchdown. We have a little RPO here that works wonders. So it's back to being a one-possession game. But that's not good enough for Kalen DeBoer. He wants to go for it. I have to say, I respect the willing to be aggressive here. I'm going to put it on the money. And if we can actually win this game, it should be pretty easy to look past those 2 interceptions. I mean, the conditions couldn't have been any worse either. I had no wear and tear. I'm also playing in the rain. So I'm just thrilled to see how it's playing out, and that should be our next score. I saw we beat them off the line. I normally don't throw to him, but that's enough to put us up by a point, and if our defense keeps doing what they've been doing, we might actually win this game. I'm about to have a 20-yard throw with no effort, and that's great and all, but we need to start running the football instead. My coach clearly doesn't think so, though. We're throwing the ball here, and if that's a great spot with the ball, we're going to hit Ryan Williams for a touchdown. I smart routed his route so it would cut sooner, but I didn't think we'd burn them deep like that, and with a stop, this game's all over. I'd like to think that we're in field goal range even if we don't move the chains, but it might not matter anyway. Coach has me throwing it on this 3rd down where our left tackle just got destroyed, and I'm going to take the sack. I wanted to keep the clock running, but it led to them getting a touchdown, so I'm glad they didn't get the 2-point conversion. Even though it was super close, we've won another matchup, and let's just act like I didn't throw those 2 interceptions. I also love to see upgrades like this to Road Dog, which are going to help me play better on the road, and I have a chance to work with this company new washing appliances for 3 energy a week and only 5 spin move. We're declining that. I'm the best quarterback in the nation for the #1 team in the country. I can't be accepting that. And with over 1.1 million followers now, they're going to have to pay me if they want to work with me. After using most of my energy to heal my body though, we're ready for another game. And even though we're 8 overalls better than Ole Miss, I know they're going to be good. I don't want anyone to derail our chances of making the SEC title game. And I don't know if it's a bug in Road to Glory or not, but we're playing at home all the way up until the final 4 weeks, just like last year where we have 4 straight road games. Since Alabama's got such a large selection of jerseys to choose from, we'll switch it up this time and wear white. And that was the one big downside of transferring here to play for the Crimson Tide. If I wanted all the jersey options, Oregon probably would have been a better choice, but I love the wide receivers that Alabama has, and come on, start this game off with a touchdown. I don't know why they came out pressing Cole Adams on that first play, but it seems like I'm almost better off never keeping it with the read option, and on 3rd and 14, I think they're going to keep up with Ryan Williams, but that was the only throw I wanted to take, and we have another one. These go routes to these receivers are so good, but we have a bit of an issue. Even on the furthest back camera angle, I can't read this RPO. There was a wide receiver that I could have thrown the ball to. So that's the type of stuff where we just have to hand it off, hope for the best, and now on the next play, we're about to go up 21-0. I thought we had them beat there, but I'm sure we're still going to make it happen at least sometime soon. I'm using the playmaker, which means Ole Ole Miss is already out of this game. There's not much they're going to be able to do to come back after all that. I feel like our defense is just too solid to give up a lot of points. And we're still going to continue driving down the field hoping for the best, but they're about to sack me on third down. Well, we must have had a pretty good punt because they got us safety. We have 2 more points on the scoreboard. And now I'm going to hope that these blocks hold up long enough for me to get another passing touchdown. Normally I get instantly sacked there, but not on that play. And the fact that they keep on coming out pressing us might be a joke. I mean, once we hike this, one of our receivers is going to burn them deep. They have 98 and 99 speed. What do you expect? I still have to finish off the job since we couldn't get into the end zone there, but using Playmaker, it shouldn't be too difficult. And this entire second half's just going to be me running out the clock and then eventually getting benched most likely. With 27 seconds left, I'm going to get another passing touchdown. And now we're in the 4th quarter where for some reason they still haven't pulled me. Personally, I'd rather just watch the rest of the clock run out from the bench, but we can go for more touchdown passes if they're going to give them to Ryan Williams. We're not done either. I'm back out there on the field again, and I think we would have had it there. Now I'm just going to scramble. This could be the biggest rush of my career if I make both of these guys miss. And this is why they need to have that skip play feature in Road to Glory. Without it, I've had to spend a few more minutes in game when it's already over. And I can't believe we beat Ole Miss this badly still. 51-10 is insane. I mean, these stats have to put me in the Heisman running, which it has, and I might have to stop throwing it to Ryan Williams if I want to take it home instead of him. That's going to be super hard to do, especially since I'm saving up my skill points to increase my throw power to get the ball to him even more. And right now I'm at 7, so we still have a little bit to go. So far, Texas hasn't really been doing well in the SEC, but there's a chance they could still give us issues. They're a 91 overall team. The second teams don't come out pressing, they're already in a better spot, and I guess it's time to see if they can guard Ryan Williams deep. It seems like they can, but we're still going to have somebody open. Now, I know for a fact throughout this road to glory, I've gotten a lot better, but I don't know how much of it's been me as a player or just the fact that I've been upgrading my character the entire time. I mean, that throw was underthrown and then we got bumped into a pick, so I'm still turning it over stupidly, but I'm sure I'll finish this game with some really good numbers. And look at that, Cole Adams just dusted that guy. He's gonna go for like a 95-yard touchdown. Now we're getting the ball almost in the red zone. It's like they're setting us up for success. I am gonna have to scramble instead of throwing it, but we should still be fine. And on third down, that hitch is gonna be open to Cole Adams all day as he fights his way in. We really need him to start picking up touchdowns so I can win the Heisman. And you have to wonder what type of coverage this is right there. I mean, we're just gonna blow right by them. Why would they bring everybody down and let us do that? Because my throw power isn't the best, it didn't work for a completion, but it will in the future. And we had Richard Young getting really involved during the start of this season, but I feel like we forgot about him, so it's time that he gets some action on this play. Me personally, I love all these plays that have screens in them because it bumps up my completion percentage, and I'm pretty sure throughout this entire road to glory, I've never averaged better than like 63%. That sack, unfortunately though, would put us on a third down where we have Cole Adams deep. It's very, very underthrown, and we're just fortunate that the Longhorns couldn't get back to it, but I might have just thrown them a pick. I saw that read way too late. We are very fortunate that he couldn't get his feet down in time, and I'm not going to force it for a touchdown. If it's not there, we're not going to have one, but I'll throw that. Zig routes are one of the only things I feel safe with in the red zone, and what is Texas even doing? It's like they just want to give us more touchdowns. I don't understand why they would come out with a coverage like that. Cover 0. All I'm going to say is if I would have stayed at Kentucky, this game would be like 28-all right now. We would not be winning by as much as we are, and I was hoping to end this first half with even more points, but I don't think that's going to happen unless our tight end can pick up this 3rd and long. I mean, we're going to get a field goal, but I don't get to pass for another touchdown, but I might get to run for one. Apparently we went for it on 4th down even though I wasn't out there on the field, and this still makes me so uncomfortable, like I'm going to throw an interception or something. Please just go in with the hitch. With how great that first half was, we really haven't had to do much in the 3rd and 4th quarter, but that allowed Texas to get it closer than I would have liked. I also didn't win player of the game. Of course it went to Cole Adams, but that's perfectly fine with me. I just have to hope that that one interception doesn't hurt my Heisman odds. Before we find out where we stand though, we got this NIL offer for a self-massaging stick, and I think this would better fit for women's sports since you could use that in a multitude of ways. That would actually be an insane NIL post if you got what I'm saying. And Ryan Williams somehow jumped up to number 1 in the Heisman odds even though I didn't feed it to him while I stayed at number 3. His targets are about to be cut very short. We can't have him looking this much better than Cole Adams. And currently I have negative 14 throw throw power because of how injured I am, so we should probably just recover, maybe train a little bit, and then recover again. With 9 skill points to spend, we still can't increase our throw power, and we can't increase our speed either. I still think I'm gonna go with this one. But we also have all these amazing mental abilities with no good physical ones. It's kinda dumb to avoid these. I'm just hoping it doesn't affect how our player carries over into Madden 25, and this should be our final home game of the year. First play of the day versus the Bulldogs. We had an RPO that I had to test out, and if Cole Adams is even grabbing that ball there, he might just be my favorite wide receiver. I don't like whenever we're forced to run that RPO to the short side of the field though. It's never gonna work, and this throw on the run was almost a dot. The Bulldogs might actually hold us here. I'm gonna take our comeback route to Ryan Williams. I had to give it to him, but he's not getting any more touchdowns. That's what bumps up his Heisman stock. If we get down against any team though, I'll definitely start using him. We need our tight end to create enough separation, and thankfully there was a penalty on them, so we're gonna get to move the chains. Even though we dropped that ball, things still worked out really well, and Kalen DeBoer is giving me all these quarterback runs, but I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to punch it in. That felt really good, and with the play action, we should have Cole Adams deep. I'm not sure why it moved us to that side of the pocket, but it didn't seem to matter. I mean, they bit down when they really shouldn't have been, and now they're pressing. I have to go to Ryan Williams. I didn't want to do it, but he beat that corner by more than Cole Adams did. He's got a touchdown. Let's not act like this isn't Mississippi State's fault though. Look at the coverage that they're coming out in. Even our tight end that might outrun that DB for a huge play, breaking 2 tackles, keep on going. It's just not looking good for Mississippi State. I'm not sure what you're expecting out of them though. They were never going to play us well. Now we've got it down on the goal line, running the speed option, and I am going to pitch this last second, even though I couldn't see if he was open, because I am an unselfish teammate. I can't believe that I'm going to have to end another game early too, but we had a touchdown to Ryan Williams. I mean, what can I do? He beat them off the line by 10 yards. That's probably all you all are going to see though. This one's over. And by the way, this is just for all the comments that are going to be like, oh, it's not on Heisman. I know somebody's going to think it because this is the best that I've played in this entire road to glory. But that's what happens when you go to a 94 overall school. I can't just say that we got the easy win in this matchup though, because with 4 minutes left, we're only up by 18 points. And that's because here in the second half, I haven't been trying to score. I've just been trying to run out clock. There's a slight chance that they could still come back though, so that's why I even mentioned it. And I'm going to go for the pass on 3rd and 4 where our right tackle just got completely destroyed, but I broke that attempt at a sack and I'm going to pick it up. That was a crazy play. It might be the first broken sack of the year. And I think we might as well see if we can pick up one more touchdown just to end this game. On 1st and goal, the halfback angle route is going to get us to the 2. And we have a couple hitches out there on the field, but our running back's open for the tutty. Richard Young just helped my stats out a little bit more. And we've won the battle for Highway 82 for the 89th time. If it's that lopsided, I'm not sure you can even call it a rivalry. And apparently my offensive coordinator is expecting me to score either 5 rushing or passing touchdowns in this next game. He doesn't want me to just beat my former team. He wants me to embarrass them at Kroger Field. And at the moment, they're ranked number 12, but they're 9th in the SEC. All I know is I wasn't getting onto the Heisman watch with Kentucky last season, and I'd love to save them the embarrassment, but I have enough skill points to upgrade my throw power to an 89. So even if we have to play on the road, we might beat them by 50. Just a season ago, this was a home for all of my games. I'd be walking out in the tunnel with those players. But now I'm coming out of the tunnel with the opposing team, which doesn't feel right. Alabama at Kroger Field, you would never expect me to be using the Crimson Tide. They've already scored 7-2. They're not going to make it easy on me, even though I'm the only reason their program's ranked 12. Because at 5-3 before me, they wouldn't have even been ranked inside the top 25. We're already stuck with a 3rd and 10 though. I think we might have a touchdown. I'm not sure what happened. 49 was supposed to be on him, and he's just let him run for 7. Kentucky's not going away though. They scored another touchdown. I'm convinced road games are just impossible, because we have not struggled defensively in any matchup until this one against the Wildcats. I've also noticed Cole Adams is missing with an upper arm fracture. Thankfully, he's only out for 1 week. But that means we're going to have to rely on some new wide receivers, and we would have had a touchdown there, but I got hit immediately. I think the play action warped me into running into that defensive lineman too. So I need to start taking that off plays, because now we're trailing 21-7, and Ryan Williams just got underthrown a lot for another pick. I just upgraded my throw power to 89 too. What was that? I mean, I'm set up to lose to my favorite team right now. And they got another touchdown. I guess they're trying to prove that I could have won a championship with them. My offensive line also just held, making things worse. And I think this matchup is just set up for us to lose. I'm going to have to play out of my mind if we're going to come back. Those 2 interceptions alone already sting. Now I'm scared to throw it deep. And I also fumbled. It slipped out of my hands, and they're going to pick it up for even more. It is 35-7 right now. And how has this happened so quick? I don't think I've ever crumbled like this before, but we keep on burning them deep. I mean, that is a ton of separation. Leave it up to Richard Young to be our best wide receiver in the first half. And we have a lot of work to do right now. I don't know how we're going to pull this off. It really doesn't help that we got all these screen plays. Right now, I just need to be throwing it deep versus the Wildcats. So we'll see what I can pull off on third down. I think Damian Volk, that guy that's replaced our receiver in the slot, is going to be pretty quick as well as he takes that to the crib. We're dancing, but we're still down by a lot. And now the home field advantage is coming back into effect, even though it wasn't effective until we got it back to being a 14-point game. I guess that makes sense though. Everybody was tuned out. They weren't even cheering because of how big of a blowout it was. And please tell me we've just toasted them. That cornerback with abilities has been hard to beat deep, even though he's white, and I don't think we're picking this up. So it would only make sense that Kentucky would get a field goal, extending their lead to 3 possessions. It would have been awesome if the defense played like this whenever I attended Kentucky. They never seemed to do that. They were giving up like 50 points a game. And you know what? I have to be happy for them because if they beat Alabama in real life, it'd be insane. I probably wouldn't shut up about it on Twitter for at least a month. We still have a chance to come back in this fourth quarter too. We're down by 17. But we've seen some of those other cornerbacks get confused with the deep pass, and I'm going to step up to scramble for as much as I can. How much time's left on the clock is definitely important too, though. We need to be able to score quickly. And here on 1st and 10, they're finally getting in some pass rush. That really should have been a fumble there. I'm not exactly sure what happened, but we just had an insane block, and let's take it to the red zone. I don't like how the accelerated clock's working though. It's running down so much time before I can even get a snap off. So we're about to stay in hurry up mode, and I don't know what type of throw that was, but I'd rather just scramble in for a touchdown. We've gotten it back with all 3 of our timeouts and 2 minutes and 12 seconds left on the clock, so we're actually in a decent spot. This is a winnable matchup still. Come on. I thought we were about to break like 10 tackles. It looks like they are going to be able to guard that deep route, but with the playmaker or this throw, we should have been fine. I can't even hot route in this environment. My receivers are getting confused. That is not what I had out there on the field. So we better pick up this 3rd and 7, and I didn't want to take our running back angle route until here. That should have been picked. I thought he'd get by that defender a little bit quicker. On 4th and 7, please just hang on to the ball. Our chances are still alive. But it would seem like the perfect season isn't going to happen unless we had a miracle and they picked us off. I knew they were going to read that route well. I've had my worst game of the entire video against my favorite team, and there's not much I can do about it now. I mean, this throw is going to be a huge play, assuming we actually catch it. But in order to get the ball back, we had to burn all 3 of our timeouts, and I don't know what's out there. I'm just going to fumble it away. These road environments are going to give us a lot of trouble. We have 3 more coming up, and my offensive coordinator is not too happy with me. Come on, dude. We've lost 1 game. Because of how successful I've been, though, I just got my first NIL offer where it cost me no energy. I'm of course going to accept it. They're giving me stuff for free. And not only do I get followers every week, but I also get +2 energy this week. We're just going to use it to try and collect even more skill points. That's all I can really do. And if we want to make the SEC championship, we can't lose again. Kentucky leapfrogged up to #1 in the college football playoff poll. They're 6-3. We are 8-1 down here. And don't even get me started on South Carolina being above us. The patch is coming at some point, but Kentucky got their revenge. They dropped me down in the Heisman watch list. And between fumbles and interceptions, I think half my turnovers this season came in that 1 game. Cole Adams is at least back for this matchup, but we are playing at the Swamp. Florida's a 91 overall, so we know that's probably going to give us some issues. And I'm not going to know what we're running throughout this entire game. I also don't see the wide receiver buttons, so I have to know them beforehand. And what even are these routes? I'm not sure what our players are supposed to be running, but that wasn't what I thought. I despise playing on the road, especially in the 4th toughest place. I mean, we are just bound to struggle. And we're even dropping balls that we normally wouldn't. On the bright side, though, our defense seemed to hold it down for us, and I think this might be the game where I rush for the most yards. I'm also going to give our running back a chance to catch a direct snap. I didn't even want to put my hands on it. And let's see what type of coverage they're running here. I felt like it was going to be man-to-man. We had the touchdown. It is a shame that they screamed in that quick. I have no time, and I don't know anybody's route because of that, but I do know that's normally square where they have kept up with whoever was running it, and we mossed them. We mossed them for the touchdown. That might be the play of the season. And Caleb Odom clearly wanted me to learn his name doing stuff like that. I think he's wide receiver 2 on the depth chart, but he's just so slow that I normally wouldn't care about him. And on this next one, we are going deep again to Caleb Odom. I don't know why he's been out there instead of Ryan Williams, but he's been killing it. And this feels like a setup for disaster. We just had to hand that ball off where we picked up 15. Well, Odom's clearly going to be on the outside for probably the rest of the year, but it seems like he broke that press really well. I'm still going to give it to him. And this might be the worst play to run in this environment where I have absolutely zero idea what is even happening. And we're probably gonna have to settle for a field goal. I'm just gonna scramble on this third down where a spin move is not gonna get us in, but we got the first. We are so close to punching this one in. Richard Young does. And I don't know why Odom has started to line up on the outside, but I really don't like it. He is not gonna beat players deep the same way that Ryan Williams was. That might make the rest of this season extremely difficult, and they are just screaming in with pressure. This throw better be accurate, which it was. I guess Ryan Williams in the slot could be a good thing. I was expecting him to get open here. The blocking from our offensive line was incredible though to allow me to run for the first. And we're going to take our crossing route to Cole Adams assuming we have enough time. We didn't though, and they've also hit us with a holding penalty. They didn't do their job right. And how are you going to cheat by holding and still not prevent them from getting in? That is just insane to me. 2nd and 27 now. Everybody's routes are starting to get confused. I did have enough time to hit our tight end though, which is going to allow us to pick up the first. And we just have to hope that there's stuff out there on the field that's going to allow us to score versus the Gators. Ideally, they're in man-to-man coverage and nobody sticks on Richard Young, but they did and I wasn't prepared. So it's 3rd and goal. I'm going to wait for him to get open with the halfback angle route and they're going to pick me off. I think we all knew that was probably coming, and it's why I normally wouldn't throw the ball in that situation. I'm going to try to burn them deep though with Ryan Williams. I mean, it looked like he had the edge on that corner. So we have 25 seconds to make up for that original turnover, and scrambling to the left side of the field might be the move if I wasn't already tired. This could be another red zone interception, though we have the touchdown right there to Odom. And Caleb Odom's having himself a day. Florida would score to start the second half though, so it looks like their offense has finally started to come alive. And I was able to put Ryan Williams on a streak on this play, but getting it off was another question. I wasn't sure if we could make that throw. This is the toughest defensive line I think we've played all year, but it could still be Ohio State's or somebody else that I'm not thinking of at the moment. Like, they just keep getting us into these 3rd and longs where I could have thrown that ball, but I didn't want to risk it. And they're going to call a penalty for a late hit as I was running out of bounds. That is huge. It's unnecessary roughness. And I have never seen that call in this game. I feel like it happens all the time, but it's never thrown. As long as it gets us a field goal, we're going to be up by 3 possessions, so I'm not risking anything. And I'm kind of hoping that on this next play, they're in cover 2 where I take a sack and also fumble it to the Gators. This is what I'm used to happening on Heisman. I was kind of surprised when it wasn't earlier on in the season, but our offensive line's supposed to be good. And I'm starting to wonder if somebody's injured or something, because this has been insane to deal with throughout the entire game. We just have to hope on 3rd and 2 that I have enough time to get this throw off. I'm not sure which receiver I'm going to take. I couldn't see the buttons for a while, but the screen plays are never going to fail us. They seem to always work. I should have never said that though. Of course we wouldn't hang on to that football and just sack me already. I'd rather our defense get out there on the field, even though we're probably about to throw a 17-point lead. And they got their touchdown. It is now 24-21. If I've learned anything from this in our last matchup against Kentucky, it's that I do not want our first playoff game to be on the road. That is for sure. And I'll sit here and wait until it's the 2-minute warning. The biggest issue is on the other side of it, they're just going to stack the box on every play. So odds are they're about to get a defensive stop against us, and Richard Young's getting close. Here on 3rd and 2, I could throw this RPO and we could pick this up. That is going to be the game. And we are taking this knee, getting out of the swamp. That was such a close one. I can't believe we pulled it off, because once the home field advantage really kicked in, I couldn't do anything. In fact, I took so many sacks that my health is completely gone. We're going to have to spend almost all of our energy just recovering it. And with 4 skill points to spend, if we're going to upgrade anything else throughout the year, it's probably not going to be power. So maybe I should just start to get our overall even higher, as we're now a 94. I just have a weird feeling that it's going to affect my player overall when I take it over to Madden 25. And it would be nice to go into Arkansas and get a huge road win considering what's happened in the last couple. So far, the stadium pulse hasn't seemed like it's too bad, but we're also only a play in. And just the fact that I can make some audibles alone makes me happy, but I'm about to take a sack. That sack's going to make this very difficult to pick up. It is 3rd and 20, though the cover 0 almost gave us a chance. But unfortunately, we were just a yard short. The Razorbacks would follow it up with a field goal, but it could have been worse since they're 8 and 2. And it's so weird not having Ryan Williams on the outside, because this would normally have been a touchdown. As much as Odom has helped us, he's not going to be one that runs by them for deep plays. That's the issue. But we know Cole Adams is, so I've just been staring him down where I'm taking sack after sack. 3rd and 30 should sum up how this first half has gone for us. It has not been pretty. We just haven't gotten many yards, but there's a flag on the play, and it's against Arkansas for a late hit on me. We have somehow picked up the first down, and now we're in a decent position to keep on moving it down the field, as they thought that they could press Cole Adams. I was waiting on that moment for way too long. We also might have them beat over this cover 2 to Ryan Williams. He breaks 2 tackles, and that's the thing. It might be hard for us to beat teams deep now with our new receiver alignment, but we're still gonna do it. I'm pretty sure you all have just seen 3 straight touchdowns in a row, but they keep on coming out and pressing us, so I'm not sure what they expect to happen. Time is winding down in the half though. We need to pick this up to get in field goal range quick, and I hope that I did enough right there. Well, on the other side of things, it's 24-10, so we clearly hit our field goal. And we're gonna see if Williams is able to get loose on this jailbreak screen. I was hoping he would, but they've stopped him. There was so much open field on that right side that he just didn't see. But we're still moving it pretty well, and if that was a streak route, he had him beat. Now it's 2nd and 17. I could take the zig for a couple, but it won't get us much. And I might just throw up this ball on 3rd and 10 and hope for the best. If he beats the press, he should. We would have had a touchdown, but he didn't. And it's not like I could see that side of the field anyway. Luckily for us, our defense is gonna force a turnover, so we're getting it inside the red zone anyway, like he did catch it. And I really want to take this RPO to our tight end to get into the end zone, but he is about to get stopped short, or maybe not. That really helps my stats, even though I did almost nothing. And on 3rd and 12, I am gonna look deep just because I want to have another touchdown, which should be possible. I mean, they are pressing our fastest receiver. He's gone. If you're looking at just my completion percentage, this is going to be my best game this year. And if this game refuses to turn on chew clock with a couple minutes left, even though we're up by this much, I'm going to score more points. The only way this hurts my Heisman odds is if I somehow manage to throw an interception. And of course, they've got me set up running the football where I've kept it for a tutty. At the end of the day, we really needed a win like this on the road, and I had 6 total touchdowns with 83% of my passes being completed. I'm probably going to continue to get more and more NIL offers. This one just makes me tougher. I don't think I need it because mentally I'm already laser focused in for the Iron Bowl, which is one of the biggest games of the year. If I perform well in that in-state rivalry, I should shoot up to #1 in the Heisman race, and the fact that I'm not already there with stats like this blows my mind. I mean, I have Alabama as a top 4 team, #1 in the SEC, and they still don't think I deserve the Heisman, but I'm gonna earn it at the end of the year, I promise. That alongside a national championship would make me the #1 pick in the draft, but Auburn is not playing around against us. They scored a touchdown in 16 seconds. I should have known stuff like that would happen though. I mean, the Iron Bowl is a big deal, and I'm fully expecting some of our receivers to dust them deep on this play, but it didn't happen, so we're gonna have to use a playmaker, which is caught, and keep on running Richard. If the committee doesn't think that's a Heisman level play, I don't know what they're watching. And I only have 3 reads on this 2nd down where we are gonna have somebody on the sidelines. I don't like the 3rd and 1 play call though. It's out of my hands. Richard Young had to pick it up himself for us, plus a little bit more. And apparently at the end of that, somehow he fumbled. Auburn's celebrating with the ball back, but it's completely fine. I'm annoyed, so I'm just gonna come out and try to bomb them on this next play, which they are getting back to. If they want to come out in this cover 0 look, I promise I will do it again. We have good enough blocking to get this off, and there's no way that they stick with him right there. Come on, that's an easy tutty. I'll do that all the time. I want to win the Heisman Trophy. We need Richard Young to make a play for us as he breaks 1 tackle and also spins a guy out. So I feel like we can actually trust to feed him the football, and this is man-to-man coverage. Surely this is where Ryan Williams beats him. It's like he got moved over to wide receiver 2, and he just lost all of the skill that made him great. But it's fine. We still have a chance to pick up this 3rd down, and great blocking. That's going to be the real difference maker when we make the playoffs. Whether or not we win or not is all dependent upon our offensive line. And Odom's going to have a chance to get loose with this play right here, as they are all over it. Never mind. I was really excited for that. I thought it was going to work out well for us, but instead I'm just scrambling to try to pick up the 1st down, which I get. And we have got to keep it moving. No turnovers either. I can't risk turning the ball over, even though they almost played that. On 2nd and 10, my plan is to just roll out to the right because I thought I needed to in order to hit this crosser, but I guess I didn't. And we're getting very close to a touchdown now. That slant takes us to the 2. I might just have to scramble in though. I don't trust my guys to get open, and I also don't trust myself to make a throw without turning it over. Scoring with that much time left in the first half though was pretty much a given that Auburn would respond back against us. I just hope that's not picked. And on 2nd and 10, I am just gonna step up in the pocket here, trying to scramble to get a few, but I'm not able to slide, and that leads to a fumble. It is my fault that we are down 17-14 right now, but it's also gonna be the reason that we're about to take a lead. I'm the reason I just hit Ryan. I don't know how he dusted by that corner so quick, but I'll take it. And we even have the ball back with 20 seconds left in this 2nd quarter still. I almost want to try and go for something deep, like that deep post, but that safety might play it. That was kind of crazy, but I felt like we had them there, and once again, he just beat them off of the line. I'm not sure what he's doing, but I'll take it. Because now going into halftime at the Iron Bowl, we're up by 11, and you know that all these big plays are going to help my stats out a lot. We're about to have another, assuming Colby makes the play, and he does. He just ran right under it. The next time I'd be out there on the field, we have it on the half-inch line, which is going to lead to a safety. And then they almost got it within 1 possession by scoring a touchdown, but they didn't get the 2-point conversion. I don't think they're ever going to go away away in this game, though. I'm also very curious if we can get it out in time. And I had a read right there that would have been a touchdown. Well, all of a sudden, this home field advantage is in full effect. We're also only up by 7, so there's 2 issues that we have to deal with. And over on that right side of the field, we have some verticals that I wanted to take, but scrambling also works. I've definitely fumbled a lot in this game. It was important that I got down there. And as much as I wanted to leave the play action on for this play, I couldn't do it. I'd probably take a sack, and it's still gonna work for a tutty. We just can't put them away, though. They're still within 8 points. It makes sense. It's a rivalry matchup. And I might be able to get another touchdown, which would really help me out. First, though, we have to pick up this 3rd and 7 where they almost got the sack on me before I scrambled for the first. And I think we have a touchdown on this next play. They're going to expect the run, but we're not going to do that. We're going to pick up our blocks, and I hit the wrong button. I had it. I mean, that was still a rare time where hitting the wrong button didn't pan out bad for us. It still worked. But now we have to get at least one more first down to run out the rest of the clock, and Richard Young is able to do that. I don't know why he went out of bounds, though. It kind of defeats the purpose of moving the chains. And I'm just hoping that we're in field goal range if we aren't able to get it again. Well, apparently that run was far enough. We can just take a knee, and the Iron Bowl is going to go to the Crimson Tide. I think I can take credit for a lot of it, which is enough to get us into the SEC championship against Oklahoma. But just from the looks of it, they think 2 other quarterbacks deserve the Heisman over me. That would be really disappointing after winning pretty much every single SEC game and throwing for over 50 touchdowns, but I can still put more stats up against Oklahoma. That game's pretty important because it's also for a first round bye in the college football playoffs, and I'm just glad that it's against a team we haven't played already. We're getting a new opponent to face off against, but I'm pretty sure it's against senior Jackson Arnold, so I'm not going to be surprised if the Sooners score a lot of points. I mean, they've already gotten 7, and I'm sure there's a lot more to come. The good news, though, is because it's not a road game, we don't have to deal with home field advantage, and that alone makes me really happy. I'm also going to try to scramble for a lot of yards. One guy to beat, I'm going to throw him to the ground, but unfortunately, I didn't get much farther than that. Now it's Richard Young's turn to put the work in the open space, and if this is cover 2, we're going to have a touchdown, but it's not. It's cover 1, which means our tight end got wide open with the crosser route versus a linebacker. So far, I have been taking play action off of everything, and it seemed to help. We're also going to have a huge play over to the sidelines, but it was just ruined by Ryan Williams. I don't know what he was doing there. Now this lineman's catching me. It's actually so frustrating that we don't have who I want over on this left side of the field either, because then we get stuck settling for 3 and we're not able to beat them deep. We did on this play, though, and I'm going to have to use the playmaker to get a huge play out of it. Hold on to the ball right there. Keep on going all the way. It's been a while since we've seen Vincent out there on the field. Or at least it's been a while since I've thrown to him, but he just worked wonders for us, and now we have the ball back up by 3 points. All we have to do is keep on passing it because running isn't working, and I think Williams is about to burn that corner over on that side. His ability allows him to get a little bit of a boost off of that first cut, but he's not gone. I'm not too worried about feeding him the ball now that he's not in the Heisman race anymore. He's not competition, but I just lost the football and they grabbed it over me. I swear, I just drop it all the time. And now we're down 14-10 just like that. It happened so quickly. We're trying to hit a crossing route now, but it didn't work for us, and Richard Young better make something happen with this halfback screen. I mean, he had plenty of grass. Now we got this interesting verticals play where I know we have the faster guy in this matchup. Just hold on to the football, which sent us into halftime with the lead, and we're going to come out firing away in this second half as well. It's underthrown, though. That should be an interception. Yeah, it is. I needed to do better there. There was no reason to force it. And now the score is all tied up at 17, but I feel like I'm forgetting something. I don't remember us ever settling for a field goal, but I'm sure that we did. As long as it's tied, it's tied. And I'm just curious at what they're going to guard on this 3rd and 6. They leave the flat open, but Richard Young has to fight for the first, and he doesn't. Things could be worse, though. The next time we have the ball, we're on their side of the field, so we should score. And if this is cover 1, we're going deep with it all day. I knew we had the mismatch over there. I mean, Cole Adams has just emerged as our number 1 guy, but Oklahoma's not going away. Now it's 24-all. They got the stop that they were hoping for, and I just hit the wrong button. We had a touchdown too, but I'm just lucky that I didn't throw an interception there. I need to throw this one away. And that's how the 3rd quarter is going to end. We have a tight one coming up. We're not in a spot where we can lose now either. I'm waiting for our delay route to get open, and it's still guarded by somebody. That's going to lead to an Oklahoma field goal, putting us down with this much time left on the clock. And what am I doing sending up a prayer like that? I mean, it technically worked, but it really shouldn't have, and I know where I want to go with on this play play, but they guarded it, so I got to get it out. That was the same play I missed a touchdown on earlier, but that time it actually wasn't open. And if we don't pick up anything here, we're not in field goal range, so I'm just going to scramble for as much as I can get and hopefully allow us to tie it up. We would do that, but Oklahoma would also get another 3, which means there is not much time left on the clock for us to come back with. And I am just looking for one of our deep routes on these plays. If not, I'm going to scramble for as much as I can get. Now it is 3rd and short, and our drag should be enough to keep the chains moving. That's what Vincent's able to do, but I'm pretty nervous right now. I don't like being in this situation. I'm going for the deep shot to Vincent. He has the speed. He is the mismatch. Now we just have to rely on our defense. And guess who got the stop? Alabama's winning the SEC. I didn't come here for nothing. I'm starting to collect some trophies, and I'm hoping that player of the game wins me the Heisman. Well, it didn't, and I know for a fact that we put up way better stats than that. So I'm pretty salty. I mean, look at this in comparison. We threw less picks. We had almost 20 more touchdowns and more passing yards. I mean, I literally won so many different awards, but not the one that counts. They had me down here at 5th in the voting. Ryan Williams didn't even win wide receiver over the year over this guy. And Ryan Williams had almost 2,000 receiving yards with 19 touchdowns, while Cole Adams could have deserved the award as well. I just don't understand how I didn't win the Heisman. Maybe it's the completion percentage that threw them off, but I even had 7 rushing touchdowns on the ground. And that makes me want to go out and dominate in the playoffs even more. I'm going to continue to train and then make sure I recover. That's going to lead to our first playoff game against the Spartans. And Clemson must have just paid somebody to get favored this much. They are 10-3 as the #1 seed over us. They got the Heisman winner. They got the best seeding, but I cannot let them win a championship. And with 10 skill points left to spend, I still can't upgrade my throw power. I could increase my IQ a whole lot more, or my health, but I'm not going to. I want to be even quicker. I'm up to 83 speed. We're going to need that because clearly Michigan State scores a lot of points and their team overall is an 82. Okay, we're going to be fine. Never mind. If I lose to a team like that, I really don't deserve a championship. I mean, I just had the best stats in my career by a long shot. And I find it so funny that my only loss was to my former team, Kentucky, who missed the playoffs. Going into this first game, though, all I can really hope for is that we don't keep it close, because I don't want the Spartans to ever feel like they have any chance at beating us, and on the first play, I'm testing out that new speed. I can already notice a little bit of a difference. I should have upgraded this sooner. I mean, we can step up all we want. And they're pressing the wide receiver that should have won the Blitnikoff. Surely that doesn't end well for them. I can't even see on that side, but I was throwing it up either way. A little disappointing. I thought he would have beaten them deep right there, but he didn't. It's like he only could do that on the left side of the field. I'm not sure what's up with that, but we're still in a good spot to win a championship, even if Odom is now our wide receiver 1. With his size, he might be a decent red zone target. He just doesn't get much separation. And I hope that throw being off target doesn't mean we have to take 3, but you know Richard Young is always going to convert there. This is the first time I've been able to be confident on 3rd downs with running the ball whenever it's even short. And before I even snap this ball, I'm telling all of you, it is a touchdown no matter what. We have the fastest wide receiver in the country. He is dusting whoever is going to press him. Funny enough, though, they come out on this next play doing the exact same thing. I'm not sure what the strategy is exactly, but we have Ryan Williams for another touchdown. It's just so weird to me that they keep coming out in this same defense that hasn't worked, and then they're surprised when we're going to score over and over against them. I mean, this has been our staple all season. Nobody's taken down Cole Adams. He wanted to get another tutty. And by now, this just has to be a joke. They are still running cover 1. What on earth are they thinking right now? Every single play they're coming out this aggressive. I find it hard to believe that they were the team that won the Big Ten. And by now, this game's already over before the end of the first half. The lights were too bright for Michigan State. That's the only way I know how to put this. I mean, their man-to-man coverage is not working. Ryan Williams is about to get another touchdown. And I wish I could bump up the difficulty even more. It's not great for content to win games by this much. I would much rather have a shootout that's more entertaining, and I'm still getting big runs against them too. This almost broke off for a tutty. It was very close to happening, but this entire second half has just been me running out the clock, trying to get through the rest of it. And if there is one feature they add to the game next year in Road to Glory, it's definitely having skip plays. I'd rather have that feature instead of something like high school, but that's just me. And let's just enjoy the fact that we're on to the semifinals. We're collecting more trophies, but these don't matter, because at the end of the day, I just want to win a natty, but we have to play #1 Clemson. This is how it needs to be, though. I have to prove that I'm better than that quarterback that won the Heisman. And words can't describe how salty I'd be if I lost to him in this game. To open it up, I know that they're going with a cover 3, but I was hoping for cover 1, and wait, it is actually cover 1. We had a touchdown on both sides of the field to our fastest receivers, and now we're going to on the next play as well. He's gone. Cole Adams is just too good. And I promise you, if I have enough time to get this throw off, I will try to do it again. I feel like he can just run by any defender. That is what 99 speed does for you. Now we're running the read option. option. And we can just mix it up and do whatever. Some weird stuff might lead to touchdowns like this play right here. Richard Young makes it 14-0. And there's no way that they are coming out pressing me this aggressively. Why on earth would you do that when you know that we have guys that can toast you deep? Clemson is toast already. It really was the road environments that made everything so tough, because whenever we're not on the road, whenever we have enough throw power to get those out, we have a lot of touchdowns, but then there's the occasional drop, and that was almost a fumble. I don't really feel confident in a game until we're up at least 28-0 or whatever, but that was almost picked. And maybe all the deep shots are about to start getting stopped and they're adjusting. It took them long enough, but they really have, as we're about to take a sack here. And we better pick up this 3rd and 10. We sent a guy in motion. We actually had the touchdown, but I saw it a bit too late and I've thrown a pick. They knew to have somebody lurking there, but I'm really not getting punished for it if we get the ball back just a few plays later and it's time to use that speed or fumble it back to Clemson. They should have never given me a lead like this, really, because I'm going to be way too confident. I want to have a huge rushing play. I can't get much farther. And that's the one thing that could have gone better in my career. I just wasn't that fast. I figured it'd be more important to spend all of my skill points on stuff like throw accuracy, which did really help us. But it also would have been a lot of fun to run around with somebody that had like 95 speed. I think it's all going to work out though. I'm very interested to see how it transitions over to Madden. That throw was on the money. And this is a really cool screen play. I could take our running back or I could take our tight end. We have a bunch of blockers either way, with a face mask penalty getting us even closer to another touchdown. Even though it looked like I might blow it for a second, this one's about to be over. And so much for the Tigers having a Heisman winning quarterback. He's literally scored 10 points through 2.5 quarters, and it's about to get even worse for his defense. Clemson would make it a little bit more respectable in the end, but we all know that it was a blowout, and we are on to the national championship against either Kansas State or Florida State. I was clearly the better quarterback in this matchup as well, so the last thing that I have to prove is that I can win a title. Going into this game, I have 3 skill points, so we might as well spend them just to get me up to a 95 overall. And Kansas State might have crushed Florida State, but before that they had to play Jacksonville State and Toledo. Facing off against teams like that, their overall might not be the best. They're sitting at an 86. And we're in a spot where we have a huge advantage, so we can take home that trophy. The lights better not be too bright, because if I did all that throughout my career to lose this game, that would just be embarrassing, and Cole Adams is breaking away for a huge play. He's really done an incredible job this season. I'd say he's my favorite player, even over Ryan Williams. But those two are very close. They've both been incredible, and what is this coverage? I've noticed whenever you incorporate motions, it really confuses the defense. And Kansas State must not want to win this game. Did they watch any game tape at all? They know that we're going to take the top off of their defense whenever they press us. It really is so nice to have multiple guys that can just gash them deep, because I'm always bound to lose yards like I did right there, and now we have to try to make them back. 3rd and 18. I think we might actually have them beat with our tallest wide receiver too. Even he is able to outrun number 1. And who would have thought Odom had breakaway speed like that? I mean, he really doesn't, but I might have been too hard on him because he still has 91. It's just at his size, sometimes he seems a little bit slower than the rest of the guys, and that's why I had to upgrade my speed. We made plays like that. Now we're going to keep on pushing it down the field and using our tight end. It's about to be 28-0. I don't think they have the front out there to stop the quarterback draw either. They weren't expecting it. So it really doesn't matter that they got 3 points on their next drive. They're just not able to stop me, except that might be intercepted. I do really like on this game how safeties will turn around on deep balls like that. I am going to try to scramble or do something though for this 3rd down, and we still picked it up. By now I'm just having fun. We all know that this game's over, and I'm going to throw this one on the run because why not? If that's a dot, then we're going to make every catch. It wasn't, but it was pretty close to being one. And to end the 3rd quarter, we might take a safety right here, which we do. I mean, the game is still over, but that's the type of stuff that gives Kansas State a little bit of light. So we've had to make sure that we put them away on this drive. That's going to do it though. I have won the national championship. That was my main goal when I transferred to Alabama, so I'm really glad that I was able to make it happen. And I know for a fact that I'm about to have one of the best nights of my life. The next step in my career is going to be leaving for the NFL though. And if anything should be my strong suit, it's definitely all of my accuracies. For a career, I feel like these stats are really good. We can ignore how many sacks I took. I mean, I had 68 touchdowns as a senior. And I was stunned I fell all the way to number 26 in the NFL draft, but the Bucs took a chance on me and I went out as a college football legend.